Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 360. Whoa. All around the world. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined, as always, by my son, Chris Raygon. Chris, we're both wearing Seinfeld-themed thing. Micah bought me this, I have fucking pet. Do you see? Can you see the hair all over it? It's like,
no shot. The camera's good enough.
Del Boca Vista condo shirt, and you got your Kill Me shirt, which I have that sticker on my fridge. So it's nice.
Do you really?
Yeah. How are you today?
I'm good. I don't know. I've been just editing a lot. I've been working on this video for a really, really long time, and it's like only like finally recently actually at the point where like the entire skeleton is done and like 50% of it is actually like fully finished. I think I'm probably going to tweak some stuff constantly because I'm always thinking like every time I watch it back, I'm like, oh, I could deliver that line a little better. And then I do it because I'm insane. But it's good. It feels good to be like productive in a way that doesn't feel like a Sisyphus kind of pushing a boulder up a hill all the time. Like the finish line is in sight for me, which is nice.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. We'll be excited to see it.
Yeah, it'll be long.
Long is good. I've always had a problem with the things that I've recorded in audio and video and stuff like doing pickups later. I always sound different. And it's hard for me. You can tell that it's not me. I can never like imbibe the same VO structure that I did the time before. It never worked for me.
It's really hard because like I know what you're talking about. It's difficult, especially when you're going between a mic like this and like lav mics, because you have to pick up if you're going to do a pickup, you have to pretty much record the pickup for whatever mic you're like. If right. I need, that's a lav shot, I need to put the lav on and like probably go outside and replicate this exact environment and then do it again. But it's fun. I don't know. I like production stuff, and I haven't really had a lot of time to do it, so it's nice to be in the grind again.
Cool. I'm not even sure the last time I wore a lavalier was years ago, probably, or maybe one of our live shows.
We did in Butler.
Butler, yeah.
Yeah,
we used to, I mean, when I was in journalism and we would do videos, just always running that. It was like just a total muscle memory thing, like running it up your shirt.
Yeah.
Putting it on your back. Yeah. I like these better.
They're way better. Yeah.
It reminds me of having a big black cock in my mouth, you know?
Oh, well.
So, not my mouth, but in my face, about to go in my mouth.
Right. That's the important distinction to be made.
Right. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing okay. We had a tornado touchdown here in Butler.
Wow, I heard you were hunkering down.
So here's the thing. Anytime we get a tornado warning, Holly's like, we need to go in the basement. And I'm like, why? I kind of just want to stay up here. If the tornado gets me here in Butler, and then it gets me, it's fine. I have no fear of death. Okay, let's just get it over with. So we did go down the basement, but apparently it took off like some roof of like one of this, like the state, like they have like these salt sheds for wintertime. So not too much damage, but I'm doing okay. Chris, I wanted to ask you. So I follow you on Instagram. So it will every once in a while show me things that either you like or whatever. And I discovered this profile that you like called, I can't remember what it's called, but the character's name is Marcus.
Oh, yeah.
On VR chat. And I think this has become my new favorite. I guess I don't know, it's probably on TikTok too, but I've been deeply exploring the library of the Marcus videos.
Yeah. I don't even know why. I can't even explain to people why I'm so fascinated by them, but like there's like a tone to them that like I don't think I've ever experienced before. Like, so for the people who are just like in the dark about this, there's like this thing going around that I just stumbled upon on Instagram or TikTok or one of these things where I'm sure most people in the chat or in the comments or in the, who are listening to this know what VR chat is. And it's just it's a bunch of people taking assets of like either custom creations or like, models from other games and like basically masquerading around them in like random surreal locations. Like sometimes somebody will make like a post office or like a Denny's, and they'll just have a bunch of people talking in it. And there's this thing called Marcus, and it's just this gangly fucking spindly worm larva looking thing.
Yeah.
And he's got a great voice. It's an AI voice, I'm pretty sure, but like the tone of it is perfect. He's always like got his face like right in the camera. It's it's so surreal. I don't know why it's definitely brain rot, by the way. But like I love it.
There's a clip where he's like they're standing in like what looks like a haunted chapel out in like a spooky Halloween setting, and they go up to him and they're like, Marcus, what are you doing here? He's like, I'm looking for the nearest CVS. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, I have a 20% off coupon for soup. And then he like bends over and like almost like spreads his butt cheeks in a way, and he's like,
dude,
it's one of the I understand what you're saying now, Chris, that like when you
can't explain it, there's no
like,
explain it. Look up Marcus the VR chat worm, you'll be satisfied. It's like
it feels like a Smiling Friends bit.
It does exactly. It is a very Smiling Friends coded thing, like because the guy doing the motion capture for him, because I think a lot of people in VR chat just kind of have like the normal VR stuff. They have like the two hands or whatever, and the headset. But like this guy's got like a whole setup. So the way he like, I can't. It's impossible to describe. we sound insane talking
you'll
about
thank
this.
us. You'll thank us for looking it up.
Yeah, it's a fun rabbit hole to go. I hope I'm not intruding. I love it so much.
That's all you had to say?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh,
that's really all that's going on in my life is a tornado and Marcus.
Oh, fair enough. Good to see you.
It's a perfect combination.
Yeah, good to see you. You'll be proud, Chris, that Micah hit me with I didn't even know she really understood or knew these like Star Wars Lucas references, but we did something and she was cooking something, or I don't know what it was, and she's like, I may have gone too far. Or whatever. And I was like, that's so fun. I don't even remember like what it was, but I was like, you know that quote? That's so funny. Like, I love that. And she's like, you showed it to me. And I'm like, well, I don't remember anything. So there's that. Anything going on in my life? I went to the doctor for a physical, waiting for the results of my blood test. I'm also going to a urologist soon. Yeah, I feel like I've told you guys this has definitely come up many times in my career, but I have like a little boy bladder. I just pee constantly. And this has been, it sounds a little more extreme than it is. When I'm drinking, basically, like drinking alcohol, beer, not like if I'm drinking old fashions, I won't pee all night because I'll be like dry as a fucking bone by the end of it. But if you're drinking beer, so we were in Massachusetts for that funeral a few weeks ago, and I was drinking a lot of beer. And it turned on my whole, like, I got to pee every 15 minutes thing now for the rest of the night. And I'm used to this because, as I've noted in the past, when I went to college and started going to bars and started going to parties and hanging out with friends and stuff, it was a joke with my friends. Like, oh, Colin broke the seal. Like, now he's going to be in the bathroom every 5 minutes. I remember there was a bar we used to go to, Connor Larkin's. I actually had a meet and greet there after college when I was like kind of funny. They closed now. They didn't survive COVID, unfortunately. But you go to the bathroom and it's like right in front of part of the bar. So like even the bartenders would make fun of me and shit. Like, what are you doing? Like, why do you have to go to the bathroom all the time? And I think some people thought I was like doing bumps or something. So anyway, this has always been a reality for me when I was in San Francisco drinking beer. And then ultimately I segued to whiskey and bourbon mostly. I love beer, but I just don't drink that much of it anymore. And so that kind of went away. And I'm not a particularly well-hydrated person, generally speaking. So it's not like otherwise I'm just peeing on a constant basis. But then this brought up with Micah, like, you might want to go see a urologist about like what's going on with you. And I'm like, yeah. And this was, by the way, before, I went yesterday, but we were talking about this before everything happened with Joe Biden, which is important I'll tell you why in a second. So I was like, yeah, I'm so used to it. I don't think anything's wrong with me because this is no different, but it is probably getting more severe. So I went to the doctor and she was like, do you have anything going on? It was just like a basic physical, took blood tests and like I have to do a urine test and shit like that. And then they feel, you know how they always feel on your stomach? I'm like, what do you feel? Like that's like a particular thing they do, listen for you. And I'm like, all right, just going through the motions.
I feel like it's a dominance thing.
Right. Get on your back.
Yeah.
Get on the paper. And I have a good rapport with this lady. You know, we're talking about how much she washes her hands, like how much her hands must hurt. I'm like, your hands must hurt so bad. You're washing your hands probably like 50 times a day. Horrible. But I was complimenting her haircut, and she's like an older lady, and we have a nice little rapport. You know what I mean? Me and her. And then I asked her, I'm like, so she's like, anything worrying you? And I'm like, well, this is the thing me and my wife have been talking about. She's like, all right, yeah, you should go see a urologist. It's probably nothing, but you know, better to be safe than sorry. And then I asked her, because Joe Biden was somehow out of nowhere diagnosed with inoperable terminal prostate cancer. Seems unlikely that they just figured this out, but maybe they did. And I was like, you must be getting barraged already with people wanting to go to the urologist. And she's like, yes, but I am the gatekeeper. I knew it. That was the funny thing, is days before this appointment, I was like, fuck, Micah, like everyone's going to go to the urologist now because of what happened with Joe Biden. There are old women bothering their husbands around the country to go get a prostate exam. And you should go get a prostate exam. And I've had, by the way, a prostate exam. I'll never forget it. So I'm a little afraid.
Right.
The doctor I had a prostate exam with in my 20s. And this was like to be very thorough, really thorough with my stomach issues, because they're so, my issues, like my lower body issues, are so strange, and they've gotten better actually. But from age probably 7 or 8 until my late 20s, early 30s, my stomach and I was just fucked. And so they were poking and prodding me all the time. But what I remember about it is the dude giving me the 1, 2, 3, and then just going in on 2.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't really. Have you guys ever had an STD test where they put the little Q-tip in your pee hole?
No.
Oh my God, no.
I haven't had that since college. They might not even do it anymore.
I think they just do blood stuff now.
Yeah, I think this was something specific. People probably know out there like what it's specifically for. That was the most painful and uncomfortable thing that's ever happened to me. I will say the butthole thing, as I recall, wasn't that painful as much as it's really weird and and then you just pulls his finger out and it's over. You know, he's poking and fucking feeling around. So I get why men are put off by this. It's very invasive.
Not all men.
Well, yeah, you have the gay men, of course, but then you also have the straight men that like butt play.
Sure.
Right. So they're all into it. I'm not that guy. I got to tell you, I'm not that guy. If I was, I would tell you. I've told you way more embarrassing things than that.
I would bet that even if you were into that stuff, doing it in a brightly lit fluorescent room with a stranger who went to school is probably not.
Yeah, that's
not
true.
All that satifying either.
Do you think on the Office when Michael asks Oscar, like, he's going to get a colonoscopy, and he's like, how can I make this as pleasurable as possible?
Oh, yeah. Ridiculous.
I was going to say, like, maybe do some gay guys that are into it, because I know, you know, every gay guy is different, right? Different strokes for different folks. Are some guys like, no, you don't have to do that. I'm positive I don't have a prostate problem. We've been up there 3 times in the last week, and I've been poking with something much longer than your pointer finger.
That's true.
We have a clean bill of health. Let's move on. I wonder if that ever happens.
So is the assumption that the partner would be able to tell if there was a problem in there by feeling it with his dick?
Yeah, like all right. So imagine this is getting vulgar. Imagine you're in a gay relationship and you get to really know each other. You know each other's bodies. Micah
walking by that was perfect. Oh shit.
And you get to really know each other's bodies, and then, you know, over time you're like, something feels different.
Right.
You guys should go get that checked out. I guarantee you that's happened.
Something feels different on my dick.
Right. Like, I'm poking something that usually, like, I'm not poking on.
Sure.
Or it's a little
I can guarantee you it's at least happened once.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a little tighter in here than it usually is, because you have a cancerous cells growing in your butt.
Oh, no. Well, it's good to be 14 minutes into the show with you guys.
Yeah. It's only up from here.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
we'll see.
We'll speak to you soon.
We'll see. I probably have too much headroom because I'm leaning back. I should like lower it a little bit. And who cares, really?
You and I both decided to not stand.
Yeah, it's just not happening today. You know?
Yeah.
I'm tired. I'm worn out. I did do a 10K walk yesterday.
Oh, there you go. That's a good excuse.
Yeah. Is it going to tweak my back for the rest of the night? Yeah, definitely. No doubt about it. When the doctor said, is there anything else wrong with you? Could I have gone on a soliloquy? Yeah. The one thing she did ask me, she's like, you want me to refill your Lexapro? And I'm like, oh no, I already have someone else doing that. Thank you. So she was
a contact.
Yeah, I have I see a psychiatrist as well. You don't have to worry about that lady. And actually I guess she's not technically a doctor. She's a nurse practitioner. Which I've always been curious about. I remember when I was in college, I went to college with a bunch of nurses and was good friends with them. And they were very offended because I was like, why? One of them wanted to become a nurse practitioner. I don't really know if she did or not, but I was like, why not just become a doctor? What did I know? I was 20 years old. They were all very offended by that. I'll never forget it.
Oh, weird.
But it's like 80% a doctor. Let's say 70% a doctor.
Yeah.
Like it's good enough. And in the American healthcare system, which is just a conveyor belt, in 10 or 20 years, you're just going to start seeing like a biology undergrad. So
yeah,
enjoy it while you can.
You're just going to have AIs at a certain point being like basically WebMDing you.
Have you seen those pictures, Chris, going around of like people in their doctor's office, like, or either with pictures or video or just talking about how like I literally just watched my doctor put in like, what do I do for this person?
Oh man, it's getting it's over, man. It's over.
And it's funny, I forgot to bring this part up. This part didn't bother me, but it's what you're talking about is the nurse practitioner, the doctor lady was like, so is it okay if we record you with this computer because the computer AI is going to take the notes for me?
Yeah.
And I was like, all right. I mean, gotta do what you gotta do. What am I going to say? No, take the notes by hand.
Yeah, this is I tweeted about this, but like this is why The Last of Us doesn't make sense to me. It's just like, well, you want to save the world so we can get back here?
Right.
It's okay.
The cordyceps saved the world. You don't get it.
You don't get AI doctors because the fungus came and saved the day. You're welcome.
And then Joel saved us from a real doctor that somehow still had all the old knowledge. So,
you win some, lose some.
So our doctors who are taking care of our very lives are taking AI notes. Sacred symbols, handwritten timestamps.
That's good.
Yeah, so we got a leg up on your healthcare.
Yeah, really. We are more. We have more integrity than doctors on this show, is what we're saying. I think.
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
and 9 out of 10 doctors will agree. Dustin.
Yes.
It's so interesting to hear you talk about the timestamps. I was looking at old episodes I don't know why, for some reason I was like, my timestamps used to be so long. And then so mine would be like, this video game by this person. And we talk, and then yours is like, we talk 25 minutes, poop, just 1 word, 2 words, 3 words at the most. I wonder what people prefer. I feel like mine are probably a little too verbose for timestamps. Comes off more like a Cliff's Notes of the podcast. Yeah.
I would rather invite a curiosity about what we're talking about through a timestamp. Personally, I know that the main thing people would prefer is that we have more timestamps, but we already have just an absolute ridiculous amount of timestamps, in my opinion, compared to most other. Like a lot of shows would be like intro, news, what we've been playing, ending questions. Like that would be all you get. But no, you get individualized. Well, let's see. I don't individualize the intro, and then I will do the topics and the news, and then all the questions are individual time. It's like sometimes like 30 timestamps.
It's pretty crazy. Like timestamping is really tedious.
Yeah, it is.
It's really annoying.
It is.
Like, I hate it.
It was easier when I used to edit the podcast by hand because then I would just do it as I went. But then you and Dustin has talked about this, then you make a correction later and then you're like, fuck, you have to go through all the timestamps. And I'm just like a retard with math. I just am. So it's like, all right, I got to subtract 2 minutes and 27 seconds from everything. And then it's like, it's a really, or when you put an ad in and then you're like, but I think ChatGPT could probably do that for you. This is what AI I think exists for at this point. My opinion is like, just add this to this and give me the results.
This is what I mean. This tedium of like, I got to write the time. Like, would you rather sit there and tediously write every single timestamp and like have to do this weird math to correct it if you mess up, or live in a world where you get to sit in the Apollo 15
It's a great question.
For free.
Yeah, for
unaccosted.
Free. It's funny you say that, because on our review of that episode, I talked about that. I was like, that's one of the cool things about the apocalypse is you just have unmitigated access to everything. And I brought up in Fallout 3, Chris, how like you have access to like the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, like things like no one gives a shit about these things, and it's just so funny to me. You're right. I would rather live in the world with the Apollo 15 eating bison jerky.
Yeah, you get to pet a giraffe for free. I don't know, man. It seems kind of nice compared to this hellscape. seems kind of nice. All right, what's going to be? Oh, I'm sorry, Dustin.
I was going to ask you. I saw a comment on your interview, which I'm sure you're going to plug in a minute here.
All right.
It's an hour-long interview.
Mm.
I saw a few different comments saying, "Hey, this would be great to have timestamps."
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
no. It's
just.
Are you guys fucking broken?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an interview. I get it, because I like timestamps with some of the things I watch, but most of the time I don't use timestamps. I like to just listen to everything within the context of what has been said. Stop rushing through your lives and sit and enjoy something in context, unknown what is going to be said. It's too much. You guys are boiling yourself. I have so much rush hair on me right now. It's like fucking crazy. It's only his scruff. Because otherwise he doesn't shed, but that white scruff around his fucking fat neck.
Yeah, man, that
fur.
The shedding drives me crazy. It's like the one thing that's, I think, holding me back from getting like a pet of any kind. It's just like that hair, man.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I start tweaking. I start tweaking when I see like too much of it. It's like it really bothers me, and I don't even really know why. Because it's not like I had like some crazy experience. You know what I mean? It's just like the first time I saw it, I knew I don't like this.
Yeah, fair enough. It is a lot. We shed too, but we just don't. We're not just covered in hair like that.
Yeah.
Remember, it was Chris Carrabba of Dashboard Confessional and said, "Your hair is everywhere." Screaming infidelities. It's pretty. Can I be honest with you about that song? I mean, I like that song just straight up, but it's a pretty powerful line. Everyone knows exactly what he's talking about, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great song. I used to love Dashboard Confessional.
You got to check out Further Seems Forever. That's the band he was in before he started Dashboard.
Oh, I don't even think I know that.
They are awesome.
Because I only have I'm sure there's more, but those two Dashboard records, the one with that, and then the one I think that actually was before it with Hands Down. You know that song?
Oh, A Mark, a Mission, a Brand, a Scar.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Jesus Christ.
That's good shit.
Yeah. Nice.
It's a little... Sometimes I'll have my shuffle on and a Dashboard song will come up and I'm like, no, not right now.
No, it's got to be. It's a
this
place
shit is too whiny.
It hits
but other
sometimes.
times you hear that whininess and you're like, oh yeah, it hits.
I haven't been in that heartbroken state for years. But when you are, Dashboard hits.
Oh yeah.
All right, everybody.
And everything, and it speaks to you completely.
Everybody listening, you heard it. Time to break Colin's heart.
Oh, please don't.
Challenge,
Micah, please don't.
Challenge accepted.
Please don't. I can't take it anymore. If Micah ever left me, it would just be over for me. Like, I would live and move on, but I would never date. I would just be completely neutral, no relationships, nothing.
Right.
And just kind of exist outside of that. Can't do it again. All right. Let's see here. Well,
on that note.
Yeah, on that note. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. It's good to be here with all of you guys today. I hope you're well, and you and yours are doing well as well. Early ad-free access to every episode of Sacred Symbols and all the other shows in our network for $5 a month over at patreon.com/laststandmedia. We have 12,900 and something supporters right now on Patreon. More than 9,000 of you, maybe closer to 9,500. I haven't looked in a while, are at that $5 level. So that's the sweet spot. It's where you want to be. Early ad-free access, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show, access to Sacred Symbols Plus every week, Discord access, RSS feeds, Spotify access, and so much more. So you can subscribe and never even really log into Patreon, just use the RSS link. That's what I do with things that I subscribe to as well. Various podcasts that I enjoy. And of course, inquiries submitted on the newsfeed, the various threads we post there on Patreon every week. I comb through them. You'll hear your inquiries throughout the show. Spotify access, of course, is there too. I understand there is no unified feed on Spotify still. That's just part of the alpha. I don't know when they're going to fix that, but that shit is long fixed for normal RSS feeds. And of course, ad-free audio for this show and Defining Duke and Summon Sign and Punching Up and Constellation and Knockback and whatever the fuck else. But Sacred Symbols Plus, I've been doing pretty well with Sacred Symbols Plus recently. Our weekly supplement, interviews, deep dives, game reviews, and discussions, and so on, conducted there for our Patreon audience. I just invited, and yes, indeed, we had Neil Druckmann on the show for an hour conversation. Evan Westendorf wrote in and said, Colin, do you think your access to Neil was the result of improved relations with Sony PR that could lead to continued access to others within the company in the future, or simply the result of Neil being very influential and pushing for it? I think it goes without saying that this interview was a big, exciting get, and the audience is excitedly hoping for more in the future. Get those flowers, boys. Thank you. The answer is yes. It's both of those things. I thank Neil privately, and I thanked him on the show. He was a major driving force to get that conversation to happen. And I really, really appreciated that. And that comes from, I've said before, it was really cool actually when I lived in Santa Monica, specifically for people that don't know, Naughty Dog is in Santa Monica in LA. And I very quietly would go to lunch with Neil or dinner. And during those 2.5 years, and we used to go out and hang out, you know, if he was in town in San Francisco for GDC or something when I lived there, but we became a little closer at that point and had some interesting conversations and all of the rest and became friendly. Very similar to the way I became, and it's funny, I became similarly friendly with Ken Levine, corresponding with him back and forth. And I'm like, these are probably two of my favorite contemporary game directors, which is so strange that I become like friends with them. But because of my relationship behind the scenes, texting, and I even had a video call, which is where this really happened with Neil months ago, where we talked for a long time. And he's always been a very friendly, decent person and very excited about what he's doing and all of the rest and willing to talk about all sorts of things. But because of our relationship with Sony kind of deteriorating in 2019, it's not really possible for him to talk to us. It's just not the way it works, right? You can't work for a company and then kind of go rogue and just appear on a show. You're going to get in a lot of trouble no matter who you are. And so it was not even something that I really tried to do because I just knew that it wasn't possible. So Neil being, you know, the caliber of person that he is, I think was eventually like, this kind of needs to, let's do something about this, you know, like let's talk. And so ultimately, to try to get this going, he facilitated new conversations with Sony PR, a person that I know specifically at Sony PR, who I won't name, but she doesn't like being in front of everything, but that I've known for many, many years, but haven't talked to in years. And we, over multiple video conversations, kind of broke the ice, got things out there, talked about what has happened and what could happen and all the possibilities in the future. So I really, really appreciate that because it was really Neil that was the driving force behind making those conversations happen and then getting himself on the show. And I think I'm so grateful for that. And I think it's such an extraordinarily nice move. And yes, has broken down barriers to where, so that's why I was saying the answer is yes, because you asked two different questions. It's like, will it lead to continued access with others in the company? I think so. Yes. Will it, was it because Neil has an incredible influence and push for it? Yes. But the answer to both of those is yes. So I'm grateful to Sony PR and I'm grateful to Neil. And it's cool to have this kind of new possibility of access. Neil didn't talk to almost anyone. I don't know if you guys have seen, like, and the people he's talking to are really random. He talked to the BBC, Variety, and the Hollywood Reporter and all that kind of stuff. So it was a big get for us. And I really think it was very exciting. And but it required the work of a lot of people. And Mitchell Stricker wrote in with something that I think is totally reasonable to wonder. And it says, hello, DCC. Assuming that everyone will write in on the Neil interview, and a lot of you did, and a lot of you had very nice things to say, so thank you. I would like to take a different angle with my question. Did PlayStation put any specific restrictions on your conversation with him? Could you only talk about The Last of Us, or is that what you wanted to talk about? Any behind the scenes as to how setting up the call went would be fun to hear about. So the answer to that is also yes, I had to talk about specific things. Or I could only talk within, they didn't ask me to ask anything. Rather, it was like, keep things within these parameters. You can throw in a question about Intergalactic if you want. You did, but we want to talk about the show. And that's not abnormal. The level of access that I get when I talk to people, like when Marek Tyminski came on, or when I had Shuhei on, we have ideas, but I really can ask whatever I want, but that's actually rare. When you have handlers and you work at a real place, it's usually like, we're trying to pitch this thing. We're not trying to talk about this. We don't have anything to say about this. If you ask about this, we're just going to say we can't talk about it. So it's not even worth wasting the 60 minutes that we have. That's not unusual. It's a little more unusual for what we do, but certainly in the realm of journalism and PR and interacting with legacy media and all of that, that's par for the course. And there's nothing unsavory about that. It's like literally just, it is what it is. You're not going to get answers if you ask these questions. So don't bother, because you're still on the clock. It's like when you're in a congressional hearing and they're just bickering with each other, or go walk, and the clock is just ticking. It's like, you might as well use your time wisely. So yeah, but as Neil said on the conversation, he'll be back. And he said he's like, hopefully the next time we talk, I'll be able to talk about Intergalactic and other things that are going on. And, he confirmed in a BBC interview that he's producing the other game, that he's not really working on Naughty Dog's other game, but he's acting as like an executive producer. So yeah, a totally reasonable question. And the answer is, yeah, because I know people have high expectations of me specifically about I don't want to sound like an asshole, although I do sometimes. It's like, I'm a good interviewer, I think. I know how to ask people questions. I think I know how to prepare for these things and get and extract things out of people. So when I'm not asking the questions that are most obvious, I understand why people wonder that. Yeah. So there's that. And it is my hope that this went well enough to get access to other people at Sony. And I know people have been asking too. A lot of people wrote in about, I should have put an inquiry in here. I didn't. About like, well, what does this mean for your relationship with Sony PR as far as getting access to games and previews? It's like one of the first things that came up in our conversation to just limit like what we have to worry about, right? Like the talking to intermediaries and PR is like, they have to go back to their team. They have to spread them, so it's like, let's like really limit what we want to talk about, like what we want to do. I don't want access to games. Like, I don't want preview events. I don't want to fly anywhere to do anything with anyone. I don't want codes for games early. I don't. And by the way, they weren't offering that. So who knows if that would have even been a possibility. But my assumption is that they're going to give me access to Neil, that things have thawed enough where it's like, okay, I probably could get Death Stranding. I probably could get Ghost. Like, but I wanted to tell the audience, while I don't put those restrictions on other people, and I don't even want to put those restrictions on these guys on the show, I'm going to continue to not accept early access to games, free games and codes, preview events, builds, and all. I'm not doing any of that stuff. This is specifically for interviews and access to people. So I don't know how much people care about that, but I think that that's a major part of the DNA of Sacred Symbols at this point. And I don't think there's any reason to mess with that. And I kind of like being on the consumer side of things. It's not, I know that's weird for people to say. I lived for many, many, many years on the other side, where I got everything early, amongst the earliest because of where we worked. And it's very exciting and it's very cool, but you know what it ends up becoming? Extremely fucking stressful. And I'd rather just play. My life 10 years ago so we're talking about like Oblivion, Expedition, Doom, Mind's Eye, like all these things that are coming out or that I want to play or whatever. It's like, I would be so fucking overwhelmed right now, man. I remember that feeling. And now I'm just like, I'm just going to play what I want to play as it comes out. And that's totally great. So while I understand that people think that there's a major appeal to that, and for people that haven't experienced it, there is a major appeal to that, I have no interest in going back to that world. And
I got tired immediately. Like when we got Red Dead and we had to like really squirm to to finish that. That's a long fucking game. I think we got 2 weeks, I think,
Mhm.
which is a long time. But like when we're doing other stuff too, it's like, I remember being so stressed out. Even just like that one, we didn't even have like an obligation to review or anything.
No.
And I still felt it. So I was like, it's fine. This is okay.
And I have a good relationship with Simon, who's one of the major PR guys at Rockstar, and he's always been really friendly to me. That's why we got Red Dead when a lot of others wouldn't work with us. And I'm sure we can get Grand Theft Auto when the time comes. But again, it's like, no. So I don't want people to worry about that. That's not what this is for. It's not like being like, oh, I kind of going back on what I said or missing. No, it's like, I really, really love the consumer experience. I think it's for the best, and it gives me fucking agita thinking about those days and seeing release schedules and knowing what that would have been like behind the scenes. Because when you get the game early, you don't have to do anything with it. But if you don't do anything with it, they're going to make note of that and then probably won't give you codes in the future, or you'll get codes later. Or PR people are very studious people. They have files on everyone. They know who everyone is. And so you want to at least have something to say about it. It's like, oh, we did a video, or we did this, or we have something to show. It's like, I just don't want to. So don't worry about that. But yeah, so thanks to Neil, really stand-up person. I hate when people just don't know the individual. And the internet's so cruel and hostile. People just make assumptions and say awful things about people. But I think he did a really stand-up thing for us, and I want to thank him for that, and I have. And of course, Sony PR, specifically the person that I was working with, who maybe is listening to this or not, probably way too high level to be the one in the weeds listening to this, but much appreciated. Her work was instrumental, and it was good to catch up with her too, because you get to know these people over time, and you do have an affection for them. You like them. You remember why you liked them, or like why you had a friendly rapport with them or whatever. And it's like, yeah, it's too bad that things went down, but I did share how I felt too, and they did too. And so yeah, it was cool. It was good. And as an open show as we are, yeah, it's good to talk about that stuff and get that stuff out in the open. So thank you guys for supporting the Neil Druckmann interview. And I hope he'll be back sooner rather than later. That'll be up to them. But we were texting yesterday, and I was telling him like the response has been really, really good. And, you know, the internet's a pretty hostile place to him. So I think that's nice for him to experience as well. And I don't know if you guys saw it. The funniest thing that happened in the episode was Pedro Pascal called him during the episode.
Oh.
I did see that.
Yeah, and he dropped it, which I thought was cute and funny. So funny little moment. And then of course Shuhei Yoshida came back as well. And it's crazy that's like the second thing we're going to talk about with Sacred Symbols Plus. But I approached Shuhei Yoshida with what I thought was a really fun idea, and he really loved the idea too, which was, I was like, what if we talk about 10 games you greenlit, but nothing big? I'm sick of hearing about God of War. I'm sick of hearing about The Last of Us. I'm sick of, all these different things we could talk about or talk about in different ways. Let's talk about Mag and Concrete Genie and Killzone Shadowfall and Resistance 3 and Twisted Metal 2012 and all these different things. And so he loved the idea, and he just had anecdotes and stories about things, and we had some really interesting and tough conversations. I don't know if you guys saw, he confirmed that they were working on a Freedom Wars sequel and a Soul Sacrifice sequel, which is really interesting. That was even bigger news to me in some sense, because I was like, I had no idea you guys were really that interested in Soul Sacrifice. I really like Soul Sacrifice. For people that don't know that game, that was a Keiji Inafune produced game. The guy who did, the father of Mega Man, who did Dead Rising and a bunch of other shit too. So yeah, that's fun. And what I hit him with was, what if we did this again later in the year? And he was like, totally. And I'm like, what if we let the audience pick the games this time? And he was like, that's a wonderful idea. So he'll be back too. And there were games on my list that I had to cut because I really didn't have time to do more than 10. I wanted to talk about like Tokyo Jungle. Puppeteer was one of them, which is a game I have a lot of love for. There's so many things. And he just has like all these fun thoughts. One of the things that I thought was most interesting, actually, when we were talking about Mag, was I was like, it's too bad you guys don't have Zipper now, or like he's not there anymore, but like it's too bad you guys didn't have Zipper later. Right? Like you didn't see the future well enough. You had a studio that would have really, I think, thrived in this environment if you just didn't shut them down. But hindsight's 2020, of course. Zipper might be in another world. Zipper would maybe be like one of the titans of PlayStation Studios. It's kind of weird to think about, just based on where things have gone. But I think Shu audibly laughed when I said they should bring SOCOM back. So that was funny.
He did.
Yeah. All right. So go check those out. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We really appreciate your support over there. And thank you again for all your kind words. And it's cool. It's like we're all doing this together. That's kind of the vibe I got, right? Everyone felt a little bit of pride. And I thought that was kind of cool. Laststandmedia.store for merch, t-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, hats, so on and so forth. We're going to announce pretty soon something fairly major at laststandmedia.store, so keep an eye out for that. Justin wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Hey, CC and Big Daddy D, it finally happened. After hearing all of those listener write-ins about wild encounters, I can confirm they're real. Amidst some recent health issues, nothing serious, thankfully, I was wearing my Sacred Symbols hoodie when I met a fellow listener at CVS on Long Island. A huge shout out to Carlos from CVS for helping me with my prescription. It was so cool to finally connect with another listener in the wild and issue him a stand down. I'll hang up and listen." So, Justin, Carlos knows all about your chlamydia diagnosis. Ooh, I guess.
Yeah.
Rough.
That's not a situation that I would want necessarily.
Yeah, that's
to be recognized. Right. That was like I had an experience. I think I talked about it on the show where like I was filling out a cashier's check because I was like, because that's how I pay my rent. Because we have like the online rent thing, but I hate it personally. Like I don't trust it. I've been in situations where like, oh, it didn't go through, and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. I'm gonna hand you everything straight up from now on. Smart. But I went to the bank and I filled it out, and like the second it was all done, it was like, hey, I love the show. And I'm like, I don't like that you have my bank information.
Right.
But thank you, I appreciate it. And now I go to a different Chase.
You got to, you got to go to a different brand. You got to keep that stuff to yourself. If you like in those situations, I think this is kind of cool. But it is one of those like, you want to be noticed by someone in the aisle of a supermarket or something, not
right. Yeah.
Not getting your AIDS cocktail.
Yeah. Not getting Preparation H out of a CVS.
Yeah. I always hope that one day, like I'm not walking around like, oh, I hope someone recognized me. But there is one situation. I want in front of my, if you ever see me with my in-laws, which no one would know who my in-laws are. I'm like, that would be baller. You
should hire someone.
Dude, that's a great idea.
That's crazy.
That might work. But
I used to get recognized fairly often in California, and I really don't get recognized here almost at all, which is ideal. But I just want to be a townie. I don't want anyone to know, like most of my neighbors don't even know anything about me, which is good. That's why when that it was so funny remember when we talked about that reader's mom was like walking her dog in my neighborhood and was like, "Are you a podcaster?"
Oh yeah.
And like there was some people out there or whatever, and I was like, yeah, she was really sweet. That was like the closest to home I've ever been recognized. But generally speaking, people don't and I also think I don't mind meeting fans of the show and stuff. I think that's awesome. But I also think that we've told stories so much that I think people just don't say anything. I do feel people's eyes sometimes.
Yeah, you can tell, I think. And you never know if it's positive or not. Right. That's kind of the thing. When it's that situation, it's like, oh, that
because there are some people that fucking hate me.
Absolutely.
A lot of people. So there is going to be that recognition as well. But yeah, here in Virginia, down here, no one's recognizing Colin Moriarty. That boy. All right. Let's get into topics of discussion. We only have a few things to talk about this week. Before we get into games, and we have lots of things to talk about with games, of course. But let's stretch our legs a little bit. Enraged Eel wrote in and said, "Colin, I'm hoping you can help me wish Bug Bass and his fiance a long and happy marriage. Bass wrote in episode 334 to ask that I be his best man, and they're getting married this Sunday. It really is thanks to the magic of video games that I can say Bass and I have been closest friends for as long as I can remember it, despite having lived in the same city for only 2 years while we were college roommates. We started our friendship as young kids over Mario Kart and Smash Brothers on the N64 when our families would occasionally visit throughout the year. Then the 360 hit in high school, and we spent our nights playing Gears while plotting to start our metal band when we went away to college. Actually doing that is one of the core memories of my life. The drummer we met on Craigslist will be flying out to the wedding too, and I couldn't be more stoked. Thanks for helping Bass ask me to be his best man, and I'm hoping you can solidify our small speck in Sacred Symbols lore by giving the happy couple a sacred shout out. P.S. Bass's name is like the fish. Good deduction, Colin. And yeah, Chris, I did shed a gay tear when I heard his write-in. I guess you asked if you shed a gay little tear.
A gay little tear. The most wholesome of tears.
Yeah, it's good to have a gay tear every now and again.
A gay little tear.
Sounds like something you would say.
It does sound like something.
Well, congratulations, many congratulations on this marriage. And didn't we say that it sounded like enraged Eel and Bass are the ones that should be getting married? Didn't I feel like that itches something in my head.
That sounds familiar.
But it's okay to have a bromance. It's good. Yeah. It's a good thing.
Right. Eel is going to be standing beside the altar with a gay little tear, thinking it should have been me.
Right.
When he says "I do."
Right.
You know?
Right.
It should have been me. He's poking at a voodoo doll.
Very well. Very well. Boys, have fun at the wedding. Enjoy. Be safe. Our best to Miss Bass. Greats wrote in, said, "Hey, Fats. Forget how you're doing. How are you ghouling? Since it's been a while since the constellation where Ghost was a topic and Chris and Dustin weren't involved. I want to hear supernatural encounters from you or close ones. I've never had one that felt undeniable, but the things my family swears they've seen are wild. Ghost monkeys, phantom dwarves, dolls in the trees. Mexico be haunted. No me gusta, is that right? Is that how I say it? No me gusta?
No me gusta.
No me gusta. No me gusta. I don't know. I'm a white man.
No, I love that.
I took French as well, so I really have no familiar. It's not even a put on. I don't know Spanish. Right. Thanks for the credit. Like, I really don't. Would have been a lot more useful for me to have taken Spanish. I don't know why I took French. That's so crazy
to me that you lived in California for so long, though.
Yeah, but I wasn't. Like,
I guess Santa Monica. I guess it's not.
Well, I lived in San Francisco, which was a little Hispanic, but like I've said, very Chinese. And I'm not going to begin to broach that whole thing. Don't even. So, but I'm also just not a linguist, really. I have a mastery of the English language, I think, but that's about as much as it's going to happen. So I started taking language when I was in Catholic school in New England, and French was the only option. And I think that was because of the proximity to Quebec. And so like you couldn't take anything else. But when I moved back to Long Island, I just kept taking French because I'm like, well, I already have my 2 years of French. I'm not, but they had like Italian and Spanish and Latin and German and all these different things. So I think almost anything would have been more useful than French. And what's even funnier, as I've noted many times, is I took French even through college and can barely speak it. So
language classes are kind of, I don't know, man. Like I took many years of Spanish, and it's kind of the wrong Spanish that they taught me, because I think they taught like Castilian or something, or there's like a term for like the Spain Spanish. They like, my family just doesn't speak straight up. And I would come home sometimes and I'd be like, Mom, Dad, I learned some Spanish. And then they would be like, that's wrong. I'd be like, all right, I fine. I give up then at this point. Like,
I was always so jealous of kids like you, though, that could just test out. I don't know if you had any friends that did that, where they spoke Spanish at home or they spoke whatever at home. And so like Haitian kids, I guess, would speak French and so on and so forth. And then they just didn't have to do any of the language stuff. And I was like, that's so fucked up,
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm struggling here. I can understand French kind of, sort of, if like when I hear it in the wild, someone speaking it or whatever, I try to understand and make sense of it, and it's just too fast. I can pick out words and I'm like, it's just too fast. Like, I don't know what you're saying. But if I maybe were able to read it or slow it down, I'd probably be able to find my way around it a lot better. I probably understate my knowledge of it a little bit, but
maybe, yeah.
But God, man, I struggled so much. And in college, when you're taking it at like a conversational level where like the classes are in that language, and I'm like, dude, I'm so over my head. Like, but you had to do it for your humanities degree. Like you were.
Yeah.
Oh God. I dedicated basically one summer to French in college because I was like, I got to just get this. I took that and like one or two other classes for like the summer semester because I was like, I got to just get this out of the way. Like I can't have this lingering over me when I have serious things I need to worry about, like real classes. And then in the background, I'm learning fucking French vocabulary and trying my best to talk to this professor. He was a nice guy, Professor Landry. He was off the boat. He was a nice guy. He tried.
Bless his heart.
Bless his heart. All right, so all right, we got really stuck on the language thing, but I actually don't know this about you guys. Do you believe in the supernatural, Chris? Ghosts, goblins?
No, goblins. Ghouls. I wish I did, honestly, but I really don't. I find there's too many good explanations for a lot of the things that people have said that they experience, or a lot of the stories that I hear, to the point where like it would be cool for that to be true. Like I'm really interested in that stuff in the sense of like I think it's like really interesting. I think the rules that people have built around it are really cool and fascinating and fun. It's like it's a fun prompt. But like I can't say like I would spend the night in like a haunted asylum, like no problem. Like I really firmly just don't. I don't really buy it because part of me thinks it's like, well, wouldn't there be so many ghosts at this point that it would be fucking impossible not to see them? And why are they always like Victorian? How come there's never like a ghost in like a Rick and Morty shirt or something? Like I don't know. It just kind of seems strange. Where like I think that's all very cool. I'm really interested in fiction that's built around it, and sometimes I'll let myself imagine stuff where it's just like, oh, maybe like, or I'll entertain an idea just to think about it. But like, I don't know if I earnestly believe in like ghosts or poltergeists or curses or like Ouija boards or anything. Like I'll open a Ouija board, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I had a Ouija board as a kid. Creepy and weird, but interesting.
Yeah.
Dustin, you're a religious person. So you believe in a sort of providence and supernaturalism inherent to your religion, I assume. But do you think that translates to the real world?
So I don't believe in ghosts in any kind of traditional way. Like I don't think the dead linger on earth spiritually in any way. So I'm not, no ghosts or anything like that. I do think, I guess what you would call supernatural things can happen, but probably not nearly as often as people think they do. Miracles or something like that. Sure. In certain cases, but it's not something that's like, oh, this guy regrew his arm after a prayer. Not anything like that. I don't think that things like that happen anymore. So, I'm not a ghost guy. I think that ghost stories in fiction are really fun and cool, and it is creepy or whatever. But as far as literally, no, the ghosts, they don't want to be here. They're one of two places, either a good place or a really bad place. So, but they don't have any business around here anymore.
So here's what I think about this is, have I ever had Long Island is, we've talked about this certainly in different aspects, but it's known to be very haunted. I don't know if you guys know that about it. It's like, it's like this is true of a lot of colonial places. Obviously Massachusetts is extremely quote unquote haunted too. And a lot of weird things happen on Long Island. And there's also this whole notion. So adding that, so you have like Amityville Horror and all that kind of stuff, but then adding onto that is all of the secret government shit that happens on Long Island. And I don't know how much a lot of people know about that, but there is like a lot of shit going on Long Island. And people can read about Brookhaven National Laboratory, Plum Island, Camp Hero, like all these different things that are weird. Plus, it's basically one large Indian burial ground. Like anytime there's like a new development or like we've talked about how, what the fuck was, there was a famous chef on Food Network, Bobby Flay. He's from Long Island, and he built a house on Long Island, and they found like a shit ton of Iroquois or whatever it was, like burial grounds. And he's like, just keep building on it. I was like, Jesus Christ. So, there's like that whole, you grow up in that, if you were there, you grow up in that kind of feel where people are like, oh, did you see this thing and this fucking crazy shit? And this guy broke into Brookhaven Lab and this guy went to Camp Hero and found this. So you kind of, and it's scary. It's creepy. My brother used to creep me the fuck out with shit all the time. But I think that there is something, but I actually think it's scientific. If there are ghosts, in quotes, right? Or like you're in a house and you're seeing something from the past, is it not like a multiverse thing or like a many universes kind of string theory thing? I don't know. In other words, like I think that
like almost like glitches kind of in the presentation of reality, kind of more so than
right, exactly. Like I think that, Chris, there's a lot we don't understand about reality.
Oh, 100%.
Go ahead.
I would more quickly buy into something like that where it's like, yeah, all right, whatever, sure.
Like so in other words, I believe that there could be a God and that there could be a supernaturalism. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't think it's within the Christian. I don't believe in the Christian precepts of like, we've talked about this before about like heaven. So like Dustin goes to heaven, I go to heaven, Chris goes to heaven. If I'm in Dustin's heaven, is like, well, I think you would. Like, this is my whole thing is like, I don't, well, it doesn't matter. We're not going to get into it. But like, but we don't have to get into theology right now. But it's like, am I an astral projection in Dustin's heaven? Or am I like bound to his heaven? Or am I able to be in all these different places? And then when you start thinking about things like that and you just graft it onto the real world, you realize like, well, there's probably, it's like dark matter and dark energy. We know it's there and yet we can't even discern it. We know it's there by the absence of matter. We know it's there by the way things behave, but you can't even, like, there's all of this shit we do not get. And I think it's possible that in the continuum of space and time, there are just all of these things. The reason I feel this way is think about like the UFO stuff recently, for instance, right?
Sure.
For many decades, people were being like, look at these fucking crazy morons thinking they saw like, green aliens and fucking, and then the government's just like, oh, no, there are UFOs. And it's like, like there are these things that we don't understand. We don't know what the fuck they are. They come out of the ocean and they come out of space. And it's like, dude, we don't know anything. And so in that realm, I'm like, yeah, there are things happening. No doubt. Like, I just don't know what they are. And I don't think it's like your grandpa's ghost watching you masturbate. No, I don't think it's
that. Yeah. That stuff I'm more compelled by, like UFOs and stuff like that. I think I don't have to make as many logic leaps in that, but I'm also just like, I think I'm just like painfully aware of just the way that the brain is faulty. I think the very fact that like there are optical illusions at all, like that somebody can print out a perfectly still image on a piece of paper and they'll put it in front of you and your brain will be like, that's moving actually.
Right.
Like, right. I don't know. I just, that to me kind of demystifies a lot of like, I saw a Victorian child while I was half asleep at night. It was like, are you sure? Like, because there's things that I remember seeing when I was like a kid, but like completely fantastic. I have this one very vivid memory. I'll never forget it because it is so vivid. I was like 4 or like 3 or something. And I was like watching, I don't know, Cosmos or like some kind of space thing. And it showed like a picture of the planet Earth. And I think at that point I wasn't aware of like what Earth was. I just kind of knew that like I live here, but I don't know. Is this Earth? I don't know. And I remember looking in the sky, looking for planet Earth, and I saw it. Like I literally saw a planet Earth in the sky, and I'm like, whoa, there it is. And I thought in my brain, I was like, I guess we're at the bottom of space, because you're a child and you're fucking stupid. But I 100% just like superimposed the image of Earth onto like the moon or something in my brain and like totally believed it.
That's so
like,
interesting.
So I don't know. I just that was a very demystifying kind of experience early on, and I think also I don't know, man. I was 7 years old in New York, and then 9/11 happens. Like ghosts aren't particularly scary.
Yeah, fair enough. You wish you were dealing with ghosts and their chicanery.
It's a ghost plane.
It's funny, man. Like it's just I was a little kid. I grew up Catholic. I believed in God. Then I went to Catholic school. I didn't believe in God anymore. And then I became older and I started to believe that there was a God again because things were so weird. In other words,
yeah, I know what you mean.
And these are different forms of God. Again, I believe in like a deist concept of a God, right?
Sure.
But it's because things are so fucking weird that we don't know anything that I leave that possibility open in my mind, no doubt. Like,
yeah,
that would be, why would that be so weird? That's kind of like what I wonder. It's like, we don't know where anything came from. We don't know where matter comes from. We don't know like why the Big Bang happened or what it's expanding into or why the expansion is quickening or like why there are rules that are universal around the entire like gravitational laws and all. It's like, it's fucking weird. That's weird. That's not as weird. Like, it's just as weird as there being like, yeah, there's someone doing it.
Yeah, I don't know why they're making a spin-off to Young Sheldon. Like, that confuses me.
I saw that. It's the meta spinoff.
Yeah.
Is there any other example of that? There has to be. A spinoff of a spinoff?
I'm probably like, I don't know, like a Bob Newhart show spinoff or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, Newhart kind of spins back, right?
Yeah.
Into the original.
Yeah. They had that clever little...
which is awesome.
It's interesting, although it technically sucks. Because like the answer is like, oh, it's a dream. Like it's mega unsatisfying.
Yeah,
it's like the first time that ever happened. So it's interesting.
And that was I was disappointed in that too, because that was my Newhart. Like I was a little kid when that Newhart of them in like Vermont at the hotel was on. And so when they referenced the Bob Newhart show, I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck this is when I was a little kid. You know? Like,
oh yeah, by the way, amazingly relevant material. So you're talking about the Bob Newhart show. I just realized how insane that is. But no, I think the ghost, you know what's unfortunate about the ghost thing is that like I do think I live in kind of like a circular, or I don't know if it's like a circular logic thing. Like there's a word for this term, but like I do feel like I'm open to the possibility of like seeing a ghost. Like I would love to see a ghost. But I also feel like if I ever saw a ghost and believed I saw a ghost, I would just kind of assume that I was finally insane. You know what I mean? So in some ways, I think there's almost like a firewall preventing me from believing it, because I think it would be more likely that I've simply gone insane. But then that would lead me into like a logic, like one of those logic paradoxes that breaks Star Trek computer, like Android people, where it's just like, if you're insane, how do you know you're insane? Like, doesn't that make you know what I mean?
God, if I ever really earnestly saw a ghost, like if I dead ass saw a ghost of someone I knew, even, or especially, I'd be like, what the fuck? Yeah, that would drive me crazy. It would drive me insane. Yeah, definitely. Dustin, do you have an answer for us?
Yeah. Well, this is just what Reddit says. But this says Happy Days is a spin-off from Love American Style. And so then Happy Days resulted in 7 different spin-offs.
Oh,
so that's one.
I don't think I knew Happy Days. That's crazy because I love Happy Days. I don't think I knew that it was a spinoff of anything. So who was the character? Were the Cunninghams the character in that original?
Let's see. Love American Style is an American anthology comedy from 1969 to 1974.
Okay,
so it's like an anthology. So it's like one of the sketches or one of the one of the episodes, maybe.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah,
I bet it happens a lot, really. Like, I mean, I know The Walking Dead has a bunch. I know Breaking Bad had. Wait, what are we talking about? It actually happens pretty often that there's although spinoffs of spinoffs, I guess, is like
that's what I'm saying. Spinoff of spinoffs. Like I was thinking, like this. Did anything spin off of The Simpsons, Futurama? Or is that?
It's not really a spinoff,
though.
Not really,
because The Simpsons started on that show in the '80s on Fox or whatever. Tracy Ullman. So that would anything spun off of that would be a spinoff of a spinoff, I guess. But yeah.
I guess there's not really that many.
No,
there's some other ones. Colin, I know you like the Golden Girls, right?
Right. There's Golden Palace.
Well, this says Golden Girls, Empty Nest.
Oh, Empty Nest.
Nurses.
Yeah. Oh, Nurses. Yes, that's true. All right. So Empty Nest is the show about the doctor that lives down the street from the girls, and then Nurses is about his daughters. Although I think that didn't last too long. And then Golden Girls has the spinoff Golden Palace as well, which was like when they owned a hotel. Do you guys remember this at all?
I've never seen any of this.
It's always some crazy business venture that they're always
Right, exactly.
Or it's like, what if we take these people and make them running in
Yeah.
into Heartland?
That's exactly what Newhart was. Back to Newhart. All right.
Anyway.
The fuck?
I don't know.
We're very lucky people. Just get to do whatever the fuck we want, I guess. All right, let's get into the news. Two big pieces of news happened last week that we didn't really get to reflect on because they both happened during the recording of the show. And one of them was still somewhat maturing during the show. So like we didn't really have all the information to talk about either. So those two games, those two things are what happened with Fair Games and Haven and Jade Raymond. So we'll get into that. And then the other thing is Bungie and what's going on with the so-called art theft. No, it's not so-called. I mean, it is art theft. And what that will mean for the future. So what I wanted to do is just reintroduce these stories somewhat and then get our reflections on them. And then we can move into kind of the new real stuff. But just to get the stuff on the record, because the timing was, inauspicious last time, let's say. I was bummed out by that because usually we have pretty good timing. Long-time listeners of Sacred Symbols will remember that we used to record the show on Mondays. And that was the dumbest thing you could have ever done. So we quickly moved it to recording Thursdays to allow the news to mature. And once that happened, we never really had these kinds of problems. So the fates conspired against us. So here's what we need to talk about. Fair Games. In development at Haven in Quebec, which so it was a Sony second party game at first. Sony bought the studio outright. They already own the IP. So they were developing this now as a first party game. And we had reported late during the show last week that Jade Raymond, the producer of Fair Games and the founder of Haven, has left the team. This is according to a Bloomberg report, and it said that the team hosted an external test for Fair Games, and I will have more to say about that after I kick it over to you guys, because I have some information about that I think will be interesting to the audience. But I want to hear what your guys' thoughts are on this. Dustin, let's go to you first. Jade Raymond out. You have to assume she was shown the door after the reaction to Fair Games from this internal test. What are your thoughts? And what are your conclusions about this? Nothing really more has come from this story. There's not more reporting on it right now, except for, I guess, some of what I'm going to tell you about the game itself. But I want to know your reflections. I'm sorry we didn't get to kind of delve into this too much last week.
Yeah. So I think the big thing right now that we're looking at is just the overall, maybe not complete, but we'll say overall failure of Sony's live service initiative. And I'm sure that Sony overall right now is very skittish about what the next release will be, because they absolutely do not want another failure like Concord. And the thing about Fair Games is that even when it was revealed, it wasn't particularly, we didn't get much. We got like no gameplay and very little description about the game, but we did get that pre-rendered sequence and a little bit of what the flavor of the game will be like. And I don't think it really lit the world on fire, at least not for us, that it was something that we thought looked particularly great or anything like that. And certainly it's had a lot of time to cook and percolate. And so based on some of the things I think you're going to share that you shared with us last week, it sounds like it wasn't very good and maybe a bit directionless in some ways. And it really does fall on the studio head at this point, where they probably looked around and were like, well, this is what you have so far. Like, this is what you have to show for all of this money that we pumped into this game. And so now they're hoping that they can potentially save the project. But I wonder if at some point we're just going to see Fair Games canceled altogether at some point. But who knows? Maybe there is something there that they think that they can save. The one other thing I wanted to point out, and I'm not entirely sure what my whole point is with this, but there's been a lot about how, like, man, how can anyone think that Sony can handle any of these projects after Concord and canceling Last of Us? And I think there is some truth to that, I think it's also important to remember with stories like this that Sony can fuck up on a lot of these things and it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't think there is like a conscious like, people are losing faith in Sony. Maybe in our specific bubble where we're able to look at and analyze all of these different missteps that have happened. But I was thinking like, man, if I talk to my friend Jason, who is, he plays a lot of games, but he's not like listening to podcasts or reading news. I'm like, if I mention like, oh, did you hear about Jade Raymond and Haven? He'd be like, what? And I think I think it's to be fair to say most PlayStation users have no idea about this. So while it is of great importance when we're looking at and commentating on the industry, I also think it's worth pointing out it is kind of a small blip at the same time.
What are your thoughts, Chris, before we get further into it?
Yeah, I mean, I do think this obviously, I don't know, to me this reeks of like, oh, well, this did not go as planned. Leave. It's kind of it's kind of the sense that I get out of it. I don't know. I think when we first saw Fair Games, it did strike me as kind of like, not exactly Fortnite. I do think people maybe use the Fortnite term a little bit too liberally, but like not particularly realistic looking, a little bit more neon, a little bit more stylized, I guess you could say, and seemed to be heist oriented. It didn't seem to get too many people excited. Maybe people were curious about it, but it didn't necessarily inspire a ton of conversation as far as I know. Like I don't remember seeing really any conversation about it when it first revealed. So the internal reception being not great is not super surprising, at least not to me. But I don't know if I have anything more to say. I don't really know much about Jade Raymond. I only know about like the stuff that you've talked about, Colin. Well, yeah, she's not a particularly she's not a figure that I happened across all that often.
She's a producer, and for people that don't know, I mean, I think people understand the different roles that people play in games, and they're not unlike the roles that are in film. So, I mean, if you think about a director and a producer in film, it's like the director is kind of the hands-on, the clay is in his hands or her hands. They're forming the product. Their fingerprints are all over it. The producer is facilitating the situation in which the director can work best, and the team around them. So they're keeping everyone on task. They're taking meetings. They're stepping in front of bullets and doing all these kinds of things and corralling the team. And in games, producers are fairly important. And it's notable that some studios worked without producers for a long time. Most famously, Naughty Dog had no producers until I think after The Last of Us or something like that, which is crazy when you think about it.
That's crazy.
So big projects usually have multiple producers that lead in. And so you might even have associate producers, and then the executive producer. And they're really all just corralling everything and keeping everything on task, on schedule. And so Jade Raymond is very much in that camp. And I say that because producers are vital. I mean, I think producers don't get enough credit sometimes. Like a good producer is worth their weight in gold, but they're not the creatives. Right. And without the creatives, the producer is going to produce whatever she has or he has access to. In this case, she has access to. So when she was the producer of Assassin's Creed, which is how she began, and she became the executive producer of Assassin's Creed and was the EP of that series, I think she produced Assassin's Creed, and then she was the executive producer of, I think, 2 Bloodlines. And I think she even co-directed Unity, if I want to say. I think that was like her only... She was like the managing director of the studio, I think, at that point. And she also did Far Cry 4 in that role, which is interesting. And of course, she was famously like the EP that really helped drive the original Watch Dogs. But she hasn't done anything since then. And she, I would imagine, is now officially persona non grata, because this is just my opinion, but you have to remember, she founded Motive at EA and then left before they released anything of note at all. And then she founds Haven. Sony invests in Haven's product, which is Fair Games, and then they like what they see, so they buy the team. And again, she's out before releasing anything. Really, the last game of note where she had her hands on the game and would have gotten credited for in some way is Far Cry 4. We're talking about 2014. So that's who Jade Raymond is. I mean, professionally, that's who she is. Like, how she got into this position makes sense in some way, because Assassin's Creed was like a really big game, and Watch Dogs actually was really big too. It wasn't great. Because I see a lot of people being like, she just got where she is because she's an attractive female and all these kinds of things. And I'm like, I don't think so, guys. Like, she did have bona fides at some point. Something along the way went tragically wrong. And the only thing that's certain is she's made an enormous amount of money without having put anything out there. And so it's a little disappointing. I'm wondering what the situation was with both Firewalk and Haven, and also Deviation, in that they kind of spooled those games up. And I wonder if at the same time, and I wonder if Sony did, I wonder if part of it was like, we reached these different milestones and then we're basically in or out, and they reached these different milestones. So like Deviation, they were out, they kind of poached a bunch of people and then started the new studio that they have going now, Team LFG or whatever the hell it's called. And then with the others, they got further along to the point where it's like, now we talk about buying the studio. Now we talk about really investing in it. And they got to those points with these guys. I don't think getting involved with Haven was all bad news, because I do really think it's smart for Sony to try to get involved in the Quebec. I've said this many times, like, just having a footprint in the Quebec gaming scene is huge. It's probably one of the 5 biggest pools of game developers in the world is in Quebec. You know, you're talking about Japan, the West Coast of the United States, you know, parts of Europe maybe, and Quebec. So I liked that move. But for this game, and I think Fair Games, I was really the only one saying this at the time, so I understand that I'm definitely in a minority position, and it seems like everyone else was right all along, but it was like, I think this game sounds cool. I want to see what it is, right? And it doesn't seem like I was right. So here's what I can tell you. I know someone that played the game, and I said this last week. I went back and talked to this person and asked if I can talk about this stuff publicly, and that person said yes. So here's what I know that I can share with you, is that the game was distributed in pre-alpha form digitally over PSN to a handful of people. Like, I don't know how many. It could be hundreds or whatever. I don't know. And it was distributed as a game called Project Hearts. And it wasn't actually branded as Fair Games. Although what's funny is that the Fair Games logo apparently is in the loading screens. So it didn't really matter what they were calling it. It was pretty obvious what it was. It was described to me as something like a battle royale crossed with an extraction shooter. And it was described as like, basically you're dropped into this open city as a party of 3 or 4 players fighting against other parties in the same city of 3 or 4. And you're trying to basically get to these various arenas with vaults in them, where you rob the vault and then kind of get out of dodge, and people are basically attacking you and stuff. And it's like all team based. The gameplay and like the feel of it was described as a cross between Fortnite and The Division. And it was explicitly, like I said, described as PvPvE. And it was described to me as quote unquote super clunky, and it quote unquote feels not good, end quote, to play. There were some other things in here too about weapons. There's like a Tesla coil weapon and these explosive mines and all sorts of other things. And conceptually, it sounds like the idea is pretty cool, that everyone's dropped into the same kind of like metropolis. And then there are all these various locales that you're trying to rob and kind of get out to get to the next place, and so on and so forth. So kind of like a more, and I'm not an extraction shooter fan at all, so I don't really know what I'm talking about super well, but something that seems more loop based and continuous, as opposed to one drop, one extraction, all the weight of the world on your shoulders right there. You're going to lose all your shit. And if you don't get out, kind of something more serious. So maybe something a little more playful, but that's just my read of what I was told. I don't know. So yeah, it's I'm trying. Let me read here. Right. So the idea is like in this city, people are given these various like specific buildings and other places to go to rob these vaults, so people know where to go and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, distributed it as Project Hearts. And yeah, doesn't seem like they got good feedback, and that's relevant because I think that she's out because of that. I don't know. It seems like Bloomberg's reporting suggests that was kind of what was up to, and I don't know if that's true or not. That's just my conjecture, but I think based fairly well in evidence before us. I mean, if you found a studio in 2021 and spool up a game, Sony invests fully in your game and buys the team outright, and then you spend years on it, and then you have a pre-alpha distributed test in which people are not impressed with it, you're in a lot of trouble. So that makes sense to me. Now, what will they do with this? I have no idea. I don't know.
It's strange to me that so much of Sony's live service push seems to be in extraction shooters. Like, that's kind of strange.
Yeah.
Like, even, I guess this is debatable because it's not truly an extraction shooter, although it's based around extracting, but like Helldivers even, the idea of just like getting in and getting out with, materials or whatever. Like that's an extraction shooter, that Marathon is an extraction shooter, that this is apparently like some kind of PvE extraction shooter. It's like, it's very interesting. It's very strange to me that seems to be the focus for so many of these. As if that was like an obvious North Star that they should chase. Just odd. Just an odd note.
Maybe part of the mindset is like, you think about with Battle Royale, even there was H1Z1 or something. It's one of the zombie-based ones that then
DayZ,
PUBG started to, I mean, not to say PUBG was small at all, but PUBG took off, and I mean, was even a Game of the Year nominee and stuff like that. But Fortnite was able to take that formula and just completely like launch it into the stratosphere. And maybe they're hoping, they're like, okay, well, there's something going on with extraction shooters, but no one's, and of course, Tarkov and others have been successful, but no one's taken extraction shooters to the mainstream. This is the gameplay type that is ripe for someone to go and make the Fortnite of extraction shooters.
Yeah. Tarkov is their PUBG. It's huge, a little janky. People love it. They're looking for a AAA kind of polished Fortnite answer to it. Like, I get it, but it's also just like, it's just interesting that all of them are extraction shooters in some way, and that there was no attempt to do anything else is strange.
Yeah, it's I guess
although we don't know, because like there's probably a lot of things that were canceled, and also like obviously The Last of Us.
I guess other relevant information is that there are classes. It's class based. Each one has their own weapons and their own gadgets and things to fuck around with, and that you start with your party in some sort of hub where you can change your cosmetics and buy things and do all the sorts. So the normal trappings of this sort of thing. But yeah, it sounds like basically you're dropped into a wide open city. Other parties are in the city. It's like maybe 3 or 4 players. The person I talked to said he had never played with more than 3 people, even though it seemed like it would be a 4-person game. I don't know. So it's unclear to me. I didn't ask too many more probing questions, but and yeah, so you're dropped into this city, and then you go to a place to get things out of a vault, and then you go to another place to extract. But it's within the chaos of everyone doing that towards different targets, I guess. I'm not into extraction shooters, so I really don't know. But yeah, it's so described again as gameplay Fortnite and Cross the Division, and the genre being like battle royale cross extraction shooter. So, and this person notes, he says that it feels like it could eventually be cool. So it's not like he's all down on it. My whole thing is not knowing much more than what was told to me is, what can you do to it now without making it a totally different game? I think this is going to be the problem Marathon's going to run into, and we're going to run into this. It's like, it is what it is. If you really start fundamentally changing massive things about it, then it's not the same game. You might as well just cancel it and start again. And you can use scraps and pieces from it to inform your new game, but you're not making the same thing. We had the same exact discussion with Rocksteady and Justice League, where it was like, well, you can delay it for a year, but it is what it is. I don't know what you're going to do to it in a year. You can't do much to it. And if they've been working on this project for 4 years now, which it seems like they have been, then it is what it is. And I don't know. I don't know if you cancel it or not. I don't know what you do. I really don't. They still kind of have, this is to Dustin's point, still have kind of control over the messaging on this game, because Jade Raymond is not a known quantity. And outside of, especially modern enthusiast circles, wouldn't even know her or maybe have interacted with anything she's ever made. And this is a small Bloomberg article about a pre-alpha test that a small handful of people played, and we don't even really know much more than what I just told you publicly. So they can still, it's not like Concord, because they really showed Concord. And at that point, it really is too late. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
My thing too that I was thinking is that if it is Fortnite/Division-esque in its combat feel, but clearly much worse, let's say they do tune it up and make it fun to play. What's stopping? I mean, maybe there already is in Fortnite. Is there an extraction mode in Fortnite? Like, Fortnite could practically just do this. Like, they add new shit to that game all the time. And that's my thing, is like, maybe they do make something decent, but if Fortnite, that everyone already is well invested in and clearly will play much better from years and years of, tuning that game, like it's dead. Like, why would anyone play that at that point? Like, what's its differentiating feature other than it's like this hybrid battle royale extraction shooter? And who's to say Fortnite couldn't just add that? And then what appeal does it have at that point?
Yeah, it's a very flexible game, and they seem to be really good at reacting. So like that's not even really all that impossible.
Let's see.
Fortnite in and of itself kind of feels like a PlayStation. There's so many different experiences in it, and so many people are already like kind of rooted in that ecosystem. Like, yeah, why would you try and invest in something that's unproven when all your skins are here and all your stats are here? It's an interesting kind of problem.
I am finding, so like there's an article from Game Rant, rumor Fortnite could be adding extraction shooter mode. So
look at that.
There is rumors about a Fortnite extraction mode, and then it's like, okay, well,
it's just too bad that we say this all the time. This has long been my theory, that digital products recede to monopolies because things become too good or so good. There's no such thing. Too good is good, but so good, right? Your Amazons, there's obviously Google and Android, and it's huge, but Apple is like one other product. It's like everything versus Apple. Apple is like this monolith, right? These things, Twitter for short form things, Instagram for pictures, Facebook for old people, like whatever. It all distills down to that, and it sucks that that's happening to games, because I don't want it all to be in Fortnite. I mean, that's cool, but it's just so. It's really smart out for Epic, but it's just lazy on behalf of the gamer. But I guess people just want to be in these platform type games.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily blame them, but I don't know. Aren't people bored? I get so bored with games if I can't play a game for that long. I just don't get that. That's fucking crazy that people just love spending so much time with games.
Well, I think that's kind of the unique thing about Fortnite, is that it's so different from what it launched with, and they've expanded where it's like Fortnite has vehicles, Fortnite has a first person mode, Fortnite has a rock band mode, it has a racing, like a totally separate racing mode outside of the cars in the actual Fortnite map. Like, it's not just that they're making slight changes or new weapons or whatever. They are Fortnite is a platform in itself where they can release sub games within it. So that is the thing about it that makes it different from just playing like Helldivers forever and ever, is that they're implementing things that practically make it games within the game.
Yeah, you're ultimately on Fortnite 5 at this point,
Yeah.
With how much has changed.
Guys, I forgot such an important key to this story.
Oh.
Jade Raymond also is at Stadia.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember her that in that conference, her being in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just so she was at Ubisoft, then she founded Motive with EA. She left before they released anything. She was nominated to the board of directors of the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences in 2018. It's like, okay. Left in 2018 she left Motive and announced that she was now a VP at Google in 2019. And then she left there in 2021, founded Haven. That's right, because Haven was a bunch of that's right. It was like that was like basically a bunch of Stadia people combined with that were also a bunch of Ubisoft people. That's just,
yeah.
People would be stupid as fuck to give her any more money and power in this industry. I'm sorry. Things turned out okay for Motive, but long after she was gone, and things didn't work out well for Stadia. I mean, we called that a mile away. Anyone with a brain fucking called that from a mile away. And then this thing with Haven, it's just now that's it. 3 strikes, you're done. Not that she was hurting. I mean, she's made an enormous amount of money doing this, but you can't have any respect for her work at this point anymore. It's cool. She was a key player for Assassin's Creed. That's dope. A long time ago. The studio. All right. So there's a few things to kind of wrap this up. In the Bloomberg article, it's noting that Sony did give Jason Schreier a statement, and they said, quote, Jade Raymond has been an incredible partner and visionary force in founding Haven Studios. We are deeply grateful for her leadership and contributions, and we wish her all the best in her next chapter. And the spokesperson also said, according to Bloomberg, quote, that Sony is committed to supporting Haven Studios and excited to continue the journey. They note that the studio co-heads are now women, a woman named Marie-Eve Denis and a guy named Pierre-Francois Sapinski, who was already, I think, helping to lead the studio anyway. Can we ease up with the fucking French names maybe? So if you look at Pierre-Francois Sapinski, he was a Ubisoft veteran as well and was actually the production director of Rainbow Six Siege. So good stuff there, but he was a senior production director at Stadia and then was one of the co-founders of Haven. So he remains. The other person, Marie-Eve Denis, also comes from Ubisoft and was a full-time producer working primarily on For Honor. So that's another successful project, no doubt. And then she went to Epic, and then she went back to Ubisoft apparently, and then she joined Haven only in June of 23. So this is a little bit of new blood coming in after the project is well on its way. So maybe a good sign or a decently fair sign that things are happening, but from my contact, the game is not good. It sounds like the people that played it elsewhere agree. I would imagine that this is why Jade was likely shown the door. Or, I mean, if she wasn't shown the door, she might have quit out of honor. I mean, saying like, okay, like this isn't working. Maybe it's time for me to go. And I'm sure she's already vested. I wonder how much Sony paid for the studio. So, man. Now, Dustin, you said it at the very top of the conversation. Do they cancel Fair Games? I just don't know. Imagine they're probably talking about what to do now based on the feedback that they've gotten on this so-called Project Hearts. So, we'll wait and see. I don't know that they can take much more bad PR. But what is the worst PR? Just pulling the plug before anyone ever sees the game, or trying to make it work when it's just not going to work? As we're going to talk about with Marathon, like I think Marathon is maybe goose is cooked. So I don't think a game like I think like Fair Games is. I don't know. What a disaster! Just the whole games as a service initiative was botched. It'll always be a shame because the money invested differently and in different ways with different studios and different heads and different creatives and all of that could have come up with obviously different games, and it would have worked out differently. Yes, they have Helldivers. What's funny about Helldivers is that seemed to be the one that was made with the least amount of their influence. That's what's so funny about it, is they didn't buy the team. the team doesn't want, I don't know if you saw Arrowhead's like, our next game, we're not working with Sony. So, and they said they would be open to it again, but I don't feel like if I were, I feel like, I don't want to say there's no love lost, but I think Helldivers was mismanaged. They're doing well. We're going to talk about them later, but you imagine things are a little maybe dicey there, although they probably are happy with the outcome. But the games that they've tried to exert the most influence on are the ones that failed. Yeah. And people will continuously, and I understand, but people look at it and be like, well, this whole idea was stupid. And I'm like, it wasn't. That's the thing, is it wasn't stupid. It was really smart. But it was executed so stupidly that it's almost hard to fathom. You just naturally speaking, games shouldn't, if you deploy this many projects, more than one of them should be successful. Not Helldivers level successful, but stick around or be like appealing to someone or like have some sort of draw for people. It's fucking crazy. You have to try to fuck this up this badly, I think, in my opinion. And I don't know what they do, because you can I don't play what's funny is that me advocating for these kinds of games is not reflective of me wanting these kinds of games, clearly, because I don't play them. I didn't play Concord. I don't give a fuck about Concord. I'm not going to play Marathon. Fair Games I didn't see, so I don't want to judge Fair Games yet, but based on what it sounds like, I wouldn't play Fair Games either. So it's not for me. It's just like, what's for the health of the ecosystem and like what will court players and what do players want? And players aren't me. If I dictated the terms of the industry, it would look a lot different than it does. So you have to look at it through, you can't be myopic with it. You have to like look at it and say like, yeah, you can't extract little 50 and 100 and $150 million profits out of single player games 3 times a year and expect to survive. You need big games that can make you billions of dollars. It's just period. That's what you need. And they really have nothing seemingly going. I mean, I guess Marathon, and we'll talk about, is unknown, I suppose, to be fair. There's Horizon Online that will probably be great, but I don't know that people will care. There's also the Horizon MMO. That's kind of something else entirely. There's the Team LFG game. That's some sort of online shooter, I guess. And so we'll see, but I don't know. A lot of failures. And Fair Games, we'll see what they do. I imagine if I were making a bet right now, I don't know. You would assume maybe they let this thing come out. I don't know. But you could write, if you do cancel it, the studio's done.
Yeah. And
the investment is totally, I don't know. It's fucking crazy, man. I would have made such better decisions than this. I'm just telling you. Not that means
most
anything.
People, I think most people make better decisions than executives, as I'm sure we'll talk about very briefly.
All right, well, let's get into the next topic then. This was one that is in many ways way bigger. And a lot of people wrote in about, I tried to distill some of your guys' things, but there was this, we only touched on it briefly last week because it was really still developing at the time, and we really had none of the information that we needed. But there was this notion that Bungie had ripped off an artist. What was the artist's name? Anti-Real?
Anti-Real, yeah. It was spelled in like leet speak, so like numbers for letters, but like the artist name is Anti-Real.
Right. Yeah, it's 4NT1R34L. Yeah, so it's like, all right, Jesus Christ. I'm back. I'm back playing Soldier of Fortune in like 2000 on PC. So what you find and people can go look, and I'm sure a lot of people have already looked, is like, wow, they really did rip this person off. Like literally. It's not even a figurative, inspirational, grafting of someone's style. It's their shit. With the little things, like I know Dagan hides a lot of shit in his art too, and like with a lot of the things that are hidden in the art still on like the bitmaps and stuff, and it's like really
like logos.
Right, it's bad. And this isn't the first time Bungie has done this. It's not even the second or third time Bungie has done this. I don't know if it's just their culture or the fact that they contract a lot of people, which I think it's probably both of those things. But you have to trust the people you're working with. In other words, I don't think anyone there thought that you don't think you're going to get away with something like this. So you obviously don't want it in your game. Someone's going to notice. But still the buck stops with someone. And Bungie wrote a statement saying, quote, "We immediately investigated a concern regarding unauthorized use of artist decals in Marathon and confirmed that a former Bungie artist included these in a texture sheet that was ultimately used in game. This issue was unknown by our existing art team, and we are still reviewing how this oversight occurred. We take matters like this very seriously. We have reached out to Anti-Real to discuss the issues and are committed to doing right by the artist. As a matter of policy, we do not use the work of artists without their permission." I would hope not. "To prevent similar issues in the future, we are conducting a thorough review of our in-game assets, specifically those done by the former Bungie artist, and implementing stricter checks to document all artist contributions. We value the creativity and dedication of all artists who contribute to our games, and we are committed to doing right by them. Thank you for bringing this to our attention." I was thinking, Chris, that we should do, maybe even next week, I'll reach out to Destin Legary, my old friend at IGN. He did a video, I don't know if you saw it yet, where he talked to somebody. Yeah, okay. I have to watch the rest of it, but I saw that he did it, and I wanted to sit down and maybe see if he wanted to come on, and maybe you can come on, and we can have whoever wants to be on, and just kind of go over this stuff, because it just seems like Bungie is in a death spiral, actually, in some sense, to me. I'm wondering if you agree, and in other words, I think Marathon will probably come out, but I just, they really seem like they have no goodwill anymore. And without people willing to spend money and time with your stuff and respecting you, it's not going to work, especially when you employ that many people. So I really am curious to know what you think about everything that's happened in the last week.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's ridiculous that it's so blatant. You know, this former artist, whatever, I believe hasn't been at the studio since 2020, as far as I've heard, as far as like the research that I've done. But like, it's still like, dude, it's direct decal work. A lot of typography stuff that was just like straight up on in-game assets. I think even the logo, even the artist's like logo was in it. So this artist made no attempt to even hide or, transform it in any way. It was just straight up stem to stern, like this is straight up this Twitter artist's thing. It should be noted that this, I believe this is the first time Bungie in-house has done this. Like, I think a lot of the previous plagiarism accusations or the previous plagiarism instances came from contractors, or specifically there was a Nerf gun collaboration that they were doing where they lifted like a Nerf design and like some other merch related thing. It was always like a third party. But this is like the first time it's ever happened, as far as I know, this egregiously and from in-house. So this is not like, slap on the wrist, kind of like, oh, well, how could they have known? This is like, this is a problem, very clearly. And it speaks to not only a problem with their system of vetting this stuff, but also the kind of the culture that they've engendered, where like, why would somebody get a job at Bungie, do this so flagrantly and then leave? Like, you clearly don't have a great system in place. If it got through many years of art passes, and to be fair, I don't even know what that process would look like. If I was working at a studio and I got a decal sheet from an artist, I don't know if I would immediately have to assume that it was stolen. I wouldn't know how to find out even if it was, without like putting every bit of art that I've ever, approved of on social media and asking like, hey, is this stolen? I don't know how you go about it, really. But the buck ultimately has to stop. And I've been saying for years, you can go back and look at every single time we've talked about Bungie. Their leadership has been horrendous for a long, long time. The fact that they've even made some of the best games ever under that leadership is fucking crazy to me. Like, I don't even understand how you do anything. They're like head guys like on sabbatical all the goddamn time. There's no strict, people don't have like actual positions until they just decide one day that they do. It seems like very dysfunctional and disorganized. And so, yeah, man, this is fucking nuclear in my opinion. And I don't want to overstate it, because I do think the idea that like the entire, and even I mistakenly might have said this on Twitter, where it's like, I don't think the entire aesthetic of the game is ripped off. I think like this is very clearly like Wipeout. Like if you've ever played Wipeout, you know what this visual style is. It's these very specific decals, which are like a handful, but numerously like plastered throughout the game. And it's enough to be like, how do you let this happen? You've got to fix this. But now it brings into question like what else? It puts the whole game under this light of like what else is not from you? What else is like lifted from like some artist who either doesn't even know that they've been stolen from yet, or it's just mega disappointing. And I don't know what else to say about it really. Like I think I was already on the side of like Marathon needing a delay before this anyway, because I do think, as far as I've heard, it's been like rebooted, or it was like rebooted about like a year and a half ago or something. So like I do think it needs more time anyway, but you can't. I'm of the firm opinion that you cannot release this game this year in this, like in this climate at all, regardless of whether it needs a delay or not. Like you need to either gain some distance, make things right. I don't know what they're doing with this artist, by the way. I don't know what the if there's been an agreement or what, but that artist needs to be. They got to do right by this artist because it's crazy. It's so egregious.
I was told by someone familiar with marketing plans in a key overseas market that there are now no plans to do paid marketing for Marathon at all. I don't know if those plans were affected by what has recently happened or if that was always the plan or whatever. But it is considered a fairly unusual move for a game of this high profile. So that's interesting. And I appreciate that person reaching out about that. But well, before we go any further, Dustin, let's get you on the record here because we haven't really talked to you about this. What do you think about what's going on with Bungie, this art theft? I do agree with what Chris was saying. There is a certain futuristic, future corp kind of aesthetic that Wipeout really did start that is in this game.
It's Designers Republic, I think, is like the right. People who established that style. And it is all over it for sure. But it's one thing to take inspiration from an art style and like kind of repurpose it. And it's another thing to use fucking assets stolen from Twitter. It's fucking crazy.
Right. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go good.
Well, yeah, it's definitely, I mean, as Chris was saying, like completely egregious to the point where I'm looking at the posts from the original user Anti-Real where it's like, yep, that's just somebody took that asset in Photoshop, lifted it, and then put it in the game directly. And yeah, it's not the entire visual makeup of the game. What I find kind of interesting is, and I knew I read this is from a PC Gamer article where people had pointed out that this user Anti-Real was followed by Marathon franchise art director Joseph Cross and apparently Anti-Real had noted that other Bungie artists had followed her. And I guess it is possible that maybe they didn't realize it because they probably follow a bunch of people and look at art all the time for inspiration, not copy, but inspiration,
Yeah.
And it's one of those things. I wonder how you even set up a system to verify. I guess it's one of those things too. It's like you have to hire people that you don't think would do this, but I know things happen. But it's like, how do you make sure that all of the assets in a game that has thousands of assets are all verified original? That's a good question. I don't know how much the art director himself is at fault. As we've been saying, the buck has to stop with somebody, but I don't know if you guys saw the live stream that they did shortly after. And it's just
depressing, man.
Broken.
It's really, it's so sad because the thing to me is like, I saw that too. Like they were following this artist, and I don't know if you guys feel similarly to me, but like I'm of the mind where it's like, if you're going to steal art from an artist, like intentionally and on purpose, or like with malicious, like I'm going to take this art and repurpose it as my own and we're going to use this for the game, I would almost delete if I was trying to do that, I would absolutely unfollow I would have no trail at all. with that person, because why would I even want to invite that suspicion? You know what I mean? Like, I really get the sense that, like, I don't think Joseph Cross knew. It is his responsibility ultimately, because he needs to verify that shit. So I think from a company perspective, like, he should bear the responsibility. But, like, on a personal note, like, I feel bad for that guy, because, like, there's no way he knew. Like, I don't buy that he knew. I don't buy that.
Another funny detail about this is, and I didn't find this, someone pointed it out. Anti-Real in 2024 posted, "I hid loss in my design 6 years ago and nobody caught it." So if you don't know, the loss meme is referencing, is it a penny arcade?
A penny arcade, yeah.
A penny arcade comic that involves a woman having a miscarriage that got memed endlessly. But you can see that hidden meme that Anti-Real made. It's on like a whiteboard.
Yeah.
In Marathon. So it's like even that was copied. It's like, man.
It's ridiculous.
It's bad. I want to show like a little bit of grace to like the people involved too. Like you're saying, like I didn't watch the stream, but I saw the pictures of the art, like the art director or whatever, looking like you saw a ghost. And these games are big. They're complicated. There are systems of approval, and things get ingested into tool sets that can then be deployed into the game. And so you just assume, as designers are placing things and doing things, you would just assume things have gone and been vetted, and it's your turn now to execute on what you need to do, and so on and so forth. So these things just kind of let loose, and you trust every link of the chain. And it could have just been a mistake, right? Like I do allow for that it could have, I guess, been a mistake. And the reason I say that is, I don't think it was, but the reason I say that is, and this is a very Colin reference, but you just don't, and it has to do with 311, by the way, but you just don't expect that people that do things the right way are going to do things the wrong way. That you guys probably wouldn't remember this. It was a little bit of a story in like the rock music industry in 2019, but on 311's, I guess it was their 13th album, Voyager, there is a song they straight up ripped off from someone. And
really?
It's a song people can look up. It's a song called Crossfire, and you can read about it. There's like a whole controversy around it. And they admit, they're like, yeah, we did take this song from someone. But they were like, what happened was we have like these tools on our computers where we have like little, like a guitar riff or things that we just record things over and over again. And that just got ingested into it. We just thought it was ours. And I believe them. The reason I believe them is because they have 12 other records where no one has ever accused them. Like, why would they just steal someone's shit? And then this song that's already published that sounds just like it with the same guitar riff in it. And they were like totally contrite and horrified and all the rest. And I believe that there was like a mistake made along the way. Because but that's why I thought that Bungie's experience in the past of doing some weird shit might be more relevant. Although, like you're saying, this is the first time it's happened in-house. But you start kind of squinting a little bit more when you're like, well...
Oh, of course. Their pipeline is completely it's not functioning.
Right.
You know?
Right. So I want to show a little bit of grace that like these mistakes do happen, and like people really do make horrifying... I remember when I was a writer... I guess I am still a writer, but when I would write articles, I'd always be horrified that I was saying something the exact same way that someone else was saying something, and something I read, but I didn't realize it. Never happened.
Right.
Right. But I was always horrified about that. Like, oh my God, like the worst possible thing you can do is think you came up with something or have some sort of mistake about the provenance of something, and then you put it forward as your own. So there is a possibility that happened, but I just doubt it. And I will be very interested to see what their audit says, if they'll even release publicly what the nature of that audit is.
Yeah.
Zach Capuzzo wrote into us and said, sorry, Chris, but is it time we recognize how Bungie is the new BioWare? What has Bungie done to warrant talking as if they're some sort of golden standard studio? I thought Destiny 2 was a cheap Borderlands copy that had poor console performance and obtuse DLC. They got Factions 2 multiplayer canceled and now have been involved with yet another plagiarism scandal. Is it time we stop glazing a studio whose last good game was in 2007? So that would be Halo 3. I don't think that's...
That's crazy.
Take it easy.
Because they did even 2 Halo games after that, right? Plus,
yeah,
Destiny is widely considered a Hallmark game. I mean, it's not really a game for me, but I don't know that I agree with that assessment. But what have they done recently? I think is a bigger question. Sure, and what is the nature of the studio, and do they deserve this respect? I've been very critical of this acquisition since the very beginning, so I have nothing new to really add that I haven't already said. I am curious what you think about Zach's aggression here, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like Bungie games because of the way they feel to play. I don't really care. Like, I'm interested in the studio because of that, but like, I mean, dude, like Bungie could go away tomorrow and it would be like, oh, that sucks. There's like a million other things to play. That would be a bummer, I guess, for like exactly 10 minutes. But to me, I don't know, the idea that like, it's as if like the final shape wasn't crazy good, or that Destiny 2 wasn't this huge thing. I don't think you can compare it to BioWare that had 3 from the ground up failures back to back to back. I think that's like a disingenuous comparison. But there's no question, and I've said this so many times, I lose track of it, that the Bungie leadership has been just a disaster. And there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know if we want to get into the Destin Legary thing, because you've not seen the whole thing.
No,
right?
Yeah, but please go on. But
like, dude, there's so many developers on the team who are just like, dude, we raised concerns about Marathon's purely PvP focus really early on, and the higher ups just didn't want to hear it. The developers there, I truly believe, know really the best. They make some of the best feeling shit ever. Even Marathon, with its bare bones and its compromise and as poor as the leadership has been on that project, felt like a dream to me to play. So like, that's why I think that studio there's a special sauce in that studio. But that upper management that has been there since Halo 2, by the way, damn near, is just not part of it. Like, I think the studio's successes has been in spite of that leadership. You know, I think, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's too hyperbolic or too strong, but like, it's very clear that even in-house, no one feels like they're doing the right job, or no one feels like they're doing a good job. I mean, dude, Jason, like, I haven't talked about Jason Jones really ever, but like, he's like one of the heads of that studio. Every story I hear about that guy is that he's on sabbatical.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's like never there, right? I mean,
he's never there. So what is he? What's even going on? And the decision to make Marathon an extraction shooter came from higher up, and all these things, where like everything that's wrong with Bungie games seems to come from upper management, and everything that's right, the way that it feels, the way that combat works, the way it looks, seems to come from the devs, and even to the point where the way things look is now being compromised by the way things are being run. So like, I have no sympathy for the leadership at Bungie. I think they're genuinely terrible, and I think they need to be axed yesterday. But like, it doesn't change the fact that like, I think those games feel good to play, and probably still are like second class to none. But that's the apples and oranges of the situation, or that's the yin and yang of the situation. Is that like, here's this unfortunately very talented group of developers who know how to make a great fucking feeling game that are led by just some of the least the dumbest people in the world. We talked earlier on in the episode about how it feels like the average person can run a company or make better decisions than a lot of executives seem to be able to.
Yeah.
And no situation is that more true than here, I think.
I think that people begin to believe their own hype and stick around beyond their usefulness. Well, it doesn't. It seemed like you wanted to get in here. Before we go.
It's a bit of an aside about Bungie.
Oh, good.
But what do you guys think? Zach writes about how they got Factions 2 multiplayer canceled.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like, well, maybe sort of, but I don't think that they're the ones that we should crucify for that. Like, Bungie comes in, I'm assuming this is what it was like, because we don't really know. But it's like, Bungie's like, hey, we have experience making a live service multiplayer game. This is what your players are going to expect from you. Are you ready to do that? And Naughty Dog said, no. How about no?
Yeah.
I just, that's something I commonly see brought up, is like, look at Bungie's shithole. And maybe it is true. Maybe that is true. But I just am not ready to bury them for canceling The Last of Us multiplayer when clearly that was misguided from the beginning. If suddenly Naughty Dog, after being told like, oh wait, we got to support this thing.
Yeah,
it's like maybe there was a problem a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm kind of the mind, and maybe Colin knows more about this because he's a little bit closer to that situation. But like, I'm kind of the mind based on what I've heard about that situation of Bungie supposedly canceling The Last of Us was exactly what Dustin was talking about. How like it seemed like, and yeah, I think even Naughty Dog did they give an official interview about this? Like where they mentioned it, where they were saying like we didn't understand the undertaking of it.
Yeah,
I remember that being a story.
Yeah, I think that was what they said. Or in their statement canceling it, that's what they said, I think.
Yeah. And to me, I kind of feel like I believe that because if they wanted to, look, Naughty Dog is like their premier studio. I think if they wanted to say, hey, listen, this live service thing isn't working. Can we just put out like just a standard rudimentary, like PS3 generation style, one-off kind of junk food multiplayer mode? I fully believe that they could have done that, but I don't think that's what Sony wanted. I think Sony's very clearly chasing this. No, we need something that's like very monetizable. We're not going to spin up servers to make something that's just not going to continuously make money. That's my read of the situation, because like as their premier studio, I think they could get away with pitching something like that if that's what the route that they wanted to go. But it's very clearly not the route that Sony's looking for. They're looking for these live service things, especially at that time, to spool up and potentially make Fortnite money. They're not interested in the one-off, deathmatch multiplayer thing that we used to get all the time.
Another thing I was thinking about that, Colin, part of your interview with Neil, I'm going to spoil part of it, but this is the part that some news outlets have picked up, is you had asked about more Last of Us, and Neil's response was like, I don't want to do anything unless I feel like it's worthy or of quality, because everything we've done with Last of Us, including a theme park attraction, we've done to the absolute highest quality we can do. So I want, my theory, I guess, is that I wonder how much Neil was like when they were like, oh, you're going to, if we want to do this, Naughty Dog is either going to be bound to this or they're going to have to get external teams to do it. And Neil was like, no, like I will not relinquish The Last of Us to another team that I don't have total quality control, or Naughty Dog as a whole has quality control over. So that's my theory.
Yeah, and it's highly relevant.
Neil killed it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I
blame him.
He did. He killed it. Yeah, I think it should. Yeah, well, I think boutique things like that need to remain at the highest quality. Two things about this, though. I think that Bungie helped open Naughty Dog's eyes to something that was real about the contractual obligation, let's say, with the audience when you do something like this, and how that's going to consume everything that they do, and they have to make a choice. And that's bad higher up above Naughty Dog direction to have allowed a studio to be put in a position like that and have to have their eyes opened by another team. Might have been one of the few things Bungie did that might have actually worked out ultimately in the end, depending on how things go, right? We don't really know. The thing that's frustrating about this, as I've said ad nauseum, though, is that I know people who have played it and it was great, according to them. And it's just frustrating when you hear that from people who you trust and know, and they know. I mean, Shuhei said it himself on the first time we interviewed him a few months ago. Yeah. Like that he played it, and right? Wasn't that on the show? I think that was it. I don't want to misquote him. I'm pretty sure that's what we talked about. And that I had heard that from people too. And then so when you see something like Concord come out and it's like, it's ass and no one likes it, and then you hear about Fair Games not doing well, it's like, well, you fucking had something. I like, that's the other thing. It's just another bad decision.
Well, that is also the mismanagement with Sony too. It's just like, I firmly believe that, like, I think you could put out something like The Last of Us multiplayer and not even really support it. I think you could just be like, hey, here's the experience. It's like 7 maps or whatever. It's the core gameplay loop is here. Have fun. And I really believe that would work pretty well. Like, I don't think you necessarily need to have like, we're adding a a bicycle to the last of it. Like, I don't think you necessarily need that stuff.
Yeah.
You do if you want to make it grow and have it make a shit ton of money after sale, which is, I think, ultimately what Sony wants. And so they're not interested in spinning that off. But I firmly believe that, like, a Last of Us 2 multiplayer would have been sick, and it didn't need to be live service.
I agree with you. I think we've not that it has an incredible amount of players, but I'm pretty sure Factions on PS3 is still going. I could be wrong about that. Nonetheless, certainly on PS4 it's going. And because people are still earning trophies for it and stuff, and that was barely updated after launch, with the exception of a few things and a few new additions, and people still love it. I think sometimes it's like Monopoly.
Yeah.
Like Monopoly is this ancient game, comes from another game, like the Rent game or something. It's just fun. You don't really need to, every time you try to make Monopoly into something more, it doesn't become fun anymore because it's just fucking Monopoly. And sometimes you can just play things over and over again. Chess.
Yeah. If it's a strong enough gameplay loop, the game will speak for itself. But I think what a lot of companies and a lot of publishers look at is they're like, man, people are spending hundreds of hours on this game and we haven't made a dime, like we haven't made a dime off of that 100 hours.
Right.
Outside of the initial sale. And they see the alternative where, like, well, brother, Fortnite's raking in billions constantly. Like GTA Online is making money hand over fist every goddamn day. I think about that a lot with the Master Chief Collection, and it's why I don't think the Master Chief Collection is probably coming to PlayStation, actually. I think they're going to want to remake. They're going to want to focus on that Halo remake or whatever, because there is no monetization in the Master Chief Collection after the point of sale at all. And that was something to satiate the community at a point where, like, they really needed a lot of goodwill. And I think it was the right call, but they probably look at that and I'm like, bro, there's 5 games in this. There's 5 games in this that people are playing still to this day. Like, I can still jump on that on a console and find, like, a big team battle game in, like, minutes. So people are still playing the shit out of those old games, and not a dime is being made. And they see that as undoubtedly opportunity cost in some sense. It's like, there's so many game hours being spent on our games, but we're not, what do we get out of that? Outside of them not spending it elsewhere, I guess. I don't know. It's an unfortunate reality of, like, the current landscape that I wish wasn't the case, but it is.
Darbar Dinks wrote in. We have to get him just right. It'll all come together. What up, sacred skunks? What the hell is going on with Bungie? I know this has been a frequent topic in previous podcasts, but will Sony finally take out the C-suite trash and allow Bungie to thrive? Or is it too late for them? Destin had a great video released today talking about this mismanagement from the corporate level and how the developers are now speaking out against the toxic practices in the company. Just wanted to get you all's thoughts on this. Be well and have a great Memorial Day weekend. As a PlayStation fan and commentator, obviously, from the very beginning of this deal, and people can go back and kind of listen to old Sacred Symbols if they want, but I was pretty skeptical of this deal to buy Bungie. I understood it from a certain perspective. You absorb their expertise. You kind of make an aggressive play at a time that money's fairly cheap to borrow. M&A is fluid. Other people are sniffing around and are interested and might take them away from you. And they've been a great partner and so on and so forth. So, like, it wasn't totally mystifying, but I felt like it was an extremely aggressive move at the time that was very un-Sony and didn't make a whole lot of sense based on the way that they typically do things. And a lot of people made fun of me for many years, and reasonably so, because it was a drum I beat over and over again. And I'm sure people were tired of hearing about it, but the idea of organics, like organic growth and doing things slowly and deliberately. And you can't skip steps or facilitate the speediness of a relationship that takes more time to develop. And honestly, the Bungie acquisition, along with the Haven acquisition, along with the Firewalk acquisition, has absolutely ironclad reinforced what I've been saying into what I would consider a golden rule of Sony and PlayStation. It's like, look how badly this went. Yeah. You took your time and you danced very slowly with Housemarque and Insomniac and Sucker Punch and Naughty Dog, and And then you tried to rush things. You tried to put rings on fingers before you really knew who you were marrying. You tried to consummate the marriage and do all sorts of other disgusting things. And I'm like, yeah, it blew up in your face because you didn't know what you were getting. Because they're not part of your culture. And anyone who argues that was like a wrong or misleading sort of line of inquiry looks dumb as fuck now, in my opinion. Because like 3 for 3, none of them worked out at all. And Bungie, to me, I just don't have a lot of respect for the company. I have a lot of respect for the people in the trenches. I have a lot of respect for the games that come out, but they've always been a mealy-mouthed, like strange, holier than thou kind of company, or at least that's the way they came off from. Think about how they got away from Microsoft. Didn't they like kind of held them and were like, we'll do 2 more games if you let us go. Then they like go to Activision and they have a horrible relationship with Activision to the point where Activision's like, just take Destiny and go. And then they allow themselves to be bought by Sony at a premium and tank themselves. It can't be understated how expensive this move was for Sony. Sony is not Microsoft. They're nowhere near Microsoft in terms of money. They're nowhere near in terms of many other companies, in terms of market cap. $3 billion, $4 billion is a lot of money. It's more than they spent on every other studio that they have ever purchased combined. And they got nothing, as far as I'm concerned. Nothing. Maybe something will work out with Team LFG and that will... Oh, I got it mixed up before, right? The other team
you said Deviation, I think.
No, Deviation was the original team. The new team is like, isn't it Ghost something? Like, Dustin, can you look that up?
Team LFG
Dark Outlaw. That was
Dark
right.
Outlaw.
Yeah. Ugh.
Dark Outlaw.
Jesus, the worst name ever. These names are just, come on, guys.
I think earlier you replaced those names.
Right. So this is the way that they've done things in the past. Like, I have more faith, especially in a Dark Outlaw, where it's like, we'll just take you guys, we'll take maybe your project and we'll just let you kind of chill amongst the Sony culture and let you cook for a little while. Team LFG, I think, is making the best out of a really bad situation by saying like, this game might have some promise. I guess that's another multiplayer game. And this game might have, it's a MOBA of some sort. And it seems like maybe they're like, all right, let's see what you can do with it. But replacing the leadership at Bungie eliminates the purpose of the purchase. I've said this over time that if these guys, what I was worried about originally was like, all right, if the value is really in Bungie's leadership and like what they know how to do, then they have to make sure these people don't vest very quickly, and that might be where the amount of money came from, where it's like, we're going to vest you slowly, but you're going to make more. And now 3 years later, everyone's like, can we get these guys the fuck out of here? And that's a bad sign for the quality of the purchase, right? Like, where they're like, can we speed this up? And it's like, well, if you buy Bungie without the old people there that have been there for a long time, you buy a studio of competence, but you just spent like almost $4 billion on this thing. Like, you were eating shit completely. And this is why I started saying almost immediately, like, can Sony just sell this thing and get out of it? And now, like, just take a loss. Now, if they tried to do that, they would lose almost everything, I would assume, that they spent on it. So now you're really in some sort of conundrum, because it would have been difficult to do. And obviously it's just a pie in the sky thing. But I remember saying, like, just eat $1 billion and sell them. Like, just admit it was a bad idea. You make that much money in profit in about a quarter, so it won't take you that much to like just be done. And now they are deeply invested in this whole thing, and Sony's money is keeping them alive. So it's not just about the purchase of the company. Like, the company is not solvent, obviously. They have the Destiny 2 is the player base is declining. They have like almost 1,000 people working at the studio, and Marathon is, I don't know, man. Plus, isn't there another game, Matter? Or is that a different game? Or was that Marathon?
I don't know. Like, that was rumored a long time ago. I think it's possible that Matter evolved into Marathon, or it's possible, but like, that's like sheer conjecture. I don't know what's going on with Matter. I haven't heard about that in a long time, though. I think that's dead.
I'm seeing Matter is a canceled Bungie game.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, man, I don't know. It's a disaster over there. I'm genuinely of the mind, and I have been the whole time, that it's the value of Bungie is not really in the leadership. I think anybody in that every single and by the way, when I say leadership, I don't mean people who have been there a long time. I mean like literally the people in the C-suite who have just like made every single possible wrong decision under the sun and got rid of like really, really good middle management positions or middle tier people who were maybe project leads for just really stupid reasons. There's a lot to go into with that shit, but the value really isn't the people making the stuff, because the stuff that the content is great. And that's what you want. Like, I believe everybody, even at the lowest rungs of that studio, know how to make a better live service game than the ones that are sitting in the fucking executive suite. Like, I really can't stand it. But there's no doubt that this has been like a complete disaster. You know, like no shadow of a doubt. Especially now with like just like now this plagiarism shit is just like, brother, dude, like you're cooked, in my opinion, if you don't do something drastic. I think full on delay for this game. I think a complete shakeup of like who is making the decisions at the top, because clearly it's not fucking working. And maybe you might have something. Maybe. But even that, you've got Arc Raiders out there to contend to. And then you've got like, you know, apparently Fortnite making their own extraction shooter mode that's being talked about now, that like maybe by the time this game comes out after the delay, we might even fucking see it, you know? And then Fair Games, maybe Fair Games is a surprise hit. Who the fuck knows? Maybe that kills Marathon. I really have no idea. But it's been a complete disaster top to bottom. Very disappointing. Infuriating. But
yeah,
is what it is.
Yeah, I'm as a PlayStation fan and someone who wants great first party and second party content, that $3-4 billion investment between the acquisition and obviously vesting everyone and bonuses and then the money that's being used now to keep the studio going, it's an opportunity cost that's incalculable. The way that Sony could have deployed that much money is, I mean, you're talking about 10 Last of Us 2 level productions. And I'm not saying that the outcomes would have been Last of Us Part 2. I'm saying like that much money could have been invested 10 times. And if you really wanted to be fair, and I want to be fair to my own argument about them needing to invest in this stuff, it's like that money could have just been invested in just totally different multiplayer games, some of which could have worked out. Why do they not work out almost ever? It's at some point you have to look at your own culture. And Sony has never truly had its finger on the multiplayer pulse, because even when it had things, this is what I was talking about with Shu about Zipper again, was even when they had their finger on the pulse of something like they did with SOCOM, which they did. Like SOCOM is a seminal online console game and series. It's like, like, well, everyone else is starting to like do things, and it's like, yeah, we're just going to do single player games now. It's like, okay, cool, that works for a little while, but you were there. It's the same thing with Killzone, where it's like you were kind of there. People liked it. Could you do something with it?
I know people liked Uncharted 2 also.
Right, and the Uncharted multiplayer is good.
I remember.
Right. Yeah, the Uncharted multiplayer was fun. And it, I don't know. It's just from that perspective, it's disappointing. I don't care about their money. Like, it's money. It's not my money. It's their money. But I care about the way it could have been deployed and the way it could have enriched the ecosystem. And for as much as we have to play now, and I really have very little to complain about personally from my own perspective, I am inundated with video games to play, quality video games to play. It could be even better. So that they're very lucky that Microsoft is really messing up. And I do wonder the way Microsoft looks at things now, being like, damn, we're making a lot of money on PlayStation, but we're also kind of helping them at a time where they're actually somewhat vulnerable. And maybe but you couldn't have projected that they would have been in this position. So it's hard to.
Yeah. So
really, all things being considered, it's not so bad. It just makes you wonder how much better it could have been, like a golden age, really, in some sense, if you just deploy that money differently. Let's exit as we talk about Marathon itself. Tom Boys wrote in. Buse? I don't know. B-U-I-S. Boy. That Boys would be
Buse?
like B-O-Y-S. Buse.
Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, CDC. With the recent troubles at Bungie with Marathon, i.e. art stealing, PvE being cut, and general despair, do you think this will be the last game they will release before they're gutted any further? Or can the ship still be steered in the right direction before it becomes another multi-million-dollar disaster? Kind regards and have a nice day. So this is what I wanted to ask you guys about, more specifically with Marathon is it does seem that this thing is not going to do well because they could execute. I know some people like it. You liked it, Chris. It's generally been mixed, I think, the response to the test. And then you have all of this controversy around it, and people just really root against things now and kind of pile on things and little things. And I'm not saying it's a little thing, but smaller things become bigger things. And it seems like this game has a lot of prevailing energy against it, where if I were working on this game or putting it out, if I were at Sony or Bungie, I'd be like, I think this game's in serious trouble regardless of what we do. And I don't know what we can do to save it. I think maybe the best idea would be to indefinitely delay it and go away for a long time and come back in maybe a year or a year and a half and hope and have some sort of contrite messaging and really smart marketing. And we heard you and we took it seriously and we really spent time and energy to get this right. And we really want to see you to see what we worked on and look at how different it is. And like, maybe that's the best bet, but that gets you into sunk cost fallacy land where it's like, well, now we're going to have to spend another $100 million on this. And the marketing campaign is going to be more aggressive. And I don't know. It doesn't seem like a good situation.
No, absolutely not. Especially this year. Like, I think with time and like, I do think with like a proper audit and with some proper messaging, because I do think I noted while we were talking about the alpha a couple of weeks ago that the download file for that game was like 5 gigabytes and the prevailing competitor at that time was like, I think 20 to 25. I do think what we saw in the alpha was more true of an alpha, like a genuine like baseline systems. I think there's more to Marathon than they're letting on. And there typically is to their games. Like even Destiny, the raid was kind of this kind of little surprise. And that really, the raid itself shifted the score of Destiny entirely. And I do think it's possible that there's something like that here, but there's no question that the climate right now, and even just like the goodwill of the studio is in the shitter. Because nobody believes, not necessarily in the team, but like what are the decisions being made here, and what are these developers that are speaking out about? It's almost universally about how the developers are not listened to when they raise concerns about like, hey, listen, this is cool, but we're Bungie. Why are we not? There's no dedicated PvE experience here. Don't you think people are going to expect that from us? I really do believe like if the Marathon Alpha came out as it was, but we knew that there was a PvE component to the game, there would be damn near no problem. I mean, the art thing would have been a problem, obviously, but like the reception would have been far different than what we're seeing. And as it's noted in this write-in, like that PvE was cut, I think is crazy. This is a studio that's built on almost primarily on PvE, actually. Like going back to their early games, which are obviously PvE, and then like Halo 1, 2, 3, like there were multiplayer components and they were huge. But like people cared about Halo for the story, like a lot for the story, to the point where like the sequels or like the new studio that took it over botched it so bad that nobody cares about it anymore. And Destiny was so PvE centric. So like, don't you want to onboard some of the people from your existing fan base who like what you do? It's just strange. And their messaging has been strange about it too. It's just not good. I think they're at death's door with this thing. And they're going to need a serious overhaul, if not just to maybe showcase what the game is better. I think just to delay and put more time into the features that they know for a fact they're not going to hit for launch. Things like no proximity chat in an extraction shooter is like, and they're like, we're not going to have that for launch. It's like, whoa, well, guess what? Move the launch up. That's my answer to that. Like, if you can't get proximity chat working in your extraction shooter, then wait until you can. Bare minimum. I don't get it. I think I really do think the gameplay is really strong. I think a year and some change would be good. But that's a big ask. You know,
yeah, it's gonna be very
a year delay is no joke. So I don't know. Personally, right now, I liked what I played of Marathon, but like I don't know, dude. The thought that I think the art stuff really bothers me more, honestly, because I just like I don't know, like one of the biggest things that I like about Marathon is the way that it looks and the style. And while I do think that like a 98% of that game is probably original and authentic, I don't know that anymore. And that really bums me out. And I don't know if I'm really all that eager to play it when it comes out. Knowing that. And knowing that there's like maybe artists who are being like completely ripped off. I think the only thing that's clear to me right now is that like they got to do right by this artist at the bare minimum. I don't know what that means. Because I saw a lot of people being like, they should just hire the artist. I was like, that depends on like whether or not the artist would even want to work at a company with this bad like you can't just conscript labor as payback. Like it's crazy.
That's also like a really bad idea. Like just in terms of that, I would imagine that the artist, regardless of what happens from here, has a very actionable civil suit.
Oh yeah.
And so I work for them. You should just get paid for them without doing any work.
Exactly. Yeah, I would. I'm sure there's like if I was a lawyer, I'd be like, yo.
Well, that's right, because I saw the anti-real person said that it's a she, right? It's a woman.
It's a woman. Yeah.
That she doesn't have the means to hire a lawyer, and it was my hope that many lawyers knock down a door and say like, we'll work on this for you on what is it, on contingency, right? Where it's like if you win money, we get paid. It's like because this is a slam dunk. That someone very. Yeah. So go work for them. Fuck that. Go get a $500,000 settlement or something from them for.
Yeah, man. I love their games, and I love their games, and I would do it. And I'd be like, are you kidding? This is like the most clear cut thing I've ever seen. Like it's just guaranteed. It's guaranteed money.
Yeah, regardless of if it was it was an accident, I'm sure, and not from the artist himself, but like that it got ingested into the game and stuff. But regardless, you launched a public alpha with it in it. Like it's in your advertising. It's you can't take it back. It is what it is.
The thing that is particularly egregious, although it's not plastered, it's not the core design of the game, but it is the core design of a lot of what the ARG was. That much is certain. Like the little glyphs and symbols and shit. Like that was her designs are like what seems to me, and I'm not even exaggerating, like 40% of like what the ARG was. Or at least it felt that way. Like looking through like some of the art, it's like, damn, dude, this is the entire like iconography of the ARG. That's crazy. It's significantly less of the game, but like that's a lot of people's first impression, you know?
Yeah, I wonder what the options would be. Like they might be like, would they offer her? Because obviously they're gonna have to pay a settlement, I would assume, but it's like, easily. Then do you change it or do you like license it? Or I don't know.
I'm of that's a fucking I don't know. Because
you probably could license it, but then it's like, but this is what you stole, and then you're licensing it from the person you stole it from, and like, why not just change it? And but then you change it, and then the aesthetic changes, and then maybe people don't like it as much. I don't know. I
think you could change it and not lose too much. I think like what was stolen, like that was in the game was. They were decals, and not to minimize it, it's like ridiculous that they were still stolen in the first place, but they are smaller decals and like loss on a whiteboard. Like you could fucking, that's not super necessary, you know? So like, I think you could easily like replace that stuff. It's just, man, I wonder what was going through the mind of the guy who did that. Like, did you not think you were going to get caught? Like clearly they know,
imagine he's in a lot of trouble.
They clearly know who submitted that decal sheet.
Definitely.
Like they must. If they don't, like, holy shit.
Have people triangulated who it is yet? Because I'm sure there's like some sleuth that based on like LinkedIn data, they said that he left in 2020. Like you can probably at least narrow it down. And I'm positive the studio knows. I just wonder if anyone has figured out who it actually is yet, because I would imagine that based on, again, I don't know what those people sign and stuff, but just all the documentation that you have to sign, all the trust that goes into that. Like I imagine that person's in trouble.
Oh yeah, but you know what this also speaks highly of, right? Is that like the fact that somebody was even willing to do this at such a big studio speaks to a level of disrespect for upper management that is like fucking crazy. Like you're literally being like, fuck these guys, you know, like actively at that point to steal shit and then submit it. It's like, yeah, this is mine. Bye. Like that is so malicious, and it speaks to like, yeah, who cares about upper man? Like, yeah, get in trouble. And why do they feel that? Like, why is that the sentiment?
Yeah.
Like, is that a good studio? At a studio that you liked working at, you wouldn't do that shit. Straight up.
But this is also why I leave open the unlikely event that it was truly an accident, because it is so brazen, that it's like, was it the 311 Crossfire situation where it's like, oh, we just really did make a huge mistake based on, because we've said before that games are often pitched where it's like, oh, it's like the Game of Thrones and the Simpsons or something, and then they have, like on the deck, it'll literally be like the Game of Thrones and the Simpsons. And it'll be like, what if they had, and it'll be like things with Bart Simpson all over it. And like, it's like nothing original. And that shit is pitched like that often. So, but at that level of conception, like you should have all original stuff. So I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just leaving that possibility open that if they release the audit, maybe that's the outcome, but I doubt it.
It's very possible. I just don't understand why, if you were going to purposefully steal something, why you would keep your ties to the person that you stole it from. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't you, at the very least, cover your tracks by like unfollowing the person so you had no connection? You can say like, hey, man, I didn't even know. You know what I mean? It just seems like there's like a lack of planning for someone to have like, for the overall team to have like intentionally stole it, especially if they're following many artists who are fluent in this style already. Because that's also true. Like, they're working with graphic realism. They're working with like Designers Republic style art. So like, obviously they're going to be following a lot of these artists. I do think it's possible. In fact, I think it's kind of a coin flip. I think it's like 50-50. Like, I don't know. It just strikes me like if I was in that position and I could get into the headspace of like, all right, I'm going to steal this art. The first thing I would fucking do is probably erase any tie that I had to the person that I was stealing from, so that I would at least have plausible denial.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's just crazy to me.
Who knows, man?
But anything's possible. People have done stupider things. So
they will need to really, in my opinion, Bungie will need to release an audit result to the public.
We need answers.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
In order if the game has any chance. Yeah.
Yeah, there's yeah, you're not. I'm a Bungie fan. Like, you're not getting this shit away from me, man. Like, that's crazy. We need like a full on report.
Right.
I don't know if necessarily you want to dogpile on the person who did it publicly, because that's like, that gets into weird territory. But like, there needs to be some answers for this.
Dustin, do you have anything you want to say about Marathon? It's what you project for it and what can be done and what the future of Bungie might be, and I don't know, some closing thoughts.
I am with Chris that it needs to be delayed. The one thing that I have observed about consumers in this industry is that they are forgetful of these things. And so I think some time would be good. And I didn't get to play Marathon, but Chris did. And I got to watch a lot of gameplay of people playing it. And I think there is something there that is desirable and good. And so if they were able to take the time and work out those kinks, I mean, if they want to take a lot of time, make a PvE mode, I think with time, people would forget if they do clear up these issues properly. But it's, as you guys were saying, asking and getting a delay, even a short amount of time, is very expensive. But if there truly is something there that they can make something great out of, then I would hope that would be the outcome. I think the most ideal outcome is that they are able to sort through this issue, compensate the artists, and vet the rest of the art, make new assets. I think certainly a delay of some kind will be needed in order to, like next time they have a beta, because it is true that the alpha was pretty limited in who was able to play. So if you have an open beta, that's enough time that the bad taste in the mouth mostly goes away, and the beta's fucking awesome, then we're talking about a completely different outcome for this game. But I think that's going to require time, thus a delay.
All right, let's leave it there. We've talked about this pretty extensively.
Yeah.
I think people will have enjoyed that. This next piece of news I hadn't seen reported anywhere except for on the Games Leaks Reddit, which is a great resource. So shout out to them. I don't know why no one picked this up. I think this is really fucking interesting. Sony is hiring a senior mobile product manager working out of San Diego studio. And it says, quote, as the senior product manager for MLB The Show Mobile, You will partner with design, production, marketing, data, and analytics, and many other disciplines to drive new product features and optimize existing ones to make MLB The Show Mobile an amazing game. The fuck is MLB The Show the Mobile? Well, I guess we're going to find out soon enough. MLB The Show, and we don't have to linger on this at all, but we all know MLB The Show is a major game for Sony. And I was a little surprised because my Shuhei Yoshida interview did get picked up for different reasons, the most recent one I did. And I was surprised that the major piece of news wasn't that he confirmed what happened with the MLB. He was like, yeah, they like made us do it. Like we had to put it on everything. And I was talking to him a little bit about that. So we know now that it's not an exclusive anymore, that Sony probably would have kept it exclusive if they could, which seemed pretty obvious. Because I told him, I'm like, it either was the MLB twisting your arm or it was like the licensing fees got so high that you were like, we simply need to sell it elsewhere in order to make this worth our while. But I was telling him when Xbox immediately put it on Game Pass, I'm like, there is simply no way Sony had anything to do with this, which was like such a fuck you to Sony. It was like it was so funny. I remember that. I was like, oh my God, that is so fucking funny.
Did you talk about that in the first one or the second one?
The second conversation.
No, I gotta pick. I would love to read his face when Game Pass is brought up.
Yeah.
MLB The Show.
I was like, that's how I knew you weren't involved, because there's just no way that Sony would have to give them permission. That's how when MLB stepped in as publisher and everything. So I was surprised people didn't pick that up. But anyway, MLB The Show, and he also confirmed that like my long held assumption that PlayStation baseball fans had to become PlayStation fans just by virtue of the show over time. But anyway, it seems like San Diego Studio is going to work on a mobile version, and I've been reading a little bit about people more in the know, like what they think about this, and it seems like it's looked at as an obvious idea and like a very very good idea for the game. So this is a big deal, and Sony's still kind of waiting to make its move in mobile. Of course, they shut down Neon Koi recently, and which was originally the Savage game studio, and they were going to make a mobile game, and they've had a few mobile products in the past, like an Uncharted Runner and a Sackboy game or something, but nothing out of this new initiative that was originally spun up by, what was his name, Nicola Sebastiani, who was like one of the founders of Apple Arcade and then came over. So they've really had a hard time getting this going, and I wonder if this will even come out. But yeah, this is great news, because I feel like this is another space they need to play around in. So it's something I just wanted to report. And I know that mobile gaming news, I guess, is not exciting to many websites, but I think this is a big deal if the show comes to mobile, especially if the versions all speak to each other. And I'm not even saying crossplay, because that probably wouldn't be possible. But for just save data, maybe very similar to the way the Vita and the PSP versions would speak to the PS3 and PS4 versions back in the day.
Yeah.
By the way, the roll, Dustin, $153,000 to $229,000 a year. So not so bad.
Not bad. It's worth pointing out, there is a mobile companion app for MLB The Show 25 that is mostly focused on, like, I'm assuming it's some kind of microtransaction card thing. I mean, you can, let's just read here. Keep an eye on your community marketplace transactions on the go. Search cards, create orders, manage your watch list, and view card details,
nice.
Blah, blah, blah. So they have been flirting around with this idea with MLB The Show, at least has already some kind of mobile component to it, which I didn't realize. One of the screenshots is a face scan.
Oh, cool.
Sounds like something we got to do at some point, is scan our faces into MLB The Show and see what kind of horrifying sacred symbols or last stand team, a sacred symbols or a last stand baseball team in MLB The Show. Someone should do that. Go ahead.
What was that? Was it a Rainbow Six game with like the Xbox camera or whatever that let you scan your face into the game?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
These horrifying,
just eldritch.
I love that shit. I wish that was more common.
All right. What is this? I was trying to find if I can find any other news. Yeah, I'm looking at this app now that you were talking about. It is called the Companion app. It's interesting. I wonder if they'll go with the MLB The Show mobile. I guess that makes some sense. Yeah. Well, we'll wait and find out. Nothing else that they've ever announced for mobile or wanted to do with mobile has ever come out. So, all right. I'm sure you guys saw this. PlayStation Stars has been canceled. Ooh. I was devastated to hear about this. I don't know if are you guys members of PlayStation Stars? If you did, you got an email as well. Did you get the email? They announced it first, and then the email went out, I think, last night. But
I have that connected to my non-primary email, but I'm sure I got it because I am a Stars member.
A proud Stars member. Well, they announced this over on PlayStation Blog. And it says PlayStation Stars coming to a close as SIE evaluates new ways to evolve future loyalty program efforts. And Grace Chen, who's been there forever, she seems to write half the things on PlayStation Blog, writes, at Sony Interactive, we're always experimenting with new and exciting ways to bring our community of players together to share the joys of gaming and create lasting memories. Who writes this stuff? That's why 3 years ago, we created PlayStation Stars, a loyalty program to celebrate our players. The unique program includes playing games to earn rewards, including our unique digital collectibles that pay homage to incredible games and our PlayStation legacy. The program has helped foster a deeper connection with fans around the world. Since launching the program, we've learned a lot from evaluating the types of activities our players respond best to, and as a company, we are always evolving with player and industry trends. Through this evaluation, we have decided to refocus our efforts and will be winding down the current version of PlayStation Stars. We will continue to evaluate our key findings from this program and are looking into ways to building upon these learnings. Here are some key things to know as these changes take place. Starting today, so this was already happened, so if you're hearing this and you didn't make a move, too late. PlayStation Stars will no longer accept new members for this version of the program. If members choose to cancel their PlayStation Stars membership starting today, it will not be possible to rejoin this version of the program, and members will lose all earned points. Current PlayStation Stars members can still earn digital collectibles, points, and level up their status until July 23rd. After this date, there will be no new PlayStation Stars campaigns available or any additional rewards or status benefits to earn. This version of the PlayStation Stars program will fully end on November 2, 2026, and current PlayStation Stars members can continue to redeem points as long as their points don't expire before then. We also wanted you to know that PlayStation Stars members can still access their digital collectibles even after these changes take place, and they thank everyone for joining PlayStation Stars since 2022. Well, Onyx Osprey wrote into us. I think he has an interesting point of view that will help me get going. It says, sup, Special Shapes crew. PlayStation Stars will soon be no more. Despite the promised console integration never happening, the $10 gift card option vanishing a while back, and the collectibles generally becoming less interesting, I just have to ask, why can't Sony just leave a good thing be? Why not retain a loyalty program when your company is doing gangbusters in sales? I used to buy DLC for cross-platform progression games just for the extra Stars points, and soon that option will be gone, along with my interest in buying the DLC on PlayStation. Just seems like Sony intentionally shooting themselves in the foot, when the system could have quietly kept running in the background for those of us who actually knew it existed. I generally agree with you here, actually. But I think that what I imagine is that almost no one uses PlayStation Stars, or that it's a program used by very, very vanishingly few people. Because it requires you to use your PlayStation app, and I think that's a non-starter for a lot of people. I mean, I think the PlayStation app is actually really great. It has been for a long time. It used to be bad, but it's a lot better in recent memory. And they, like you said, Onyx Osprey, they never put it on the console. So it felt like they never really wanted people to use it. If you just integrated it into the console, I think that it would have been totally different. And part of it felt like a catch-22 for them, where they almost had nothing to gain from more people discovering it, because it was just them paying you more and more money to buy games you were already going to buy anyway. And so it just felt like a classic conundrum for them, where you don't really want to overexpose it, and you don't really get anything for overexposing it. And that kind of probably showed the Achilles heel of the entire idea initially. They need to have something, and we'll talk about that. I really do think, I mean, Errant Rob wrote into us and said, hey boys, can we get a eulogy for the PS Stars program? In addition, am I the only one who noticed in the email that it said this form of the program? Is there a potential replacement in the pipeline? Thanks for all you do, and I'll listen while I run my car. Jeez. It's the first one we had today of someone threatening to kill themselves. So we're doing pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
They make it really clear in the write-up that they're planning something else. I mean, I don't know how else to read that, unless they're just trying to be so obvious as to belay people's ability to be angry, because it's like, yeah, you'll do something in the future, and this is going until November of 26, so we have a lot of time. But to me, I just feel like simple is best. You don't need this like digital collectibles. You don't need anything. Just give people points for buying games and content and spending money, and give them points for the cool little tasks you have them do. Download this game or play this game. That was cool. It was fun. I used to go on every month and try to redeem things. but you have to make it more accessible. So it's my hope that they did learn things and that they will have something coming back, because having a loyalty program is a no-brainer. And yeah, it's going to cost you something, but I think it encourages commerce. So anyway, what are your guys' thoughts? Dustin, let's go to you.
Yeah, PlayStation Stars, I mean, the fact that it wasn't on the console, I think, kind of made it DOA. Of course, there's lots of users that like it, a lot of people in our audience, and I've used it before, and it's a fun little thing. And of course, the points are nice. The idea of a loyalty program on PlayStation in some ways doesn't make sense to me at all, because you think about a loyalty program for fast food, right? Where you buy food at McDonald's or Taco Bell and you get points. So that encourages that consumer that's like, oh, well, next time I come to McDonald's, I'm going to have points for a free McDouble. So it encourages repeat purchases as opposed to going somewhere else. But for PlayStation, it's in some ways like, well, where else are they going to buy? If they're already locked into that ecosystem, more than likely they're just going to continue purchasing games there as opposed to somewhere else. But I can't see like Nintendo, their point program is like you get coins or something, but it's like so minimal that I think the idea is just like, well, if you buy the game here, well, and the funny thing about the Nintendo one, it works on both physical and digital. So if you buy games, you can redeem the points and then you get a tiny bit off your next purchase. So maybe if you're like, oh, well, I wasn't going to buy this cheap $10 game, but I already have $5 in points. So I'll just go ahead and make the purchase. And so maybe that's how it reinvests into people spending more money. But currently with PlayStation Stars, it's like so few people are using it because it's on the app. As you were saying, it's locked in there. So I would hope that if they do another reiteration of this, it needs to be on the console. Like, absolutely. And it needs to be something that works for them, that it encourages people to spend more money. Mm-hmm. That's the whole point of the loyalty program. So it's, I mean, this isn't even PlayStation Stars. It replaced a different loyalty program, right?
Was there?
Did it?
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember.
I'll ask.
I know people I think have written in that saying like Xbox has a really good loyalty program.
Well, yeah, I think, Google Gemini says, yes, PlayStation Stars was an overhaul of Sony's existing loyalty program, PlayStation Rewards, not a completely new initiative. The original PlayStation Rewards program was repackaged and relaunched as PlayStation Stars. I wasn't part of the rewards program. No. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with this. I agree with what you were saying about having a tantalizing rewards option, where Chipotle is a good example of that for me with the Chipotle app, where they're very generous with, I don't order Chipotle that much, maybe like once a month or once every 4 weeks or something like that. We'll order and get it delivered. And I've gotten a lot of free entrees over time. It's not like we're like ordering them constantly and then you're getting little bits and bobs from them. It's like, no, I feel like it's fairly generous, so it keeps me going back. So
a lot of food ones are really good about that for some reason. You'd think that would be like a little bit. They'd be a little bit more stingy about it. But like I had a similar thing with like a Domino's. Like the Domino's app is crazy. Like I feel like after like I feel like after like 2 pizzas you get like a free fucking like it feels insane. But
that's kind of the whole thing now, is that you can't get a good deal at a fast food restaurant without an app. Is kind of the annoying part. You have to use these stupid things. The McDonald's one is annoying too, because it's like, oh, you have 1 million points. You can only pick a singular Big Mac with no sides or any drink, and you can only pick one thing. They make it as annoying as possible.
A plain Big Mac, just the meat, just the patty, just the bread, and maybe 3 grains of salt.
Right,
and that's all you get.
That's all you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Anything, I don't know, man. Any reflections on Stars?
I mean, I didn't really engage with it too often. Like every now and then I would remember that, like, oh yeah. But I feel like most of the time, whenever I use the PlayStation app, it's usually like if I want to get like a screenshot of something or like a capture, and then I'm just like, oh, I'll capture this on the PlayStation. I'll get it from the app, and then it just never works. It'll just say like, your captures will show up here. And I'm like, well, that's wonderful. I wonder when. And they never do, and then I forget it. So like the app is just kind of like it's not really that pleasant. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like horrible, but I forget about it often. I will say Xbox does have a good one because it is you can see it on the console. Like there's an entire page for it, I think, where you can actually like see like how many points you have. You can like redeem them, and it's built into that ecosystem a little bit more elegantly. And I would wager to say that like, yeah, I would probably use it a lot more if it was on the console. Like no question. In fact, the amount of effort they seem to be putting into like modeling these like collectibles, right? It just kind of feels more like why isn't this on the console? Because if it's just points, like I'm fine with just points, but you seem to be doing more than is necessary while also completely hiding it away so nobody gets to see it. It's a little confusing.
Yeah.
The Xbox One makes more sense where it is literally just points. Like there's nothing special about it, but it's integrated into the machine, and so like you're more motivated, I think.
Yeah, I was a little befuddled by the entire collectible thing just because it wasn't the only option. So why wouldn't you just get gift cards with your points? It never really made any sense. And then I realized that they were probably soft playing around with the NFT thing.
Oh, 100%.
And so just to see, like never really doing it, but just seeing kind of like a facade of what could be turned into that. And I think that was smart for them to never go any further with that. But yeah, I would just buy games with the points. And I think I bought Dredge, Balatro, a few other things with it. Slay the Spire.
Yeah.
And
I have quite a few.
And I've got a bunch of money too. So it's been great. I buy a lot of games. But it was generous. That's the cost of doing business. I mean, doesn't this make sense to you, Chris? It's like if you have a certain amount of capital coming in and you have a profit margin, then just make it so that you cut a little bit of that profit margin and that goes into stars, and you simply can't overlap that because to get the money, you have to spend money. So it seems like it could be a self-replicating thing if you just did it sustainably, but
yeah, I don't know. My feeling was always about like the modeling time and the time that it took to make these collectibles, you know, because it's not nothing. You know, they had somebody working on these things. So it's not like some guy on a spreadsheet being like, points, these are the points, that's it. No more work needs to be done. Just seemed like it seemed like they just did too much.
Yeah.
It's almost like a Last of Us multiplayer situation where it's like, wait, we're going to have to do this all the time. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that necessarily.
All right. Get to the next piece of news here. We can go fairly quick here because we don't have too much information to work with, but Push Square distilled it pretty well. They write that Stellar Blade's team, Shift Up, has officially confirmed it has a sequel to the PS5 fan favorite in the works, revealed it in an investor's presentation. So I actually went and read the investor presentation, which was graciously in English. I'm sure there is a Korean version of it, but they linked out to the English one. So I went and read it, and it's really interesting. And basically this information comes from and actually it's a very readable report compared to most reports. I suggest people go check it out if they want to know more about the studio. But it comes on like some sort of bar graph where they're showing a timeline of like Stellar Blade's console release, and then the platform strategy, and then expansion, sequel, the other game they're working on, Project Witches, as well. And so on this timeline, they have the sequel for Stellar Blade coming out maybe as soon as 2026, which is pretty interesting. I doubt that they would be able to do it that quickly, but maybe fall 2026, but probably more likely 2027. It's not that surprising though, because they have so much to work with. And if they're smart, they'll turn what they can from the original into a new game and complement it with lots of new assets and new story and stuff like that. What I did go into though more deeply were their financials. So for the fiscal year, I thought this was interesting. The revenue from Stellar Blade for Shift Up itself has been $50 million through March 31st since the game came out. So through March 31st. So they were working as a second party, and that's a very lucrative, they own the IP, and that's a very lucrative deal for them, especially in South Korea. They have 320 people working at the studio now, and 107 of them are working on Stellar Blade. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And they have a 77% labor cost. I thought that was interesting just to, first of all, most companies don't acknowledge what their total labor cost is like this. And that just goes to show you how dangerous it is to have a games developer, where more than 3/4 of your money is just going into your people This doesn't include like your fixed costs, your building costs, all the other shit you have to pay for, and then you're trying to extract a profit out of that. It is a fairly low profit endeavor, which most game developers are, comparable to the risk you're taking. And they made $100 million profit for the fiscal year. So that was largely attested to the Goddess Nikkei game or whatever, Nikkei. You know what I'm talking about? They do like a pervy little pervy little thing for mobile, but I have no familiarity with that. So Stellar Blade 2, Dustin, are you excited as a platinumer of Stellar Blade 1?
Yeah, I'm excited. I wonder if they'll be able to turn it around in that time. And I don't think they would even need to. Obviously, I don't want just the same Stellar Blade game again, but I'm totally fine with them using the core of what they've made with Stellar Blade, expand it, and I'm down 100%. I was just thinking last week we talked about the PC version and how I'm probably good, but I think at some point I will play that game again because it was surprising in how good it was.
What do you think, Chris? Are you eager for more Eve? Seems like a lot of people are.
I think, I don't know, I'm not like excited about it, but I'll definitely be curious enough about it to try it. I think they actually can hit that year. I feel like they're probably going to be smart with assets. I think they understand what they can and can't reuse. I think there's like a different standard over there versus here, where like I feel like people here are a little bit more uncharitable about like reusing assets and stuff like the God of War boat thing. I'm just like, come on, like relax. I don't think anybody's gonna have a problem of like, oh no, Eve does the same backflip. You know, like I don't foresee that being a problem.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that they can still see her butt. Whatever shows Eve's butthole is what they want to see. Couple quick things to note here. First of all, the PC version comes out soon, right? June 10th, I want to say. So that's going to be inappropriate and horrifying. And they do say in their write-ups that they're working on platform expansion, and it's unclear what they mean by this, because it could just be a PC release, or maybe it could be coming to other consoles too. Sony is the publisher. Shift Up remains the IP holder in these new kinds of relationships that Sony is doing. What I suspect is that Sony probably has it locked down to their console, and I would imagine that would be true for the sequel, or at least they would have had a first right of refusal. And if they made a $50 million profit, that means Sony made a nice profit too. And I think Stellar Blade is just a game that keep worth not only to continue because it's good. I like Stellar Blade a lot, but because it's got a nice PlayStation connection to South Korea, which I continue to think will be an increasingly vibrant market to sell console games in. So why not keep that going? And it's great for your console. And as people start playing console games more there, why not have them buy a PlayStation? Be good for you.
Yeah.
I did see this. This was written over on Video Games Chronicle. It's disappointing, although not surprising really when you think about it. They write, Hideo Kojima reveals his next espionage game, Fizzant, is 5 to 6 years away. They write, quote, Kojima recently spoke to French magazine Le Film Français, during which he was asked about the adaptation of the Death Stranding film, which is currently in production at A24, and if he'd like to work on more films in the future. When asked if he'd like to direct a film, Kojima replied, oh yes, I received many offers after leaving Konami. Kojima went on to explain that he has multiple video game projects in development and that he may consider making a film once Death Stranding 2 and Fizzant are complete. Quote, besides Death Stranding 2, there is Fizzant in development. That will take me another 5 or 6 years. Maybe after that, I could finally decide to tackle a film. I grew up with cinema. Directing would be kind of an homage to it. Besides, I'm getting older and I would prefer to do it while still young, end quote. As they note here on Video Games Chronicle and remind us, Fizzant was announced back in January of 2024 at the Sony Pictures lot. And the notion was that it would be some sort of mixture of the two ideas, and maybe not unlike what he's doing with that project with Xbox OD, although we don't really know anything about that. And my suspicion is that will be coming to PlayStation as well anyway. So we will find out. But so Chris, no Fizzant until 2030 at the earliest. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what you said at the beginning, where disappointing but not surprising. I kind of figured that this would be like 2029, 2030. And I guess it's better to know as opposed to just kind of assume. But like, yeah, I mean, whatever. I know that OD thing is gonna probably be out in between those two things, so it's not like we're gonna be waiting 5 to 6 years necessarily for the next Kojima thing. So like, I'm kind of okay about it. Seems fine to me. As much time as you need is kind of how I feel about.
Yeah, most certainly.
Kojima, you know,
most certainly. Dustin, it's funny because this gives me a little bit of heart, though, that he really is involved deeply in the games. In other words, with respect, it's not Miyazaki seems to be a little bit more in between a lot of different projects, or maybe working on more than one thing at a time. I'm sure Kojima is as well, but it seems like Kojima Productions is lining up more of like a pre-production situation where things go into long periods of pre-production, and then once they all get hands-on, he's really on board for the game development. And so they probably have things spread out like that to accommodate Death Stranding 2 and then into Fizzin. Again, assuming that OD is just this different, smaller thing that they've convinced him to do in between. I don't think it's going to be the same whatever length or production value or whatever you want to say. Let's say budget of a Death Stranding or a Fizzin. So, and if that's true, then yeah, you're going to need like 5 years, especially because it's a new IP. So I'm okay with it. And like Chris said, take as much time as you need. Kojima, what would be Kojima Sensei?
Teacher.
Yeah. Kojima Sensei.
Yeah. I would say that's around 2030 at the earliest, because see, Death Stranding came out in 2019. And we are getting the sequel now here in 2025. And we haven't played Death Stranding 2 yet, but they weren't working from nothing going into Death Stranding 2. So they already done probably a lot of establishing things for that game. So I'm, with this being an entirely new IP, as you were saying, Colin, that there's probably a lot more groundwork to do. Plus there's all the multimedia stuff. Just seems like it's going to be a lot bigger of a project to manage all the different aspects of it. But it's take your time. Let him cook.
Yeah, I'm excited about Fizzin just because I want to see him get back to his Metal Gear roots. And since we're not going to get that with Metal Gear, nor should we, it's cool to move on from Metal Gear. He can hopefully spool something up new. This new, mysterious, weird, maybe it'll be conspiracy laden, military laden, future history. I don't know what they're going to do. Very exciting. Very exciting.
One thing I will say is that I'm not all that excited about 2030 being even remotely close. You know what I mean? Like it's very that's far. That's a real year that is now coming up often.
Right, I see.
Where it's just like, oh, this will happen in 2030. I'm like, that feels still to me like 50 years away.
Right. Yeah, it's not a real. It's not. And I totally agree. It is very strange.
Fake ass year.
Right. I agree. Also, will be well into the PlayStation 6 era, I assume. So, I think we can assume where that's going to be, but nonetheless. All right, my friends. This is becoming less and less interesting as time goes on because everything's coming over. But Hellblade 2 is indeed coming to PlayStation 5. This is, of course, notable because Ninja Theory, the developer, is an Xbox Studios studio. And thus, this is yet another Xbox game coming over to PlayStation. The original game launched last year, right? Was it last year? Or was it 2 years ago now? I think it was last year in 2024. And people seem to like it, although it didn't really seem to light the world on fire. And because it was only on Xbox and PC, we don't really get a good idea of how many copies it sold, although it probably didn't sell very many because it is on Game Pass as well. Ninja Theory, of course, is a very notable studio to PlayStation fans because the wonderful, I think, actually early PS3 second-party game Heavenly Sword came from Ninja Theory, and they released Hellblade on PS4 first when it came out, which was in 2015, I want to say. And God, was it that long? It must have been later than that, maybe 2017. Can you look that up for me, Dustin?
Sure.
So anyway, this game's coming over. It'll be on PS5 and PS5 Pro, obviously, and will be optimized for PS5 Pro, apparently maybe at 60 frames, which would be pretty nice. It doesn't have a release date yet, but it will come this summer. What are our thoughts, Dustin?
Yeah, so Hellblade was the original Hellblade. Senua's Sacrifice was 2017.
Right.
The sequel was in 2024. So you were right on that. It's tough for me because I played Hellblade 2 and was, I don't want to say deeply unimpressed because it is an impressive game visually in a lot of ways, but it's kind of a hard skip for me unless you really care about like, wow, crazy graphics. Then you'll get a lot out of this. But I didn't particularly like this game very much, and it kind of just came and went. I don't know if PlayStation audience, if this is a game that they're deeply wanting at this point now that it has come out. And I think it was so mixed based on the response of this game. Some people were really, really liked it and were into it. I think the first game is significantly better than this one. So it'll be cool that more people have access to it. And I'm sure the PS5 Pro version will look really great. But I can't be excited for it.
Yeah, I don't give a shit either personally, but it does look like a really pretty game. I didn't play or care about the original Hellblade, so I'm not going to play Hellblade 2, but I am happy for people that are excited about it and are going to check it out. I'm sure it's going to be an easy way for them to sell. I would assume tens of thousands of copies. I don't think it's going to light the world on fire, but maybe I'm wrong. And yeah, just the next game to come over. I'll be interested to see when Starfield gets announced and a few other things, because then you're really starting to kind of clean everything up that's more contemporary. And then you feel somewhat caught up on everything that they have that would be of use. It would be cool to one random game that I would play if they released it, and they probably won't because it's a little old, is State of Decay, or 2 would probably be the yeah. But I doubt they will.
Good. Yeah, man. I did not like this game at all. Not even slightly. It is very pretty, but everything's pretty now. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like maybe we take pretty for granted in that sense, but like, it just doesn't impress. When things look photoreal or like really impressive, like it rarely, like GTA 6 impresses me, but like, that's more so, that's less about the photorealism aspect of it and the fact that it's a photorealistic open world game. And with all the baggage that comes with that, like if GTA 6 looked like it did, but it was like a linear game, I'd be like, that looks good. But like, I mean, but yeah. Like, of course we could do that.
Right.
It's the fact that open world games typically look like shit compared to everything else around it. And here's the best looking game I've ever seen, and it's an open world game. It's like, that's something.
Yeah. But nonetheless, Hellblade 2 is definitely a skip for me as well. But I'm sure people out there will enjoy.
Yeah.
All right. I thought I'd get into this next story here. I don't know if you guys saw this. It's been making the rounds. It's actually a little bit older. I was surprised that it was dated May 13th, which means it happened before last episode, but I guess people just hadn't noticed it yet. I certainly would have never noticed this until it started to get reported on. But Randy Pitchford, who of course is the head of Gearbox, the Borderlands studio, had announced on May 13th his excitement alongside Nintendo that they were bringing Borderlands 4 to the Switch 2. And someone tweeted at him, quote, "Randy, this game better not be $80. Don't take that risk. A lot of gamers aren't going to pay $80 and feed this notion of constant increases of the price tag. You are the CEO. You have some say with the price when it comes to your publisher," end quote. And Randy Pitchford, very unwisely, in my opinion, like really, I don't know what he was thinking saying this. And I'm just saying that from an optical point of view. We'll talk about the nature of what he's saying in a minute. But he says, quote, "A, not my call. B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991 when I was just out of high school working minimum wage in an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen," end quote. I just don't understand why you would say that. So before we get into it, he does talk a little bit more about this. So Video Games Chronicle has a story entitled "Randy Pitchford Moves to Justify Comments That Real Fans Would Find a Way to Buy Borderlands 4 at $80. And it said here, in part, quote, "Pitchford's comments went relatively unnoticed at the time, but have become more widespread this week, with some players criticizing the suggestion that the players who can't afford the game aren't true fans." And in a new post on X, Pitchford has linked to a video from a recent Borderlands 4 Q&A saying, "If you want the truth, here it is. I don't know, and that's the truth." And he's talking about how much it will cost. And then he says the following: "It's an interesting time, right? On one level, we've got a competitive marketplace where people want to, or the people that make these choices want to sell as many units as possible. And they want to be careful about people that are price sensitive. So there's some folks that don't want to see prices go up, even the ones deciding what prices are. There are other folks accepting the reality that game budgets are increasing and there's tariffs for the retail packaging, and it's getting gnarly out there, you guys. Borderlands 4 has more than twice the development budget than Borderlands 3, more than twice. So the truth is, I don't know what the price is going to be. I do know that we will be opening pre-order soon, and that will be when the price is set. So you guys can watch the rest of the Q&A if you want. He says a little bit more, but that's pretty much all we need for this particular conversation. Chris, let's go to you first. I don't know. I actually understand what he's saying, and I don't think he's wrong.
Yeah.
I just, you just don't say it. That's all.
Yeah.
It's just that easy.
Yeah, it's just not a good look, man. And I also think it's just worded in the worst possible way too. It kind of reminded me, although it's not really the same. It's not really the same sentiment. It's just like the vibes of it. It kind of reminded me of like when Don Matrix said like, "Oh, we have a console for people who don't want to be online all the time. It's called Xbox 360." It reminded me of that, where it's just like, you just shouldn't say these things if you're wise and even remotely. I don't even say, no, not even remotely media trained, because I'm not media trained at all. And I would know not to say something like that, I think. If I was at the helm of like a game that has a lot of goodwill. Borderlands 4, people are really excited about, which I would have been surprised to hear a year ago. I would be surprised to hear that, like, if you'd have told me a year ago that, like, oh yeah, the public perception around Marathon is shit, and the public perception around Borderlands 4 is actually really good, I would have been like, how? How did that happen? That's wild. So the fact that they're in that position is like very good, and like you'd imagine that you'd want to be a little bit more, you'd want to be a little careful, because you know how difficult it is to get into the good graces, I think, of a wider audience. And so for him to go out and say something like that, although like you, I understand what he's saying. Like, yes, if you're a massive fan of a franchise, like $80 is nothing to you, because that's the price. That's the rules of engagement, really, at that point. Like, there's plenty of games that I'm a huge fan of that I would have paid. I'd pay $100 for, because I like them.
Right.
And I can understand what he's saying there, but like, as the CEO, who, CEOs don't have amazing reputations to say things like that. It's just like, it's very tone deaf, I would say.
Yeah.
And just not very wise, even if I think at the heart of what he's saying, like, I can get it, but shut the fuck up. Right.
That's exactly right. Yeah. I'm looking at it, Dustin, and I'm like, yeah, to the point, he could have just said this slightly differently and it wouldn't have been that bad. He could have said, A, not my call, and then B, it is my hope that regardless of the price, you'll find a way to make it happen. And then say my local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991 when I was just at a high school working minimum wage at an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen.
I actually think make it happen is like the worst part of it. I don't know if I'm alone in that. I think it's like, because it's kind of like placing a demand. It's like, you'll figure it out. Like, I think the best way to say about it is like, A, that's not my call, and B, we hope whatever the price is that you'll find it worth it. Because we put a lot of time into it and whatever. Like, or just
don't say anything.
Not respond.
Yeah, just don't say anything.
Like,
just don't say anything.
That would be my first thing. It's just like, just go away. Just wait. You've got a lot of goodwill right now. Somehow, I'm kind of astonished. Not necessarily that like Borderlands is like the worst thing ever, or that like Gearbox is the worst thing ever, but like there's, off the top of my head, I can remember so many controversies, not even just with Randy Pitchford, but with Borderlands in general, where it's just like, I don't know, something about the claptrap being assaulted in an elevator or some shit. Like, there's all sorts of weird stories, about this franchise. So like, just keep your distance, man. Let a good thing ride.
Yeah.
We don't need to hear from. Nobody wants to hear from CEOs, quite frankly.
I'm sure that he got a call from Strauss, being like, "Shut the fuck up," or like Larry David screaming, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!" When that woman's telling that whatever, like, some secret about him.
I like to think it's like Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder, where he's on the phone and he's like screaming, right, like, "I will massacre you."
Dustin, did Randy Pitchford make a big mistake?
I don't know if it's a big mistake, but it's certainly a really douchey one for the CEO of the company. Be like, if you're not willing to spend more money on the product, then you're not a real fan of the product. It's like, what? It kind of reminded me just slightly. There's that bit on Nathan For You where there's this toy company that can't sell this certain toy. So they brand it as like a toy that's like, if you own this toy, then you're not a baby. And so they convince all these kids, like, you have to have this toy. If you don't want to be a baby, then you have to have this toy. Well, if you want to be a real Borderlands fan, then you better pony up that extra $10. So yeah, just a weird thing to like try to have some kind of elitism about the thing that you're selling. And you're right. There are things that he's right about. When you look at this extended clip where he talks about how development prices are up, development costs are up, so it makes sense that there would be a price increase at some point. Nintendo has already broken that barrier with Mario Kart World. Borderlands is not Mario Kart.
No.
That's for sure. So I don't know whether it would affect them or not, but the barrier is being broken. So at some point, someone's going to take the fall for it. And I don't know, maybe it will be Borderlands, but it's definitely not going to help if you're kind of being weird about it on Twitter, saying if you're a real fan, you'll figure it. Hey, listeners, if you're a real fan of Last Stand, you'll sign up for the $25 a month. You'll figure it out. Imagine if we said that. That would be the absolute douchiest thing ever. And it's funny because I've met listeners who are like, sorry, I'm not a patron right now because of blah, blah, blah. Like as if
figure
they
it
need
out.
to. Yeah. Hey, next time.
Oops. I already fucked it up. I'm sorry. I already fucked up.
Figure it out. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Don't pay your child support. Don't pay your rent. Last Stand Media, Patreon. How douchey would that be?
Yeah.
It's just what's crazy about it too is that like if I'm not saying people wouldn't be outraged if Borderlands was $80. But now I feel like it would be so much worse. You know what I mean? Like if he had said nothing and then it was $80, I think it would have been the standard stuff where it's just like, oh man. But like I think a lot of people would have taken that to be like, okay, I guess this is the reality now, where this is the new price. Whereas now it kind of feels like because you said something, it's going to put people off even more, I think, than it would have had it just naturally been revealed to be that price. Just I don't know, man. It's just wise to shut up.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Eddie B wrote in, because there is another side of this, of course, and it is the reality of the situation. He says, hey, DCC. The topic of ever-increasing video game prices has been discussed ad nauseum, but with Randy Pitchford's comments regarding Borderlands 4 possibly being $80, it is once again in the news. At the risk of sounding like a prick, is it just me, or is $80, $90, or even $100 a fair price for a video game? Obviously, not all games should be at this price point, which is why the more flexible pricing approach is good for games. But I think certain games warrant it. I know Colin has discussed this point in the past, especially when game prices hovered at $59.99 for years. But when you compare video game prices to other forms of entertainment, they remain relatively low cost, even at $80. I'll spend $50 at the movies with my fiance for 2 to 3 hours of entertainment, so getting upwards of 20 to 30 hours of high-quality entertainment from Doom the Dark Ages for $80 seems like a decent deal. The same comparison can be made for going out with drinks with friends, attending sporting events, etc. I understand everybody's financial situation is different, and I don't mean to ignore that. I recognize that I'm lucky to be able to afford games at these prices, while others unfortunately may not. But from a pure value standpoint, these types of prices seem to make sense to me. Or maybe I'm just an asshole. Either way, I'll hang up and enjoy continuing living my life. See how easy that was to not self-harm after you write in a letter to Last Stand? This is what I've gotten into in the past, Eddie, and we've talked about many times, is people don't want to hear it. And I'm not entirely sure if that's endemic to just games or generally speaking. So let's separate the two things, right? What Randy Pitchford did was tone deaf and dumb. He just shouldn't have said it, even if he feels it, whatever. It's like just what was the point of even saying that? It was eloquently said, but he's also right. Minimum wage in 1991 was $4.25, but that game Starflight was $80, and he found a way to make it happen. And people today will say like, well, minimum wage is whatever it is, $7.25. So it's not that much more. And I'm like, yeah, that's abysmal, except for the fact that about 1% of workers in the United States will work for minimum wage. So we have to continue to separate out these things and realize like, yeah, that was a pretty hardcore thing to do, to like work for $4.25 and buy a game, kind of grin and bear it at $80 in 1991. And then we're asking for that same unadjusted price all of these years later, and people are freaking out about it. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. I mean, it's true that like we are getting good value. I just don't see it any other way. But that's separate from what you can afford. And I was thinking about this. because Dustin, it's what you said. It's like we hear often from people being like, I see it in the exit surveys where it's like, got a high bill this month, or this happened, or I lost my job. And I'm like, we are working in a more generalized economic situation where $5 or $10 means a great deal to a person, means that we are in a very unsteady situation because of modern monetary policy. It's really not a lot of money. And it means that people are in very, very difficult financial straits. And you have to be aware of that. Simply, you have to be aware of that like, for all of the people that can afford whatever they want, there are just as many people that can't afford anything. And that is true just outside of video games, but people take it out on games in a way that I think is not commensurate to the value you get out of them. So that, in other words, as weird as it is, because you have to have the console or the rig or whatever to run the games, right? But as weird as it is, a $500 investment into a PS5 and then paying $50, $60, $70 for games, or even just waiting until they're really cheap, is probably the best bang for your buck. Comparable to going to sporting events, which I love, going to a concert, these very ephemeral things that cost an enormous amount of money and you get very little value out of it. And you might even, if you go to a sport, if I go to a Jets game, there's a good chance I'm going to walk out depressed and angry. So I also paid hundreds of dollars for that or whatever. So all of these things can be true at once, but I just don't understand why there hasn't been a greater consolidation around video games value. That's the thing that I'm a little befuddled about. And I think that that's what Eddie's speaking to. So all of these things can be true at once. But the reality is that like when $5 and $10 is a lot of money to someone, it simply means that, man, we need to do so much better by workers. We need to make a steadier economic situation for people so that, because you can understand $5 or $10 being a lot of money 40, 50 years ago. But now it's like, man, people are really living on the wire, and you got to be mindful of that. It just is what it is. It sucks. It's a horrible situation. People have nowhere to turn. They have no money to spend and all of the rest, but you can't be saying ignorant shit like he said, even though not only do I think he's right in some sense, but that's not even really, it's not even a right or wrong thing. It's like, I can just sympathize because I remember that era. I was young, but I remember how much it cost me to buy games.
Yeah.
And but again, it goes into what we've been really, this thesis we've been developing, which is like, people just don't want to hear it. And I don't really blame them because it doesn't mean anything to them that we paid $80 or $90 for Street Fighter 2 on SNES, which we did. Right. And that like, we were like, damn, that's a lot of money, but we did it. And now 34 years later, people are balking at unadjusted money that is giving you a game that's so much richer than Street Fighter 2, So I'm just being honest. That's kind of how I fall on it. Yeah. I get it.
I just think it's also about purchasing power too, and like the rapidly, like how it's been just separating so deep. Like I know there's that statistic about like how, what is it? This percentage of workers works at the minimum wage, but it's like, what does that mean in the sense of like, okay, the minimum wage is $7.25 and like 1% of workers work at that, you said?
Yeah. I had it up. I got rid of, here it is. Yeah. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has the number of minimum wage workers at 789,000 people, which is 1.1% of the workers.
Yeah, but, so that's $7.25. Like, what does that mean about somebody who's like working at like $8?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is also like fucking paltry.
Yeah, no, of course.
But it's not. So like, I think there's a lot of numbers.
It's ridiculous that the minimum wage is $7.25. I mean,
it's fucking great. That's what I was making at Sears in 2012 or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I think you're right. People don't want to hear it, but I also think there's a lot to hear. So
that's
hopefully,
right.
I don't know, man. There's no answers here.
It is my personal opinion, and maybe it doesn't play out like this, but if you are broke, you're unemployed, or you're just saving money, or you're just making ends meet, you have a lot of demands on your money, you have kids, whatever, and you want to stay sane and like entertain yourself, but you want to do it on a cheap, you want to do it without spending too much, I still feel like gaming is the place to be.
Oh,
even
easily,
just like
yeah.
a Game Pass subscription, like buying an Xbox Series S and a Game Pass subscription is like such good value, dude. It's like such good value. It will keep you inside, I guess, but it will keep you out of a movie theater or out of a restaurant or out of these places where you have, again, these more ephemeral but expensive experiences. I don't know. There's a lot to say about this, but again, I understand. Like, I get it. It's like you just got to be smart. But when I see those exit surveys of $5 or $10 meaning the world to a person, it's like, yeah, it's tough out there. It's really tough out there. It sucks.
Yeah.
That people have to give up something that they really enjoy or get value out of just for $5 or $10 because they're getting paid so poorly. I don't like hearing that.
Yeah.
I wonder, you make a good point though, because I've always wondered, like, recently, like, would raising the minimum wage even matter at this point, because so many people work above it, but like, yeah, you're just simply hiring the floor, and you would do it much more than an increase to 8 or 9. It would probably be more like 15 or something, or 12 or whatever it would be now. And then it would get rid of all those people in between. And then you would probably have a much higher number of percentage of people at minimum wage. So
yeah.
How can you live on $7.25? Like, that doesn't even seem possible. That's like
very
50,
not.
After taxes, that's like $50 a day. That's like 12 grand a year.
That's not possible.
I don't see how that can even be. Awful. Were you going to say something, Nelson? You were leaning into the mic.
I was thinking if I wanted to say it, because there is an argument.
Jesus.
You said, it's what you said earlier. Like, there are things that people don't want to hear, and I get it.
Good.
I mean, there is some argument that a minimum wage isn't meant to be a living wage. But unfortunately, the reality of the situation is that is what it's become because of the economy.
Right. I agree with that messaging, where it's like, I get frustrated sometimes where I hear things. It's like, a person making minimum wage can't afford a 2-bedroom apartment. And it's like, well, yeah, but could they afford to live with their parents, pay for their car, get their insurance, eat, have some sort of livable life for $7.25? Even then, I think the answer is no. So it's not even, that's like why it's so disingenuous to talk about it from that perspective, because it's like, it's like, no shit, they can't afford a 2-bedroom apartment. The point is that they can't even afford to live with their parents.
But there's also just the reality of like, I don't know, in like the 40s and 50s, people were making enough money on like standard wages to like have secret families in the next town. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Things don't add up, really.
Yeah.
And the more you look into like how things have shaken out.
In other words, yeah, like you can't raise a family on minimum wage, but you were never meant to. And that's true. But like, just taking care of oneself, I think, is actually in danger. And so, yeah, you're right, Dustin. Yeah. Thank you for being a brave little boy saying it.
Thank you.
All right. Just a couple more pieces of news to get through, and then we can get into what we're playing, and we can end the show with inquiries from the audience. Matt Piscatella over from Circana on Blue Sky, the social media network, tweeted out the data for the games industry that we're interested in for the American market for April. And it shows a completely dominant position for Microsoft as a third-party publisher, which is, I'm sure, what they wanted. So this is great for them. Oblivion was the best-selling game in the United States for across all platforms for the month. It was obviously shadow dropped and has done extraordinarily well from both Microsoft, Bethesda, and Virtuous. And then Forza Horizon 5 was the second best-selling game of the month based on its PS5 release. And we had noted that it was looked at as having sold between 1.1 and 1.2 million copies just in pre-order based on immediate leaderboard updates the day it came out. So it's doing extraordinarily well. Number 3 was MLB The Show 25, which is of course a PlayStation game, but available on multiple platforms. And then back to Microsoft with Minecraft at number 4, obviously doing extraordinarily well, back in the top 10 because of the film release. Assassin's Creed Shadows, which was number 1 in March, fell down to number 5. So that's Ubisoft still holding on tight. And then Indiana Jones and the Great Circle goes from the rank 118 to rank 6 based on its release on PS5. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is then there as well. So when you look at things, you look at Oblivion, Forza, Minecraft, Indie, and Call of Duty. So 4 or, yeah, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the top 7 games for the month are Microsoft games across all platforms. So they have made the right decision, I think, Other notable games on the list include Monster Hunter Wilds, which is holding on at number 11, Split Fiction at number 12. The Last of Us Part 2 has peaked back in because of the show, and that's at number 13. Grand Theft Auto 5 obviously bubbling at number 15, and Elden Ring at number 18. Kingdom Come Deliverance at number 19. Best-selling games year to date in the United States. So this is from January 5th through May 3rd of this year. Monster Hunter Wilds remains the best-selling game in the United States. Assassin's Creed Shadows is number 2. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, number 3. MLB The Show, number 4. And Call of Duty, number 5. Other notable games, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at 6. Civ 7 at 8. Split Fiction at 11. Forza Horizon is the 13th best-selling game already based on the copies it sold on PS5 for the year. And first-party game Spider-Man 2 is down at number 18, so that's interesting too. Is there any other data here that is worth noting? Oh, okay, so these are the top 10 best-selling PlayStation games only on PS4 and PS5 platforms, so mostly PS5, but it will incorporate PS4 as well. So the top 10 on PlayStation only for the month in the US. Oblivion Remastered, Forza Horizon 5, MLB The Show 25, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Minecraft, WWE 2K25, NBA 2K25, and Split Fiction. So 4 of the top 5 best-selling games on PlayStation platforms alone were Microsoft games. Pretty impressive stuff. Any thoughts, Dustin?
Yeah. Well, it's not surprising that Microsoft, as critical as we've been of them and some of their strategies, they've been pumping out some really good games on Series X, but the hardware numbers are just not there. So when you move them over to the dominant platform and it's a great game, people are going to buy it. So it makes sense that these games are dominating over there. And because they have this backlog that they can kind of just filter them in, I think they will continue to have multiple bestsellers on PlayStation 5, especially, dude, with like Call of Duty and Minecraft. I mean, just lock those in for always being a bestseller. So, yeah, not surprising, and confirms that. I mean, we talked about Hellblade a little bit ago, but it's just more and more. It's over. It's not really over for Microsoft. It's kind of just beginning.
It's just beginning.
It's just beginning. But for their hardware, it definitely probably is raising some questions.
Yeah, I would imagine so at this point. Chris, any thoughts on the Circana data for the month of April?
I guess the only thing that I'm noticing is that, and I had to double check to make sure it came out in April, but like no Claire.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I noticed that. I think he says something about that. Let me see. It's like a whole thread.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't see. I think if I recall, it was slotted 24th.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Which was a little surprising, actually. Yeah. It is on Game Pass, but it also has sold 2 million. I think it just came out at a time where the data is being caught in. Let me see.
It's like an awkward window because I know it sold like 2 million in the first 12 days, but it released on the 24th, so that's not. Yeah,
and those sales are global too. Worth noting, this is just the American market.
Oh, so, true.
So I think globally, if you were somehow able to know that data, it would probably be in the top 10, I would assume.
Right.
The American market is probably less interested. Of course, the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remake or remaster, or whatever they're calling it, a rare shadow drop that really works, I think. Not that shadow drops are very common, but that I think this actually benefited from being a shadow drop.
Right, yeah.
Especially with all the excitement around it and people anticipating it. I don't think it's a good idea for most games to do that, in my opinion.
No, there's really only a handful that can, I think. But it's interesting to me that Oblivion was one of them because, like, I don't know, like I know Oblivion is important in the inside baseball crowd, like, but like Oblivion certainly when I was a kid was no Skyrim, you know what I mean? Like it didn't break out like that, so it's actually kind of surprising to me that people care as much about Oblivion as they seem to say they do. Like it's one of those rare things where like. I don't know. You know how you sometimes feel like you hear people talk about like, oh yeah, I loved that game, but it's like, there's no way you played that game. There's no way you were there. Right. I was there. Like I saw like, there's a handful of people who did, but like, you're not one of them.
Oh, you like video games? Name all of them.
Yeah. So it's cool to see like that game do well, considering I've been hearing about it for a long time. And it is very good, although it's like a lot of stability issues in my experience.
Let's see. The only other data that's, I guess, worth sharing here from Matt Piscatella is this is monthly active user tracking for PlayStation. So engagement. By monthly active user, these are the 10 biggest games on PlayStation platforms. Call of Duty HQ, Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto 5, Roblox, Minecraft, NBA 2K25, Marvel Rivals. Then you have RoboCop Rogue City because of it was on PlayStation Plus. Then you have Madden NFL 25, and then you have the Texas Chainsaw Massacre because it was on PlayStation Plus. You guys like some nonsense, but who am I to judge?
Dude,
who am I to judge?
I downloaded RoboCop and I started it.
Yeah,
and then it crashed immediately, and it wouldn't let me start it again.
Jeez.
And I was like, oh, okay. I guess maybe next time. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll try it again. Yeah, just restart your console and start. I don't remember my technical experience with RoboCop. I think it was fine. I don't really remember at this point. I think you're really gonna like it though. Shooting.
Yeah,
I heard they had an update, like an accessibility update that lets you auto, like aim at the dicks, do the dick shots because there's like
that's hilarious.
That's a big thing in RoboCop.
Yeah,
shooting. Getting shot in his dick.
Yeah, shooting people's dicks off. The mainstay of the franchise.
It is like an iconic thing from it. One aside here is just that this Blue Sky situation, I don't think it's going to be happening. I wish that people would just post things on Twitter and be normal about it. You know, I respect if people want to try these other places. I know you've tried it, Chris. I don't know how active you are on there, but I was looking at Blue Sky's stats and like it's in decline. I think it's just not going to happen. If you want your stuff to be seen, Matt, and you blocked me on Twitter, so I won't see it there anyway, but maybe post it on Twitter or somewhere else where we'll see it. Yeah. Otherwise I'm getting linked out from some other places to it. It seems stubborn to me, but to each their own. All right. 2 more pieces of news, quick news, and one of them will lead right into what we're playing. This has been circulating, and this comes from the subreddit I was talking about earlier, gaming leaks and rumors that I read every week when I'm preparing the show, because they usually have some interesting things there that no one's reporting on. And they've discovered a European Union trademark filing for a new Naughty Dog logo, although it's not really, like, if you look at it, and you can see it here, I mean, obviously we're a video or an audio podcast first, so we're not going to be able to show it to you, but you can go look it up if you want. It's basically the old Naughty Dog logo, but they've put Naughty Dog on top of each other instead of it being next to each other with the paw print and stuff. So it's very sensible. Doesn't really change anything about how we understand the studio's iconography and stuff. So I actually like this logo. And it's also unclear if this is going to be a logo that they're really going to use, or if they're just trademarking it for some merch, or if this is the direction they want to go in. It's unknown. But it was trademarked at the end of March, and it was just discovered. And I like it. I like it actually more than the original logo, to be honest with you. So we'll see. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, I think that it might be smart for them to have different, because the original logo is long. Well, not the original. The last logo was long. So they've stacked the Naughty on top of the dog to give it kind of a smaller footprint. So that might be nice for different situations that you need that, or maybe they'll just switch over to it entirely. But it's, as you said, it's pretty close to the same idea of the last one, but it's fine, you know.
Chris, any thoughts?
Yeah, it's sensible to me. It almost strikes me as like, do you even? I know this is how business works, but it almost feels like this is so similar to the old logo. Like, do you even need to copyright this? You know what I mean? Like, I know you do, but like, it's what it just seems like a reformatting, which is whatever. Looks nice. I like it.
The final piece of news that will lead into, like I promised, what we're playing is about Doom: The Dark Ages. Bethesda has revealed that it has surpassed 3 million players. This was a couple of days ago from when we're recording, so it's probably a little bit beyond that. They claim 7 times faster to 3 million players than Doom Eternal. Illwill20345 wrote in and said, "Good day, Sacred Men. Considering all 3 of you are either playing or will play Doom: The Dark Ages, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the idea that people are somehow claiming that the game is a flop. Maybe it's that mythical Xbox tax I've always heard about, or people being unable to wrap their heads around a studio trying something slightly different things. But I think the game is incredible, and id Software should be commended for going 3 for 3 with these new Doom games." You guys are both playing, so we'll get right into what we're playing now and kind of connect these conversations. But I just want to say, getting to 3 million players 7 times faster than Doom Eternal is not that impressive when your game is on a subscription service. It's just, I want to just say clearly, because this is happening more and more, is like, I don't give a fuck how many people play your game.
Right.
I'm only interested in, from as an analyst anyway, like how many copies are you selling, or what is your revenue, or like some other marker that is not, we're in a subscription and people started the game up, because that's just not that impressive to me. And
right.
So getting to 3 million players 7 times faster than Doom Eternal, it's like, dude, 3 million people went out and bought Doom Eternal. I don't know if you guys have seen, like, no one really knows for sure, but Ampere and another analyst firm are both like releasing numbers where they're like, maybe it sold 500,000 copies. And I'm like, that seems not great. Surprisingly so, I bought it. So I'm one of the people that bought it. But I think all three of us, or maybe you guys are playing on Game Pass, I don't know. But I bought it and I was glad to. I was very glad. I love Doom. So I don't know if it's a failure or not. I don't know if it's, I don't know if we have enough information to know that one way or the other, but I just think we got to get away from this player count thing, because I just think it's completely meaningless. And you know what really fucking pisses me off? And and it really does piss me off because I love the game so much and people were so abusive towards it, is Final Fantasy 16 sells 3 million copies on one console with like a 40 million install base in a week. And everyone is making fun of it and how bad it is and all the rest. And then Doom the Dark Ages does 3 million players in about the same amount of time across multiple platforms. And it's on a subscription service. And that's impressive. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Are you the conversation around Final Fantasy 16 was so disingenuous. It was so fucking disingenuous from the very beginning. And I know Square Enix did themselves no favors by being like, it didn't sell up to our expectations, although their expectations had never met. But it really goes to show you how fucking crazy it is that Final Fantasy 16 sold 3 million copies in a week on a PS5 install base with 40 million consoles. It's just, that pisses me off so bad, dude. Like, just because that game was so diminished because of that by a lot of people. And it's like, really?
It's crazy, yeah.
It really goes to show you how amazing that is, in my opinion. But to each their own. All right, so let's get into Doom. Chris, we'll go to you first because you're only playing Doom the Dark Ages. So that will allow Dustin to then pick up from you, and then he can talk about the other stuff he's playing. I'll finish up. Sure. And then we'll get into the listener inquiries. So talk to us about Doom the Dark Ages, this third Doom game from id in this kind of revived Doom franchise that began in 2016.
Yeah, man. So I finished it over the last week. Finished it in about 18 hours. And that's like with some time spent like in the later half of the game, kind of going around and doing secret hunting. I wasn't really doing that in the first half. And I really like it, man. Like, I don't know. Like, I think a lot of the things that it does that I think are a little bit controversial are things that I kind of get a kick out of. Like, and I think it's a divisive game. And I think that's kind of interesting because I've seen a lot of reviewers say the second half of the game, or the second half, is weak, or that it just kind of goes on and doesn't really do much different. And while I don't necessarily disagree that it doesn't do too much different in the second half, I found myself a lot more engaged in the second half than I did the first half for whatever reason. Like, and I'm not even really sure why. There's a story there that I do not fucking understand at all. I don't know why I'm doing half the shit that I'm doing, but that's been true really the entire time. I'm sure there's a YouTube video I can watch that'll clear things up for me, but I play Doom for the gameplay, and I think it's cool. I think I might like it a little bit more than 2016, but less than Eternal is kind of how I feel about it. I just think Eternal's more my speed, although it's a lot more rigid. This is a lot more free-flowing. You can you have more choice, I think, in this, in the sense that you can really get cozy with a weapon in Doom Eternal, or in Doom the Dark Ages, whereas in Doom Eternal, that was kind of like a weapon switching kind of minigame throughout the entire thing. Whereas this one, you can kind of cozy up to a weapon, and the people that I've spoken to who have played it all seem to cozy up to a different gun, which I think is a good thing. You know, some people are married to the super shotgun. I was using this like the shredder thing, which is like a needler kind of thing, a lot. which is very, very cool. But I'm into it. I think it's an interesting switch up from what they did in Eternal and what they did in 2016. And I commend the game for doing, for like reinventing itself so many times. Like they really didn't need to do it. And I do think there are certain elements of this. Now, all that being said, I do think there are elements of this that ultimately amount to a tally that makes this, I think, technically the weakest one. Because I do think while 2016 doesn't do a lot, I think it does everything that it does very well, and it is very focused. And I think Doom Eternal is more complicated and more intelligently designed, but inherently a little bit more alienating. And this, I think, feels a little bit more all over the place. There's a lot of things in this game that a lot of people are not going to like. They're not going to like the focus on story. They're not going to like the mech sections. They're not going to like the dragon sections. And that's going to be up to the individual person. I happen to genuinely enjoy every part of it. It just clicked with me for whatever reason. So I was left coming off of it with fewer criticisms than I think a lot of other people. But it's a Doom ass video game, man. Like you're running around, you're killing demons. It feels good to hit shit. It feels good to beat something to death with a flail and just move on to the next thing. Like I think even they were talking in like a developer interview thing, where they were talking about like, oh, we wanted to kind of feel like that scene in 300 where Gerard Butler's going through the slow-mo and just beating the shit out of everybody. And it's like, it does feel that way. And whether that's what you want out of Doom is going to really impact how you feel about it. Because a lot of people don't want that. They want like fast running and gunning. And to be fair, it's fast. I think it's faster than people give it credit for. I don't think the story sticks the landing. I do think it's a little bit more unfocused than both Eternal and 2016. But I come away with it pretty positively. I think it's really good. And outside of the obvious criticisms where like, you know, the music is not as impactful and the story is fucking whatever. I don't really have that many negative things to say about it. The only thing that I would say about it is that there's a lot of accessibility features here, which I do appreciate. But it's very strange to me that there's no accessibility feature that lets you turn off the slow motion. That I think is weird. In a game that lets you customize itself so deeply, to not acknowledge that this is probably going to be a thing that gets in the way of the way some people will play the game and feel the flow of it, I think is a little short-sighted. Because there were certainly points in the game where I was like, I was going from one slow-mo beat down to the next, and I was like, I kind of want the speed of Doom Eternal back. And although you can get it, it is stifled a little bit by that choice. But I had a fucking great time. I don't know how Dustin feels about it, but yeah, that's really all I have to say about it. I will note too that like I wanted, because I played Doom Eternal before I played this, I wanted to go back to Doom 2016 to try and like see like, well, how do I really feel about this in compare? Because I haven't played Doom 2016 probably since like 2018, 2019. It's been a very long time. And I started it up. I downloaded it from the PlayStation Store. I think it's on some PS Plus thing or some. I'm not even sure. It just said it allowed me to download it, and I know I owned it on Xbox, so I didn't buy it here. And I started it up, and immediately there's like an audio glitch that I can't fix. Like there's no voices in the game. So like the very moment that you start it up and the announcer's going like rip and tear until it is done, I was like waiting for it, and it never happened. And it bothered the shit out of me. And so I abandoned Doom 2016 immediately. I'm probably going to try it on, I don't know, on my Xbox or whatever. Or maybe I'll re-download it or something. Like there's something going on with Doom 2016 in the package that I downloaded. Not sure what that's about. But it's very good. It's very good. I do think it is, though, technically the weakest. But it's a great trilogy, man.
I was going to say your PS5's dying because you had the RoboCop issue, but I looked in and there's other people talking about a no voice audio on Doom 2016 on PS5. So definitely is a known audio bug.
Yeah, I looked it up because I was like, how the fuck do I fix this? And there doesn't seem to be like a satisfactory solution. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if I don't know if that's everybody who's going to try and jump back into Doom 2016 is going to experience that, but I thought it was worth noting because I thought it was very weird. But yeah.
Yeah, as far as my experience so far with the Dark Ages, I always forget how many missions there are and what mission I'm at. I'm at least 2/3 of the way through the game at this point, I think. And I'm finding the more I get into it, the more I enjoy it. And so it's interesting to hear that some people think the first half of the game is better, because from a gameplay perspective, I totally disagree. And this makes sense. The first half of the game, you have a much more limited tool set on as far as weapons, or even some of the ways that you like modify your shield and stuff later on. And now that I'm much deeper into the game and I have a huge arsenal to choose from, and like I just mentioned the shield runes that have different modifiers for when you parry, dude, I'm feeling the flow state when I'm in some of these battles. And now that I've really gotten used to the parry mechanic and things like that, and know what weapons work best in what situations, I am rocking now. And I think that it's not necessarily a bad thing that I'm enjoying the game more now than before, because it's a nice steady drip feed to keep you interested. Like I'm like, oh, there's already another weapon or a new thing to add to the play set of what the game has to offer. So I'm still, I think, feeling the same way as last week, where I did another mech mission and it was, it feels like it was significantly shorter. And I was like, thank goodness. Not that it's bad. I don't want to make it sound like it completely is a horrible part of the game. I just don't really get, other than the novelty of Doom guy in a mech, which is cool initially, but it just isn't really that fun to play for the long term, which is why I'm glad they made those missions short. So I'm having a good time. I am increasingly thinking about installing a mod, as Chris was mentioning, to get rid of some of the slowdowns, because it does, I think, maybe is the biggest stickler for me in the combat, is that anytime you do that melee attack, which you should be doing often, it slows it down. And I'm like, I wonder what that would feel like if it was just super quick. So yeah, I'll probably have that done before the next episode. So maybe we'll get a spoiler cast going, though it would mainly just be a gameplay.
Yeah,
we wouldn't be talking much about the story, because the story,
I don't know what's happening.
Well, it's a review discussion in spoiler cast.
Yeah.
That's how we brand everything.
Right.
I'll say this. I watched a video, like when I finished, I was like, I watched a video, like, can someone explain this? And I watched the entire thing and I absorbed all of it. I don't know what happens in this game. Like I don't, there's parts of it that are like really sick visually. There's one part, it's so funny listening to like, even just like Maddie and Gene talk about, like, cause they finished the game earlier than I did, certainly. And they were talking about this moment in the campaign where they checked out. It was like a story moment, and they'll like, and I think on a podcast, Maddie was like, I'll send you a screenshot to what I'm talking about and you'll know exactly. And I know exactly what it is. And that was the moment where I was like, yo, I'm in. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but this is sick. It's very like Evil Dead coded, but like, I don't know. It's just a weird game, but I like it. It's a really strong trilogy, I think. Like Doom 2016 to Eternal to Dark Ages, I think is fucking peak shit. I think a lot of diversity in the gameplay style and the design. But they all feel like Doom. I think it's really impressive that they can flex their muscles like that.
Yeah,
I'm amped for to play it. I just haven't gotten to it yet, so I'll have more to say maybe in the coming weeks. It's on my cross media bar, so waiting there.
As for me, the other game that I started playing just last night, and I am so excited to play more, is I started playing Stardew Valley again, which you've never heard of this game, which is crazy. But it is basically a farming sim game, but changing up this time, I'm playing co-op with Holly. So we are starting our farm together. It's Frisk Farm. So it's been fun. It's been cute. And the co-op experience has been really great. Basically, the way it works is like I'm the primary farm owner, and she is a farm hand, maybe a farm slave.
Yeah, a little.
Hard to say.
I was going to say before you said that, I was going to say, because that could be that too as well. But I was like, maybe a little bit of a romance going on between.
Yeah, I don't know how that works because you can romance characters in Stardew Valley and you can wed them, but I don't know if we can wed each other in the game. Maybe we can have a, polygamy situation. Maybe I can turn the farm into a cult. Who knows?
That'd be wonderful.
That'd be great. But yeah, the co-op, the game has had co-op for a long time, and I've always wanted to try it. So we're playing that. I'm playing it on Steam Deck plugged into to my dock, and she's on her laptop. So we each have our own screen, which is nice instead of doing like split screen or something like that. So just a fun, cute little game. Highly recommend, but you've already heard about it a million times.
Yeah, I played Stardew Valley for maybe 10 hours or so on Vita, actually, when it came to Vita.
Oh, hell yeah.
But it was cool. It's just not my kind of game. Very popular, of course, though. All right, for me, I can go through my stuff fairly quickly. I'm still playing Clair Obscura Expedition 33. I'm 47% through the game, according to PSN. Yesterday, I played it for a couple hours, and so it's not a game that really requires like a guide. I guess you could use a guide if you're having problems with bosses or whatever, but I realized that there was probably a lot that I was missing because I feel like I'm like, you get to a world map style thing. Sometimes there's all these different things. I did run into a couple bosses that kind of just killed me immediately. But I've just been playing it linearly, just going to the next beat. Yeah. And I'm in Act 2 or whatever. So like quite a ways into Act 2. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to pull up a walkthrough. And I did. I pulled up a walkthrough from the website NeoSeeker. And I'm like, what are some of the things that I've missed? And I've been trying to just go back and do those things. So there's like various optional dungeons and like arena setups and mini games. And there's like a lot in the game that you can look around for. But I just don't, because the game doesn't, in my opinion, there are certain things the game doesn't do a great job with. And one of the things is just tracking quests and like what you're supposed to be doing and all of that. And it would be a lot more gratifying. It actually wraps into the lack of like area maps, which I think is just so crazy. The more I play the game, the more I'm like, how are there no maps in this game? It's so crazy. Those two things kind of intertwine for me, where it's like, yeah, it's just kind of like an inattention to UI, and it's more fun to explore places when you can find them on a map and when you have a quest that reminds you that maybe it exists and maybe you're not high level enough or whatever. So those little things bother me about the game, but I don't want to beat up on the game at all, because the reality is that it's a wonderful game. I mean, I love it. I think it's great. And the game that I think I said this last week, but the game that reminds me most of is a game that I don't feel like people are invoking when they talk about it, which is Final Fantasy 13. It just reminds me of Final Fantasy 13. Are people saying that about it?
I feel like I've heard that once at least, but I don't know if I'm just misremembering.
It's just a very linear, like place to place to place kind of game. There are these there's like a map, like a world map, but it doesn't really feel like a world map to me. And so like there is like there are these connective tissues that don't exist in Final Fantasy 13 for sure, but just the kind of corridor nature of it, beat to beat nature of it, combined with a unique and novel battle system for what it actually is very, very Final Fantasy 13-esque to me. And makes me actually eager to play Final Fantasy 13 again. We've said before, it would be nice to have those games available on PS5 or PS4 would be fine. And maybe they'll do that. I think they're already, you can play them through backwards compatibility on Xbox if you have them over there, but not over here. And I've never played Final Fantasy 13-2 or Final Fantasy 13-3. So it would be interesting to get into those at one point, but I'm interested in some Final Fantasy 13 revision. It's time it's been 15 years. It's kind of time to go back and fuck around with it and see. So hopefully that'll be an option soon. So that's been on my mind as well. But as far as Expedition 33, I love the story and the world, the mystery around it. The voice acting is wonderful. And where the game, I think, really shines is just the combat. The combat's awesome. It's a really, really good game. And the systems in it, again, maybe it gets a little too deep sometimes. It's like you're unlocking this thing and then you equip this thing and then you got to find this. That's all right. But generally speaking, there's a nice symphonic kind of relationship between all the elements. And I really, really like that one character, Monoko. who kind of uses a blue magic style thing. Blue magic in Final Fantasy games is like enemy magic, where you like use their skills, and he does that. That's like his whole thing. And I'm like, I like this a lot. Yeah, my party is typically, God, I don't remember anyone's names. It's like the woman that you start with, the magic user. Lune, right? And then Monoko, and I guess I kind of rove in between that other spot. I like Mael, or whatever her name is. Like, it's cool. She has the different stances and stuff. There's a lot of thoughtfulness in the combat. It's really, really good. And it can be hard. Like, in almost every boss fight I encounter, I die. Or I let myself die. Like, I try to study and see like what I'm supposed to know. And then once you really understand it, it's almost a game that does benefits from the old sleep trick of just going to bed and then waking up and suddenly you just are really good at it, because your brain has just incidentally and subconsciously studied the timing of the enemy attacks, and you're able to react to it. And I do dodge most things, but when I'm comfortable, I will use the R1 button and parry or whatever. And I do like the introduction of these other types of parrying, jumping, kind of the black and white parry style, whatever they call that.
Yeah, the gradient.
Yeah, gradient. So it gets a little more deep and builds upon itself pretty well. It's extremely surreal, and I'll be interested to see where it goes and what it actually means. There are a couple of things that I encountered where I started to wonder about it in a good way. Like, what is really going on here? And I'll be interested to see if there is anything totally crazy going on, or if it's just something that kind of makes sense within the world or whatever. But yeah, overall, I think it's a really rock solid game, and it's no surprise. I expected to love it, so it's not really a huge surprise. That's why I stopped paying attention to it for so long, and that's the reason why I haven't played Doom yet, because I'm just trying to focus on this, getting through this game, and then I can play Doom, and then hopefully move on to like Mind's Eye or whatever I'm going to play after that. But the other game I have been messing around with another game, although it makes a little more sense because it's easy to jump between these two games, is Shovel Knight Dig. Shovel Knight Dig finally came to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 after being released in the early fall, I think, of 2022 on Switch and PC. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. Like, it's made by a developer called Nitrome. Nitrome is actually an interesting studio. You might know them, Dustin, because they are doing that game Mousework. That's a Switch 2 game that's been shown a couple times. It was in Nintendo Direct in April, I want to say. But their game before this game is Shovel Knight Dig. And it's a Shovel Knight spinoff. So Yacht Club developed it, Yacht Club published it, but they didn't develop it. And I like it. I'm not crazy about it. It frustrates me to keep getting these kind of Shovel Knight spinoffs that are cool, but can we just get a Shovel Knight sequel? Why haven't we gotten 4 Shovel Knight sequels by now? It's getting a little annoying. But for what
other campaigns?
I'm sorry?
Did you play the other campaigns?
Yeah, I played. I didn't beat the first one because I didn't like it. It was
yeah, me neither. That one sucked.
But the second and third ones I played.
Yeah, the King Knight one was pretty good.
But those to me, I was just like, these are like remixes. Like, what are we doing? Like, yeah. I like those guys, and I know a few of them personally, so it's obviously nothing personal, but I appreciate them saying like, we are fulfilling the Kickstarter stuff. Like, we promised all of these different things, and I'm like, I get it. And I respect that. But I'm pretty sure you can just go to the audience like, guys, Shovel Knight has been such a huge hit that we've decided to just do a full-blown sequel, and you'll get a free code if you supported the game on Kickstarter to fulfill the obligation for the DLC. And I think that would have been more than fair. And I don't think anyone would have been unhappy with getting just a free game in the future for a game you supported many years ago. I'm just such a huge Shovel Knight fan that it's like, why do we only have one Shovel Knight game as Shovel Knight? It's just annoying. And then you have all of these spinoffs that are good, just like that puzzle game that came out last year. I thought that was really a good game too. But so Shovel Knight Dig is a roguelite where you're digging deeper and deeper into the earth. It reminds me, people are saying it reminds them of Downwell. I think that's kind of a little weird. I mean, I kind of get what they're saying, but Downwell is like a very action oriented, fast, twitchy, and really difficult game. The only things that are the same about them is that you're going down a well, I guess. What it frankly reminds me a lot more of is Mario 2. And specifically the digging parts of Mario 2. That's basically what you're doing here, but it's much more robust and sophisticated. And so you're going deeper and deeper, and then you get to these there are like stages, and the stages are cut up into these different parts, and so you choose different doors as you go deeper and deeper, and then you fight bosses. Some of them are new, some of them are from Shovel Knight. I was making Michael laugh because I'm like, this kind of ruined. It's a prequel to Shovel Knight, and I'm like, it kind of ruins it because you run into some of the bosses you ran into in the game, and you were kind of hoping that maybe that was the first time you had fought them or whatever. But now I'm fighting this guy and I'm fighting this guy, so I was a little tweaked by that too. It's just a Shovel Knight fan, but I'm just probably angry because I don't have more real Shovel Knight to play. The gameplay is pretty good. It's difficult, and I haven't gotten totally far into the game. There's a trophy for beating it in 25 minutes. I still have no idea how that would even be possible, but it can obviously be done. And it was kind of just quietly released. So I don't know what they're on this platform. So I don't know what their expectations are for it, but I've been messing around with that too. So I've been bouncing around between Shovel Knight Dig and Clair Obscur Expedition 33 the last week or so. I assume I'll have Expedition 33 done, not maybe for the next episode, but the episode after that, I would like to assume. And then we can record a second spoiler cast and review discussion because we already did one that will go live tomorrow from when this goes on Patreon. So please look forward to that. And that one, who's in that one? That's you,
me,
yeah.
Chris, Hogue, and Cog.
Okay, cool. And then I think we'll do a different one with like me, Gene, Micah, and Brad. I think would probably be the combination of people for that one. Something like that.
Yeah. I know
Something
Maddie
like
played
that.
it too.
Oh, Maddie maybe will be in that one instead of whoever. But in addition, we can do 5 people. It's not a big deal. So yeah, that's what I've been playing. All right. Let's end the show with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We've gone on long enough. I'm getting tired of all of you people. Of course, if you support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, part of the perks you get over there, depending on the level you're at, is the ability to submit your inquiries via the threads in the newsfeed each week for the various shows. So we do it for all of our shows. So keep an eye out for that. And we publish and delete them as needed. So you'll see new ones published all the time. Hunter Stratfold wrote in and said, "What's up, guys? I'm moving into a new apartment with more space, and I'm looking to get a retro gaming area going. First on my list is acquiring a PS1 and some classic games for that system. What are the absolute iconic must-play games? Colin, I know you have a strong affinity for Symphony of the Night, but what other PS1 bangers can I not miss out on?" I thought we would maybe go around and just give them 5 recommendations. I was especially curious, Dustin, what your recommendations would be since you're in the collecting space. So like, what would be some accessible games that are good? I mean, take it however you'd like.
Well, first I would recommend a small loan from your bank to go and afford a lot of these games, just because they are very, very expensive. Some of them, not all of them, but some of the really good ones are. So just be prepared for that.
Like what are you talking?
Like Symphony of the Night. Well, the prices have been changed. Symphony of the Night is at least $100 for a disc. Let's see, price charting. Symphony of the Night currently complete price $154.
Wow.
So
it's crazy. I have so many of these games. It's like, it's why I didn't even keep them for that reason. I just kept them because I love them. But
yeah, so be prepared for that. My first recommendation, it's kind of 2 in 1, but I recommend checking out the Crash and Spyro games. Now, you may be thinking there's remasters / remakes of these games on PlayStation. I still think it's great to go check out the originals because they do feel and play different. I actually kind of was a little cold on the Crash Insane trilogy because I think they feel totally different. This is such a nitpick, but the way you land in that game and can slide off things is not like the PlayStation 1 version at all. And it kind of killed it for me. So particularly Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, that's in my opinion the best Crash game that exists. So that, the Spyro games, of course, 1 and 2. The third one's good too, but go back and play those even if you've played them on newer consoles because they feel different. They have a different charm when you play them on original hardware.
Chris, what kind of recommendations might you make for Hunter Stratfold?
Yeah, man. I just also want to just echo that. I totally agree. Specifically with Crash 2 and 3, like there's like a slide jump that does not fucking feel right in the Insane Trilogy. I think they did a great job and they're really good, but like there's a different feel to it, not only in the way that it feels to play, but I think honestly in the way it looks. There's something about like the sharp polygon aesthetic of it that like kind of transforms the way it feels to play. It just feels a little bit more spunky, or like there's something there that I think is lost in translation. Although those remasters are very good. Original Crash Team Racing I think is brilliant. Though that has a remaster too. I think there's similar reasons for why Dustin was talking about his. God, I could go on. I think the two that I think of that are in my estimation just not readily available, because there's a lot of things that I would recommend. I think the Ape Escape I think is wonderful. I think Oddworld, Abe's Exodus is my personal favorite, although Odyssey is really good. I think Tekken 3 I think is a seminal fighting game. I think Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, and Medieval 1 and 2. I think these are great games, but like I think the two that I think of that are just not available anywhere that I've been able to find outside of really dubious places. Dude, the Bloody Roar games, specifically like Bloody Roar 2, this is a crazy good fighting game in my opinion. That is like, it's criminally underrated, and barring obvious things like Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, the Spider-Man Neversoft games are like mega charming. Like they've got really fun voice acting in those games. There's a lot of those games were made to just be fun, and it's not super serious. There's all sorts of weird cheat codes in those games. Those two, specifically Bloody Roar and Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, they're just not available on modern PlayStation hardware. They're not really easily findable on PC outside of ROMs and stuff like that. So those are the ones that I think of immediately. Everything else I think is kind of I don't know. When I say things like Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, that's something that I do recommend, but also like these are available largely in their original form. Like Oddworld, Ape Escape, Medieval, you can play these in their original form on modern PlayStation hardware through the back catalog classics thing that they're doing. But yeah, original Crash 2 and Spyro 2 are personally my favorites. But yeah, these are pretty good.
Bloody Roar 2, $70.
Dude, Bloody Roar 2 slaps.
I think I have that. I think I got it in like a lot of games. I don't know if it's complete, but I'll have to check it out.
There's a weightiness to that game, man. Like where you can beat people through the ring and do like ring outs on them, and it just feels so. It feels heavy, man. Like that's a great. Bloody Roar 2 is so good.
I have and Dustin, you can look these up as I say them, and you can tell me if they're expensive, because they're probably going to be expensive, or at least some of them will be. I thought I would give you 5 kind of off the beaten path recommendations, because there are a lot of recommendations, even that I would make, like Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 9, Brave Fencer Musashi, Xenogears, like. But let's give you like some, Tales of Destiny. But let's give you some like different ones. Mega Man X4 is a really great platformer. Probably the last truly great Mega Man X game, and the first one on PlayStation. It was also on Saturn. How much is that one?
$25.
That's not bad. That's great. And that's a great game, truly. You could play it on the Mega Man X collection, though, on PS4. Parasite Eve, the original Parasite Eve. This is a Squaresoft horror RPG, and really, really special game. There's a sequel also on PS1, and then there's a third game on PSP. How much is this one?
$92.
Yeah,
oh my God. The sequel is $110, and I've almost bought these a few times, but I just can't. I don't know enough about them to take the plunge yet.
Yeah, they're pretty special games in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, I haven't played Parasite Eve in a long time, so I don't know how it holds up. Alundra. This was kind of a late release from a studio called Matrix. Sony published it, and it was looked at as kind of like a Zelda ripoff, but it was pretty cool. And Sony still owns the IP, I think, so they could do something with it. How much is Alundra?
$160.
Wow, really?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I think I'm pretty sure Working Designs published it in the West.
Yeah, the sequel Alundra 2 only $35.
Really? That's interesting. They must have overpublished it based on the success of the first one. This is an interesting one. I think this is a really wonderful port, and this is, in my opinion, the best. It's probably my favorite fighting game pound for pound is Street Fighter Alpha 3. Really, really wonderful on PS1. Really, really solid port. Played the shit out of this game with my friends when I was a kid. How much is that?
Not bad. 35.
Nice. Excellent. And I think that actually was a million seller because I think it had a green label edition, if I recall. I don't know if any of the other ones I have mentioned have so far. And then the final one is a somewhat obscure role-playing game that's a role-playing game and romance simulator, kind of dating sim, is a game called Thousand Arms. I don't know if you're familiar with that one, Dustin. I'm curious how much that one is.
Yeah. Oh, ouch. 130.
Wow. Yeah.
So RPGs, dudes, and that's an Atlas game.
Right.
So any retro Atlas game, dude, is bad.
Yeah. And I own that game too. I actually specifically used a strategy guide on GameFAQs for this when it came out because I was in 10th grade when it came out. It actually, I'm looking here at the wiki. It came out on my birthday. I remember that. And I wanted to get all the romance options, so I just used a walkthrough right away because I didn't have much time to waste. And since we're talking about retro games, I just wanted to give a shout out to my friend and friend of the show, Sandeep Rai, who's doing, and I'll put it here for you guys in the chat if you want to check it out. He's doing the next issue of his magazine, the unofficial retro PlayStation magazine, over on Kickstarter, issue 6. It's already been funded. It was looking for $4,000. It has made over $12,000 so far, and with 581 backers. There's a week to go from when we were recording, so you still have time to go support it over on Kickstarter. Cool stuff in this issue includes another interview with Shuei Yoshida all over the place, but he'll be within this particular issue, and they have some retrospectives on Ratchet and Clank, Sly, and Ys, and a few other things going on. It's 72 pages. Looks great. He always does great work. So proud of those guys. I'm proud of Sandeep for all of his hard work. So go check that out on Kickstarter. Yeah. Want to promote that before time's up. And I'm sure there'll be a 7th issue for you to support as well.
Yeah. I just want to echo that. He sent me some of those a few months back now, and they are so cool to have a physical printed magazine about retro PlayStation stuff. That's super, super awesome.
Yeah. I'm proud of him for taking that idea and running with it. It's a really good one.
Yeah, it's a lot of special stuff back then, man. I love the PS1 with all my heart.
Yeah, it's a great console.
Fun. What a machine. Also Klonoa.
Oh, dude, that is one of the most expensive.
Yeah. I could not mention it because that is a weird game.
I actually have this game. I didn't pay this price for it. $378.
Wow.
Crazy.
Klonoa.
Wow.
I think it's in the top 5 most expensive.
That's insane. Very good game. Very weird, unusual video game.
They re-released that recently, I think, on PS4.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
All right. Matt Lamoureux wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, I have to call you out for your use of AI for game hints. AI didn't figure out how to play those games. They just scraped sites like GameFAQs and IGN, likely including the guides you yourself wrote. Those scans happen only once, but the content gets regurgitated by AI for years to come. At least search engines only provide a link to the guide, so you still have to go there and read it yourself, among the ads, of course. I don't see how guide sites are going to stay online without people actually visiting those pages. In this and many other areas, AI is quite detrimental to the internet ecosystem, so I would encourage you to go back to visiting those guide sites and YouTube videos directly. Otherwise, keep up the good work and good content, gentlemen." I was a little surprised by your response, Matt, because I'm pretty sure, didn't we talk about last week, why I felt this way? And part of it was that I feel like the advertising has gotten egregious, and I used, or at least recently used, the example of the dude at the movie theater that didn't want to be advertised to, and how much I totally understand that. And it's I go to these websites on my phone, especially on Safari, and shit just doesn't even run. It's just ad after ad after ad. It's fucking horrible. I think that these places have largely pushed too far. And that's why I always call out by name, as I did earlier in the episode. When I use a guide from a specific resource, it's usually one of a few of them, and I call them out by name all the time. That's how a lot of you know what PowerPix is, or PSN Profiles is, or NeoSeeker is. So these are great websites that don't abuse their power. But when those sites don't have good coverage, which is often the case because there's only so many people doing so many of these things, and there's a fucking million games. When they don't have good coverage of that stuff, I'm just sick of using these garbage websites that are abusing SEO. And dude, I worked at these sites. Like one of these sites, I know what it's like. I see the tricks that they're still doing to this day about burying shit and having all these hypothetical questions that scrape SEO and get them. It's fucking nonsense. And like, I'm over it. And if AI is going to help me carve through that stuff, then all the better. You know, when we put up our videos and YouTube stuff, we don't try to litter our shit with ads and turn you off from it. And if we were to do that to you, I think that would be egregious. We often don't even have baked in ads at all. And our podcast network, or if you watch on YouTube, they're going to run ads because you're using YouTube. But unless you have YouTube Premium, like a normal person, shout out to YouTube Premium, the best money spent every month for me. In other words, like, the balance is off, and I just don't have the time or tolerance for it. I will say I only do it with my phone though, because like it's so much easier to use the internet with a laptop, but it's more distracting too. And so I don't want to really do it because it's unimmersive. So I hear what you're saying, but I feel like we talked about this already. And I think, again, the balance has been off, and I think the balance is off, but of course it's scraping. I mean, that's what AI is. It's not sentient. So it's inherently known. Darren Mifsud wrote in and said, hey, double dipped the chip. What? Hey, double dipped the chip, Chris, close talker Colin, and anti-dentite Dustin. Oh, okay. I hate speculating on next gen too soon, but I am plagued by a naming convention anomaly. So we have DualShock for PlayStation, DualShock 2 for PS2, yada, yada, DualShock 4 for PS4. Now you said yada, 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 but really you should have just said DualShock 3 for PS3 because it would have been the same really amount of words. But
yeah, I think it's a joke.
Oh yeah,
we don't talk about.
I see.
The 6-axis.
Now we have DualSense for PS5. What the hell is the PS6 controller going to be called? DualSense 2? That could be confusing for consumers. Should Sony keep the correct number convention and call it DualSense 6? I think the controller number should be directly linked to the console number at this point. Thoughts? I'll kick the chair and listen. Jeez.
There you go. There it is.
That's a good one. I like that one.
So there are like PS1 had a different controller that wasn't the DualShock but had the sticks, right? And they called it the analog controller, right? And then, like Chris said, there was the 6-axis, which has the number 6 in it, and then the DualShock 3. This is an interesting branding question, actually, but I don't really know because presumably the controller will be different. I mean, you could make the argument that maybe it'll be the same controller, but I would hope not. I would hope they would do something to it to make it different. So you will have to have a different name and convention for it, and maybe it will be the DualShock 2. I don't think it would be that crazy to just have the DualShock 2 or DualShock Pro or DualSense Pro. Thank you. DualSense Pro or whatever you'd call it. But I don't think but it is a branding challenge and something that they'll have to deal with if they aren't already. Dustin, what will it be called?
Well, part of the reason why, or at least the reason they said they went with DualSense is because they felt like it was a big enough evolution from the DualShock to go with a different naming convention. And I would say that is probably true because the DualShock is basically the same other than features and wireless. It relatively stayed the same among those 3 generations. So to give it a new name, I think made sense. I really don't think this matters. When DualSense 2 or whatever it's called for PlayStation 5 comes out, it's not like all these other controllers are also going to be on the market. Maybe DualSense 1 still will be, but as far as branding, I just don't feel like it really matters if it's called DualSense 2 along with the PlayStation 6. Maybe it'll just be called something completely different and it'll have even more new features, so they'll just keep reiterating on the name at that point. But I think that for an OCD minded wanting things to be lined up, not saying you have OCD, Darren, but I get it because there are stupid naming conventions out there that bother anybody. But from a marketing perspective, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, we'll see. Chris, anything you want to add before we move on?
Not really. It wouldn't even bother me if they were like DualSense 6. Quite frankly, I don't care. Like, as long as I know that it's like, this is a PS6 controller, right? Like, I'm fine.
Right. It could just be called the PlayStation 6 controller.
Yeah, literally. As far as I give a fuck.
You'll like this name. Serenity now, Insanity later.
Insanity later.
Wrote in. Little Lloyd Braun action. Says, what's up, CDC? Have you seen all the clips and drama lately with the AI Darth Vader in Fortnite that uses the late James Earl Jones voice? On the one hand, I think it's absolutely amazing and shows you a glimpse of what AI can be in video games. Imagine AI companions that have unlimited dialogue and personalities or game experiences that's personally tailored to the player. But on the other hand, is this just the beginning of an end to voice actors losing their jobs, as SAG already has a lawsuit against stopping what seems to be the inevitable? What say you on this never-ending conversation of AI taking over the world? Well, as far as I understand, James Earl Jones allowed for this before he died, right? Like, and so I just fundamentally don't have a problem with it because he sanctioned it. It's his voice. Everyone knows him as Vader. And so I really have no issue with that at all. I mean, and also there's just no resisting AI at this point. So it is what it is. I mean, that's the unfortunate reality of the situation. But I did look up some videos and see some videos of this, and it's very, very funny. Chris, what do you think about the James Earl Jones voice? And have you seen any funny videos of it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is getting to the point where like, I don't know, AI character sounds like a character that I recognize, and it's saying things that the character would never say. Like, it is kind of getting to the point where like the formula is kind of getting a little bit old for me. Like, oh, Darth Vader said fucking. All right, like I get the novelty of it, especially if you're like 11 or something. But like I am kind of bored by it. I don't know. I continue to just feel like this AI stuff is just generally not good. I don't like it really. Like and it's not even necessarily that I'm opposed to AI in general. Like I think generative AI is the worst shit. But like I don't know. It just there's like an uneasiness to it. It feels like we're getting further and further away from things even having purpose. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's more existential than I was planning on leading the conversation, but I don't know, because there's other games too. Like Embark had like AI narrators for like the finals, I think, and now I think they're doing something similar with Arc Raiders, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I care for this.
Yeah, I'm not aware of me having encountered it outside of YouTube videos, which are all commentated now by fucking the same 3 AI voices. So, oh
my God, yeah, that stuff's terrible too. It's just like you figure like, oh, I wonder what. Oh, it's like I remember out of curiosity, something came across my feed, or no, I saw Conan O'Brien, because Conan O'Brien has a podcast and he had like Ryan Reynolds on. And I was listening to it because I like Conan's podcast, but I was like looking at the comments and everybody was like, man, how could you have Ryan Reynolds on? I was like, oh, what the fuck's going on with Ryan Reynolds? I didn't know that this was like such a contentious thing. I thought he was actually really well liked. So like I looked it up and I looked at some video covering the drama of it, and it's one of those AI voices going over it. I'm just like, really?
Yeah, it sucks.
Like you can't even like get like basic
VO.
Yeah, fuck, man. I at least text to speech or something.
Right.
Like,
yeah, I reading the VO is like the most fun part. Because you're like, what are you doing? You've written it, which is the hardest part.
Imagine being somebody who's like, I really want to make content, right? But I'm too ugly to be on camera. My voice is fucking unappealing. And also I can't write anything. But I really want to make content.
He's a go-getter.
He's a go-getter. Somebody needs to go get him, I think. But yeah, I don't know. It's cute. It's funny. And there's some aspects of AI voice content that I do think is like, I still think the presidents playing various PvP games back
that's funny shit. Yeah.
I think that was like the height that it ever, like that was the best it ever got, really. And even to the point where like I saw these videos of man, look at how AI Will Smith eating spaghetti used to look. And now it's like we can really make it look like Will Smith is eating spaghetti. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, the first version of Will Smith eating spaghetti was way funnier. And it was like way more interesting.
Yeah, it was wild.
You know, like what the fuck do I care if you can accurately simulate Will Smith eating spaghetti? That's not interesting to me. What's interesting to me is him grabbing spaghetti and it morphing into his jaw. Yeah. And you know, like that's like that's like shit. Some of the that was actually some of the stuff that like I thought was like actually like surreal about AI and kind of interesting was that like there was like a style to it where it was almost like a computer actively trying to make sense of things as it was happening, as opposed to like, oh no, we can accurately simulate this. Well, now it's just bland. Like, I could give a fuck now, really, about what AI is able to generate because it's not interesting in comparison to Will Smith becoming a goblin. I don't know. It's a tangent, I guess, but
yeah, that's fine. All right. Falling Man wrote in. Said, hey, CDC. Lost and Cult announced they are entering the physical game space with their new line of products called Editions. The TLDR is that each game will have a limited and unlimited physical copy. Both versions are designed to fit on your shelf with no plastic clutter like statues or big boxes. Their mission is to do physical games right and claim that each title is tested to be a final disc that is tested by individuals like the folks behind Does It Play's website. Prices are cheaper for unlimited and claim to never go out of stock. Limited starts at $60. Each game has a numbered spine and already has three titles available. Only PlayStation and Switch titles are available. All titles are region free. Dustin, as the go-to physical media guy, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on a potential new competitor in the space. Is it too late to start doing this? Do we believe their final disc claims? Can they really claim a title will never go out of stock? Thanks for all you do, and I'll jump for the pavement and listen. Well, you're going to be going at terminal velocity soon, so we got to go quick.
Aim for the bushes.
So I don't know if you saw this, Dustin. I hope you did. Lost in Cult's a British outfit, I think. And they mostly do like a bunch of like they have books and I think other things for some random games like Outer Wilds, Valhalla, which is a game I really love. That's like the bartending game. Animal Well, Sable, and a few others. So now they're doing physical releases and they have them available for Immortality, The Excavation of Hobbs Barrow. Thank goodness you're here. So those are the first three that they're doing. And to Falling Man's letter, the idea here is to do something that's kind of a little more unique and artistic, I guess. They write here on their website, quote, built on the core pillars of prestige, quality, preservation, curation, accessibility, consistency, and transparency, each edition release is a work of art designed to be part of a uniform, consistent, premium quality collection that you can trust with a regular monthly release cadence. We've applied our award-winning design work and our highly curative approach to the game selected to be a part of Edition, with every artful title pushing the medium of gaming forward in some way, presented in the prestigious way that it deserved to be given. And this will be for PS5, Switch, and for Switch 2 as well. I imagine Xbox is not happening because there's just such a small physical demand on Xbox. This sounds cool to me, Dustin, and I am curious as a physical collector what you think of this. However, I am questioning and I do believe like the Does It Play stuff, I believe that, all of the rest. The one thing I'm confused about is how you can guarantee that things won't go out of stock, because you have to buy 1,000 for PS5. It's 1,000 games at a time minimum. For Switch, I think it's like 3,000 or 4,000. So I wonder if what they're going to do is just kind of continue to buy new prints and then hope that that's the last one. Maybe not hope, maybe just hope to sell forever. But I've said this before, printing games, just getting a game on a disc printed is not that expensive. You can easily do it for $10 or $12 a unit. So even if you sold a few thousand and then bought another 1,000, you'd still be well within profit. And then you could just hold on to them forever. And so maybe that's the idea. But other than that, I think it sounds like a cool thing. And the prices seem interesting. They're in British pounds, but it's like £60 for the basic version of each of these games. And then for the special editions, I guess it goes between like 85 and 170 pounds. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a little confused right now because I'm looking at this website for Lost and Cult, and I'm guessing that the limited version or the unlimited is just the standard version of the game. But if you want this one that has like the nice box and stuff, it says limited to 3,000 copies total. So that's a little disappointing that those are indeed limited, because my initial impression was like, oh, cool, this is like spitting in the face of limited run games who pull this kind of shit all the time for their special editions. And I get it, special editions are much harder to produce and take a lot of external things that you need to. I mean, we've made special editions for games. There's a lot of different stuff you got to gather and order and to put them together. But I will say overall, I think this is great because physical games will become more boutique as time goes on. And I like that these are, it almost feels like kind of Criterion collection-esque, at least for these special editions, how they're numbered, and it just comes with some small accoutrements to it.
Yeah.
And I think that's nice. I think that's cool. And I think that the person who wrote in asking like, will they ever say that they say they're not going to patch it, it's the final version of the game. At this point for these games, like I think the newest one here might be Thank Goodness You're Here. I don't know about this Switch game, but these games have been out for a while, so they're definitely done with development at this point. They've ironed out any bugs and probably have basically moved on from development. So this really is the final version. So I think they're fine. Like that is the final version on disc. But yeah, I like to see new players in the space doing boutique physical games that's not limited run, just because they have such a stranglehold on this kind of thing. And so it's frustrating for people like me that want those physical games, but don't want to go to limited run to pre-order a special edition and have it show up a year later. It's just not a good experience. And limited run has a bunch of problems as a company. So I like to see other people join in. I'm not particularly interested in these games that they have in their initial lineup, but I'll definitely be watching to see what other stuff they put out.
Anything you want to add, Chris? You're not a physical guy, so.
Not necessarily. I do like the occasional, like I like these bespoke things, and some of these do scratch my curiosity, but like, this isn't really my wheelhouse. I'm a sucker for a nice bespoke box, especially if it's got like some nice...
Gross.
That's crazy. The delay got me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's cool. But none of these, the thing is like none of the things that they're selling really, like, if something comes out like an obscure game that I'm really into, then maybe. But
Nate Izod wrote in with the final inquiry. Said, evening CCD, longtime listener, second time writer, hopeful this query may make the cut. After your GTA 6 commentary a few episodes ago regarding the number 2 trailer being shot on a standard PS5, as well as the incessant back and forth on tariffs, I've been debating taking the plunge on a PS5 Pro before prices potentially go up. Curious for your current thoughts on the system. It's been roughly 7 months since its release. Other than stories about the initial launch, I feel like there haven't been a whole lot of specific praise about the console. Do you think it's worth it? Are there games that really benefit, or do you not see any noticeable difference? I definitely seem to recall some commotion about Silent Hill 2 Remake having some pro issues while the normal version played fine, but was that just a launch anomaly? I don't mean to make this sound like an inquisition, just interested in the opinions of seasoned players whose opinions I trust. Depending on your answer, I'll either drop the 7 C notes on a pro or save it for hookers and Miller High Life. Cheers, fellas, and keep that toaster out of the bathtub. I will say inflation makes it difficult for those 7 C notes to go too far on hookers and Miller High Life, so enjoy what you can. We all have had Pro since it launched, right? And I really haven't thought too much about it, to be honest. I've just been playing everything through it, but I really don't know. I think the only game I could say for sure that definitely did benefit from it, because I played it on both, was Silent Hill 2. But I played Silent Hill 2 well after, I guess maybe there were issues that were patched or whatever. So I would say my experience on it was much stronger, but I play such a wide gamut of games that I'm not playing that much AAA stuff. So I don't know that I'm really the best to reflect on it from a consumer's point of view. I bought it out of interest, not really because I needed it. Dustin, what are your thoughts here on the Pro so far?
Yeah, I think that it's been a bit of a slow rollout of Pro games. There has been certainly a lot of games that have gotten Pro updates, and even some back catalog games like Returnal is either getting or got a Pro update. I think we talked about recently. So it really depends on what games you're playing, I think, in some way, in that the issue I've had is that some of the best Pro updates or Pro versions have been either for games that I don't care about or games that I have already played. So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is supposed to be really good on the Pro. Significant upgrade. Another one was Assassin's Creed Shadows, was maybe one of the most significant Pro upgrades, that if you're getting a much better experience on the Pro. Again, a game that I'm just simply not interested in playing. So I'm kind of waiting for like Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2. Those are the games that are really going to justify the purchase. And of course, there's certain games I'm trying to remember. I know that Expedition 33 has a Pro patch. I don't know if it's not as significant as some of those other games I mentioned. So it's hard to it's one of those things that's like, it's like you were saying, Colin, like you're just kind of playing games and you know you're getting a better version, but you don't know what you don't have anymore. And I know if I had a standard PS5, I'd be thinking about what could be. So I'm glad I have one, but I think it's really going to justify itself with Death Stranding 2 and other games like that. Metal Gear Solid 3, I'm hoping will have a good PS5 Pro patch as well. So,
Chris, are you high on the Pro or neutral on it? Where are you?
I'm kind of where you are, man. Like I never think about it. I just kind of assume like this is my default PlayStation experience, and so I think it's just kind of it's tainted in that sense. But also like lately, over the last for the last 3 games, really, I've with Oblivion, Doom of the Dark Ages, and Clair Obscur, I've been playing it on my Series X and PC. So like, I don't even know, like, and by the way, that's a perfectly fine experience. I also haven't been thinking about like when I'm playing Clair Obscur, I'm not necessarily thinking about like how much better could this be looking on my PS5 Pro, you know? So I don't know. I think it will start to matter very soon, because I think ultimately games are going to be coming out targeting that machine, and so you're going to be better off in some sense going for the more premium machine than like if you were sitting here and being like, oh, should I get a normal PS5 or a PS5 Pro? I would be like, just get a Pro. It's probably going to be more expensive the more you wait. And there's going to be more stuff coming out that actually takes advantage of it. And if you do get yourself a normal PS5, if that performance stuff is important to you, if that graphical fidelity is important to you, all you're going to be thinking about is, I wonder what this could look like if I had bought the better thing. Assassin's Creed Shadows, I know for certain looked way better. Like it's like a transformative kind of thing. So it's hard to say. I would say do what you think is right, but I would say like if this is something that you're genuinely thinking about, I think you should just go for it, man. Like I'm not in a particularly optimistic point. I'm not particularly optimistic that the whole inflation shit is going to resolve itself anytime soon. So like get in now, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Sony kind of telegraphed that they have a few months of consoles, so you have a little bit of time, but not too much. I wouldn't personally recommend PS5 Pro, literally just because I don't think I understand it enough to really tell you anything about it. It's just not my wheelhouse. I bought it because I wanted it. Yeah. But it's a lot of money, and so I think you got to just kind of figure out what's right for you. It's a lot of money. And for a lot of people, PS5, the regular PS5 is probably going to be just fine. I'm sure the regular PS5 would be just fine for most of these games, but I think you're right, Chris, that things will start to target it, and so it'll become a better value proposition at a time when price will probably be going up. So that's just the nature of the world we're in now. So
yeah, I think we'd be having a different conversation if, let's say, PS5 Pro was out when Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out, because the difference in that is insane.
Blurry cloud face.
Yeah, the blurry cloud face. It just, dude, it's so much better on Pro. But we have all finished the game, and so yeah, I went and tried it because I wanted to see, and I was like, holy shit, this is like a glasses on off moment for this game. But I've beaten it. So
yeah. So right, that's what I was going to say as we exit, Dustin. It's good that you noted this. Was there are Digital Foundry or whatever, like there's so many resources for you to kind of explore this, and people arguing about it all over the internet. So you'll find a good answer out there. But yeah, I will say again, I think Sony's telegraphing what their plan is. I mean, that's my personal interpretation of it, and that there will be no guarantees that the prices won't go up after these consoles are spoken for. And I think they're probably just trying to run out the clock in hopes that there's a true resolution where they can have more price predictability, and then maybe they'll have outrun the entire problem. I think that they deserve a lot of credit for seeing through and trying to like buy more time in the midterm, which might allow them to win the market share argument just with pricing. I mean, look at the Xbox pricing. It's insane now. Isn't the Xbox Series X the same price as a PS5 Pro now? Or one of
the 2 terabyte
yeah,
version,
the 2 terabyte.
I think.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, so
yeah, I don't know.
But whatever. Do what you want. Do what feels good. That's always my argument. Do whatever feels best. And only that. And on that note, let's get the hell out of here. Let's go around the horn. It's time to say goodbye. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. That's all we have for this week. Any closing comments?
No, man. I mean, I've been standing this whole time, so I'm eager to
4 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I usually do stand, like, but this is a little bit longer. I'm eager to sit down and I'm eager to sit down and eat some food.
Yeah,
but no, man, I just think, I mean, speaking on the far earlier now at this point in the recording, the Bungie stuff. I mean, like, look, someone's got to get 86. I think, you know, you gotta get these people out of there. Like, someone's got to go.
Yeah, I do wonder, what will happen with the leadership. I'm sure, again, these conversations are ongoing, but yeah, you're right. All right. Well, goodbye to you, Chris. Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Anything to say?
First, I want to make a note earlier because I discovered this right after we stopped talking about it. Apparently, that Naughty Dog logo, the different logo, was on the back of the Last of Us Part 2 box in Europe.
Oh, the new. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Here, I sent it to you on Moby Games and there it is. There's that logo. So I don't know what that filing was about, but apparently this logo has existed in
The Last of
one degree.
Us Part 2 on Oh, yeah. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
a little weird.
News to me still.
So either way, as far as for me,
I wonder, by the way,
yep.
This image is from April of 2024.
Oh, maybe it's a reprint?
Yeah. But it doesn't matter. Either way, it's new. I've never seen it.
Yeah. Well, I checked because it has multiple regions and the US region doesn't have that logo. It's the long,
gotcha.
The long logo.
Long.
Let's see. As for me this weekend, I'm you mentioned Chipotle earlier.
Yeah.
Kind of maybe thinking it. I'm feeling it. Maybe Chipotle tonight. We'll see.
Wow,
maybe I'll use my points to get some. I always use the points to get chips with it, So maybe that. And then I think I'm going to see, there's a new movie out with Tim Robinson. I Think You Should Leave, called Friendship, with Paul Rudd. And I think I'm in. I think I'm in for anything Tim Robinson does.
Yeah, he's
now.
funny. I saw a trailer or like a commercial for it. Was funny. What was it? Going to a movie or something. Like some sort of skit. And I was like, oh, this looks very, very funny. I think Michael wants to see it too. Maybe we'll do that. But not tonight. Not this weekend. Maybe never. Probably never. And on that note, it was good to be here with you guys. I thought it was a really strong episode. Actually, I think people really have enjoyed it. What do I have plans to do? I'll just go out to dinner tomorrow. Buddy of mine from college is driving through for work on Monday, so I'll probably see him. Tomorrow we're going out to dinner with like the guy who made my suits, or like worked at the place that made my suits, like the sales guy, but he like left that job and he like wanted to meet up. I was like, okay. So I'm like,
interesting.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I'm like, cool. I can always use more friends. So yeah, I'll be doing that. But yeah, tonight, I don't know. I might mow the lawn before I eat dinner. We'll see. So big plans are afoot. My friends, I appreciate you guys and thank you for your time. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media. Patreon.com/Last Stand Media. Like nearly 13,000 of you supporting us, including more than 9,000 of you at the $5 tier or higher, or actually just at the $5 tier. There are many more of you at the higher tier as well. So just 9,000 plus of you at the $5 tier really means a lot to us. That's the premium tier that you want to be at, really, to get everything. And then everything above that, it's just icing on the cake.
Yeah, and if you're not at the $5 tier, you'll figure it out. You'll make it happen.
Yeah, make it happen. I subscribed to PSM for $12 a year when I had no job in 1998, and I figured it out.
Someone skipped that timestamp, and now I sound like an asshole. So we'll let it be.
All right. My boys, appreciate you guys. Be well. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Talk to you next time. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.